新东方大鱼英语学习丛书托福 IBT 高分作文，李笑来、Johnson Weber、Jennifer Scotton 编著。2. 考题和范文。
People attend college or university for many different reasons. For example, new experiences, career preparation, increased knowledge. Why do you think people attend college or university? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
1. Why people attend college. After graduating from high school, many young people have the option to directly enter the workforce. Most students who have the opportunity, however, decide to go to college before finding jobs. They attend college to obtain more choices, higher salaries, and more opportunities for advancement in an increasingly competitive job market. Before attending college, students have a limited opportunity to specialize. After obtaining a specific college degree, a job applicant can be competitive for previously unavailable jobs. For instance, applicants with computer science degrees would not only be qualified for jobs in high-tech companies, they would also be well prepared for any job with computer skills as a prerequisite. With a larger range of potential jobs to choose from, degree holders are more likely to find a job that suits their particular needs and interests. Additionally, employers are willing to pay a premium for highly qualified applicants. For example, many companies desire employees who are competent in more than one language and offer higher salaries to attract them. Even if a job applicant without a college degree has high standardized test scores, employers may still place a higher value on an applicant with similar test scores who also possesses credentials from a well-known university. Because of the extent to which a college degree is accepted by employers as proof of competence in a given field, college graduates are not only more likely to receive more job offers, they can also command higher salaries than applicants who lack college diplomas. Finally, in addition to offering more choices and higher salaries, a college degree offers access to jobs with a clear path towards professional advancement. A BS in biology, for example, could allow a student to find a job in a lab after graduation, a first step on the road towards a career in scientific research. The same major could also be used to apply to medical school and a career as a doctor. Both of these avenues would be unavailable without taking the first step of an undergraduate degree in biology.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Parents are best teachers. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
2. Are parents the best teachers? Obviously, in most cases, the earliest teachers people have are their parents, and parents are generally most concerned about the development of their children. However, it is not completely true to say that parents are the best teachers. First of all, not all parents are good teachers. As normal individuals, some parents more or less have some bad habits. Even though most parents almost instinctively devote themselves to cultivating their offspring, the outcome might turn out to be disappointment, for all children tend to unconsciously or subconsciously copy everything, including bad ones, from their parents. Another deficiency of parents as teachers is the fact that most parents are lack of common senses of education. All too often, we observe some parents tend to pursue their cherished but failed dream by forcing their children to develop in a prearranged direction. Ironically, when their children do not follow the instructions, the children will be regarded as disobedient or allegedly rebellious. In fact, it is parents rather than their children that virtually disobey common senses. Moreover, some parents are qualified as good teachers, but not all of them are the best ones. When children are in preliminary school, it is not surprising that parents are perhaps capable of teaching their children almost every subject even better than professional teachers in the school. But the situation will not last long. We live in a world where knowledge is accumulated by multiplying, and at the same time becomes more and more specialized. Therefore, to be a professional in a certain field today takes much longer time than has ever been before. No parent is able to be professional in all fields, though they might be experts in one or more fields. Wise parents often release rather than charge their children as early as possible. They are aware of the possibility outside the family. Parents may, nevertheless, help their children much more than do good teachers. Most parts of children education are virtually beyond teachers' reaches. It is parents that supplement. Psychology studies have shown us that parents' love sometimes has astonishingly magic power to their children. Albert Einstein's mother and that of Forrest Gump are both good examples. On the other hand, parents might do their children harm more than do bad teachers as well. The natures of those children whose parents have divorced are often severely distorted. In a word, it is rather superficial to simply say that parents are the best teachers.
Nowadays, food has become easier to prepare. Has this change improved the way people live? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
3. Does easier prepared food improve the way people live? People today can prepare their meal much easier than has ever been before. To prepare a single dinner, provident housewives usually had to work for hours in the past. They had to buy home dirty vegetables which had to wash, meat which had to slice, and so on and so forth. Each and every step of preparation was a time-consuming task. But now, things are entirely different. Supermarkets provide vegetables and meat clean and neat. Some of them even have relevant ingredients and need only a few minutes to be made into delicious meals. And this change has indeed greatly improved the way people live. In a sense, food preparation is no longer a tedious task, at least much easier to tolerate. Such a change has liberated many women and given them chance to do more meaningful things. For example, a higher pay job or a more respectful one. On the other hand, more men are becoming willing to do the thing that they once hated so much, and in some cases, such transformation of men brought dramatic positive impact on the family. Today, it's not hard to imagine a wife comes home after a day's hard work and how delightful she is to find out his husband has already prepared her several her favorite dishes. Children can more easily become independent. At least they can make themselves breakfasts or dinners when parents are occasionally not present. But such a change has also brought some unexpected consequences. Girls nowadays are becoming more and more reluctant to deem household work as their responsibility. The reason is quite straightforward. It was once really ridiculous to insist men do trivial household work rather than go work and earn money to support family. But conditions have altered now. Girls might think, I can work as well, or maybe I can earn a higher salary than you do, dear boyfriend. If you want to marry me, answer me one question first. Will you prepare me breakfast and dinner every day? And some boys, on the other hand, are becoming hesitant to get married, or simply remain solitary. Among miscellaneous reasons they do so is one thing. I can take care of myself. At least I don't really need someone prepare me dinner. Anyway, such a change is positive, and it did improve the quality of people's life. At least it has brought girls, boys, husbands, wives, children, and everyone else who has to prepare food an opportunity, no matter what kind of opportunity it is.
It has been said, not everything that is learned is contained in books. Compare and contrast knowledge gained from experience with knowledge gained from books. In your opinion, which source is more important? Why?
4. Which is more important, book knowledge or experience? In general, knowledge gained from books has a wider range than that gained from experience. We now live in a world that typophile is no longer exorbitant, and that printed matters are readily available. In libraries, we can learn nearly everything only if we have already acquired basic reading skills: philosophy, history, literature, physics, mathematics, chemicals, biology, geography, anthropology, and the list will go on. Unlike the experience of an individual that is limited by the range of that individual, books seem to have almost no limitation. Sitting in the local library, we virtually can travel everywhere through an interesting geographic encyclopedia, and certainly with nearly no expense at all. On the other hand, it can be argued that sometimes knowledge gained from experience is much deeper and more comprehensive than that gained from books. It is quite true that not everything is contained in books: how to deal with personal finance, how to cope with current social trends, even how to most effectively organize our own mind, and numerous other things can seldom be found thoroughly and comprehensively discussed in books. We have to gain the knowledge by our own experience. And the sad news is that even some knowledge that is contained in books usually needs further comprehension, mainly through experience. As to which source is most important, the answers vary. Some knowledge can be acquired only through books. It is hard to imagine we can have a good understanding of history without reading books. On the other hand, some knowledge can be obtained only through experience. When we try to learn to swim, merely a detailed manual of swimming skills, even abundantly filled with illustrations, is at most useless. We have to jump into the water and then gain the knowledge with experience. We have to use books and experience as source simultaneously to get what we want to know. Take learning physics, for example. Both books and experiences are equally important sources, and examples as such are numerous. Therefore, I think whether one source is more important than the other depends on circumstances.
A company has announced that it wishes to build a large factory near your community. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this new influence on your community. Do you support or oppose the factory? Explain your position.
5. The advantages and disadvantages of a new factory near your community. I live in a primarily agricultural community, and most of the population lives hand to mouth. Parents keep children home from school to work in the fields, and if there is a flood or a drought, people starve. A new factory would mean regular monthly salaries as well as protection against natural disasters, or a sudden drop in the price of our main agricultural product, say corn. Regular salaries would allow families the confidence to make investments in their futures. The locals would be able to plan their finances accurately and free themselves from debt. This in turn would encourage entrepreneurship and further develop the local economy. People could begin to open shops, restaurants, dormitories, and entertainment facilities to serve the factory workers with their savings. Profits from these small enterprises would further enrich the local community and turn our relatively poor farmland into a truly profitable development zone. Perhaps more parents could then afford to send all of their children to high school, and maybe even college. There would certainly be negative effects as well. If the area becomes prosperous, immigrants from poorer regions will come here looking for work. Because of their relative poverty, they will work harder for less money than the locals and drive wages down. There might be more immigrants than factory jobs available, leading to an unemployment crisis with a rising crime rate as a potential negative side effect. On the other hand, the proposed factory would almost certainly have adverse effects on the local environment. particularly in regards to polluting the water. This is perhaps the most serious concern, because without clean water, the area cannot sustain life of any kind, corn, livestock, or human. However, because of the relatively desperate economic situation of my hometown, I believe the potential benefits of opening a new factory would outweigh the risks. If we take the proper precautions, such as imposing strict environmental standards and providing adequate social services for immigrants, the whole area stands to benefit.
If you could change one important thing about your hometown, what would you change? Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
6. The most important thing you want to change about your hometown. I was born in a small town named Hailin, located in the northeast of China. The most serious problems in my hometown are the backward ideas about a woman's place in the family, school, workplace, and society. These negative stereotypes hurt not only women, but all of society as well. If possible, I would change the attitudes of the people in my hometown so they would view men and women equally. Discrimination against women in my hometown begins before they are even born. Because people here believe that only a man can carry on the family line, every family wants to have at least one son. Each family is only supposed to have one child because of the overpopulation problem. This means that if a family can find out a fetus is female before it is born, they might abort it. Or in other cases, people will have many female babies before they have a son, which only makes the population problem worse. If female babies were considered as important as male babies, then these two problems probably would not exist. Discrimination against girls continues as they go to school and work. The prevalent stereotype is that women are not as smart as men, and we shouldn't waste time and money educating them. Families often insist that their daughters stay at home and help with housework while sending their sons to school. Girls are born every bit as smart as boys and equally deserve to reap the benefits of education. Many of the world's famous scientists and leaders are women, from Marie Curie to Margaret Thatcher. We need to eliminate the stereotype that women are less intelligent than men so that our community can benefit from the achievements that women are capable of making when armed with education. In fact, women need to be respected enough to hold professional and leadership jobs in our community. This would mean that in the classified section of newspapers, there would no longer be jobs for men only. We will never know how many women could have done those jobs better than a man could have until the parents of every baby girl decide that their daughter is worth as much as their son. This is probably the most important thing that I want to change about my hometown.
How do movies or television influence people's behavior? Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
7. The influence of movies or television on people's behavior. The impact that movies or television has had on our daily life and society in general is undeniable. No doubt it will become even greater as the scope of which continues to grow, and as the relevant technologies become more and more sophisticated, and so fascinating that virtually nobody will be able to escape. Already it can be seen how Western movies are exercising influence on our youth generation. They grow long hair regardless of their gender, commonly part of which is dyed in gold. They wear jeans in each and every season, usually the knees of which are deliberately tattered. Boys are fond of earrings or other odd pendants, and girls are keen on Marlboros and weird bad words. The major means that movies and television influence the public is by creating topics of discussion in the society. Movies offer people, the consumers, issues to talk and think about. Titanic had brought a worldwide uproar, by its extolling of fascinating immortal love. Prime Color and Wag the Dog met the national debate on right and duty of the President of the United States. Anti-war movies such as Tears of the Sun and All Quiet on the Western Front, among numerous others, have been raising the question that is any war really to uphold justice, or is it really worthy that an individual makes sacrifices to his country and at the same time ignores his own family or his personal values? Television also shapes our understanding of what is important and what is not important to know. The important issues are being discussed over and over or in the beginning of a program. The not important stories are the ones that are not being told at all. The not very important stories are probably very short and hidden in the last part. By prearranging public issue, movies and television make decisions for us. Even though there are critical thinking individuals in any society, they are definitely in minority. The public in whole indeed lack skills of critical thinking and therefore are often led by the movies and television. In brief, movies and television, by offering topics and affecting the ways in which we discuss the important issues, has a strong influence on our perception of the truth, of the world, or of the structure of our society. We have to admit that it has a role in our lives as a source of information, experiences, entertainment, amusement, and relaxation.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Television has destroyed communication among friends and family. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
8. Has television destroyed communication among people? While television has been somewhat harmful in its effects, it has hardly destroyed communication among friends and family, although for some people, the assertion that television has destroyed communication among friends and family seems pretty plausible. Television, invented in the last century, with its wide availability, increasingly prosperous programs, becomes one of the most powerful means of communication in the history, and is more and more difficult to ignore. Television is as much a part of our lives as our meals, work, or school. Studies consistently show that the average American child spends almost as much time watching television as does he or she in school. We all have only 24 hours a day, and it is clear that the more time one spends on watching television, the less time one does with his or her family and friends. Hence, the passage printed in the newspaper or magazine titled, "Television took my husband away." Tempting as such claim might be, it is hardly true. Instead of television, it is the increasing pressure of modern life that took her husband away. We have no definite evidence to say people nowadays endure more pressures than did their counterparts in the past, but it is absolutely true that people nowadays undergo great pressures that come from various directions, including work, school, economy, and so forth. Investigations show that people who earn more than 50,000 RMB annually spend at least 60 hours on work per week, much more than those who earn 20,000 RMB annually. Today, a bachelor's degree may no longer guarantee a decent pay. More and more companies post their want ads claiming that applicants must have at least master's degrees, which take 2 or 3 years longer. People nowadays have very little time for anything. Television is merely among many other factors that affect communication, and is definitely not the main cause of degradation. It seems that the more one is educated, the more one is aware of the deleterious effects that excessive television causes, and either deliberately avoid it, or actually do not enjoy it. On the other hand, there really are many people addicted to television. But the fact is, were television non-existent, surely these people would have found other escapes, such as alcohol or gambling, for example. In other words, people always find a way to do what they want to do. Therefore, I can hardly agree that television has destroyed communication among friends and family.
Some people prefer to live in a small town. Others prefer to live in a big city. Which place would you prefer to live in? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
9. Live in a small town or in a big city. People seldom agree with each other, even in such trivial issues as preference between a big city and a small town. It's a little bit hasty to say it is better to live in a big city than in a small town, or vice versa. Living in a big city has several benefits. First, there are more job opportunities readily available in big cities than in a small town. Moreover, not merely are there more job positions in big cities, and the qualities of the position are much higher as well. In addition, the pay is more decent. Second, children are supposed to be able to receive an education with a higher quality compared with their counterparts who live in a small town. For families, children's education is always put in the first place. Finally, living in a big city usually has a superior living standard to that in a small town. There are more commodities and services in city markets. There are more public utilities available in big cities. There are even much more television channels in big cities. However, living in a small town also has some advantages. People who live in a small town often have a much comfortable lifestyle. Most of them do not have to suffer high working stress. Although the average pay is much less than that of big cities, the price of daily necessities, such as vegetables or meat, is usually less expensive. Instead of suffering loneliness, which is prevalent in big cities, children might grow up more healthy because of harmonious relationship among residents in small towns. People in a small town do not have to get up so early in the morning because there has been no traffic jam, and nobody drives so fast in a small town as to cause car accidents. They might have fewer channels in television, but they have more friends readily available to chat or entertain with. According to my current situation, although I am longing for the cozy atmosphere and relationship among neighbors and friends, which almost only exist in small cities, I have chosen to live in one of the biggest cities in my country, Beijing, since I have found a pretty good job here and a decent pay. I think I would prefer living in a small town when I get retired one day.
When people succeed, it is because of hard work. Luck has nothing to do with success. Do you agree or disagree with the quotation above? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your position.
10. Does luck have anything to do with success? Here is a true story, a story about an African man called Sink, who slew a most terrifying beast that anyone has ever seen, a lion. His siblings in the village who know about this anecdote gave him great respect and call him the big man. However, he told the truth later. It had killed several people, even hunters among us. Everyone, including me, was afraid. I was lying down with my family when out of nowhere it appeared. As it came for me, I picked up a big rock and threw it, and that wasn't bravery, because any man would do the same to protect his family. But by some miracle, you see, I hit it. I don't know how that killed it, but it did. A rock. You see, a rock. I received the gratitude of everyone in the village. I was given respect. They treated me as if I was a prince. They gave me the finest country cloth. All of these things they gave me, I took them all. But I knew I didn't deserve it, for when I threw that rock at that beast, if I missed it, I wouldn't be sitting here today trying to explain these things to you or somebody else. I'd just be dead. I'm not a big man, just a lucky one. You see, luck does exist. When it appears, mathematicians describe in such a way that something has an extremely small probability, but it does happen. People often say one has to have an opportunity to succeed. In this case, luck is the opportunity, and to some extent is an indispensable factor to achieve success. When people say luck has nothing to do with success, I wonder it is not their intention to deny existence of luck, but to encourage. Because luck, in fact, is a factor that one cannot and should not count on, even though we know people who have succeeded have their own luck. It is somewhere, but nobody knows where. It happens sometime, but we don't know when. By contrast, hard work is something that everyone can count on. And as is often the cause, hard work might bring luck. Therefore, luck itself is of no hope, and lack of luck should not be an excuse to failure.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Universities should give the same amount of money to their students' sports activities as they go to their university libraries. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
11. Should universities finance student sports activities equally as libraries? The main responsibility of a university is to develop a student's academic ability. While physical health is an important prerequisite for mental health and academic achievement, sports should play a comparatively small role in college students' lives. Since a student's main activity outside of the classroom is studying, occupying from 4 to 8 hours of their day, a peaceful studying environment plays an important role in a student's academic development. College dorm rooms have up to 8 students sleeping in one small room and are not good environments for students to study in. To provide excellent studying environments for their students, universities must build large libraries designed to accommodate students as well as books. Since sports should occupy a much smaller part of the student's time, perhaps only an hour a day, sports facilities need not be as extensive or well-equipped as libraries. In addition to the costs of building adequate library facilities, a university must also pay every year to keep its collection well organized and up to date. The goal of every university library should be to have the most current books and materials its students need in order to study and do cutting-edge research. The larger the student body, the more comprehensive a library's collection must be. A well-trained staff must also care for the materials and help the students. Continuing costs for sports, on the other hand, are relatively low, requiring only a few part-time staff and maintenance routines. For the most part, students are happy to organize their own sporting events and exercise routines quite independently of the school. Although a student's health is critical to their academic success, the investment that a school needs to make to ensure a physically fit student body is relatively small. Considering that the main mission of the school is to develop a student's mind and not their body, the school should put more of its resources into its libraries and not its sports activities.
Many people visit museums when they travel to new places. Why do you think people visit museums? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
12. Why people visit museums. People travel to new places for many different reasons. One of the most common reasons is to see a new place, culture, or way of life. For a total outsider with only a short amount of time, museums offer a glimpse into these ways of life through specially designed education, cultural insights, and entertainment. People come to museums to learn about the world. The educational experience in a museum is quite different than that of reading or studying. In a museum, learning experiences are direct and thrilling. Reading books about primitive history might seem boring, but seeing the huge skeleton of a terrifying dinosaur in person is a thrilling experience. Reading history books about the Nanjing Massacre are horrifying, sad, and yet abstract, but a trip to the Memorial Museum in Nanjing is an experience that has moved many students to tears. Museums can make otherwise distant and mundane educational experiences come to life. The museums of a place tell an outsider much about what the people of that place value culturally. A trip to the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art would tell the visitor that Americans are interested in art from all over the world, but by comparing the size of the European art collection with that of the Asian art collection, one might conclude that Americans feel a strong cultural affinity with European art. Similarly, a tourist to a place like San Francisco, where there is a large museum devoted solely to Asian art, might conclude that people from San Francisco have a stronger affinity to Asian culture. Meanwhile, many people who travel simply want to relax and be entertained, and museums also provide an excellent venue for leisure. Even most nominally educational museums provide exciting attractions like movie theaters and special cultural performances such as dances, gourmet dinners, lectures, and musical performances from jazz to rock and roll. Many museums in the United States hold special nights once a week where young people can drink and socialize. Museums are not only spaces for education and culture, but have also become important entertainment and social venues.
Some people prefer to eat at food stands or restaurants. Other people prefer to prepare and eat food at home. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
13. Eat at home or out. After a hard day of work or study, many people feel like cooking for themselves is too much trouble. They prefer to grab a quick bite to eat at a restaurant and go home for rest as quickly as possible. But for me, cooking at home is worth the time and trouble because it is cheaper, healthier, and more enjoyable. Buying my own groceries and cooking for myself is much less expensive than eating in a restaurant. I find that a meal that I cook myself on average costs half to 2/3 less than a comparable meal in a restaurant. Restaurants have to rent space, hire chefs, waiters, and managers, as well as buy food and make a profit. When I cook, I have no overhead. The only extra expense I have to pay is the time it takes for me to cook the food. In addition to being less expensive, when I buy my own groceries, I can be sure I am buying the freshest and cleanest meats and vegetables available. Restaurants might think it's more important to buy the cheapest food possible in large quantities to make a higher profit. I also try and buy the healthiest food possible. For instance, when I buy meat, I try to buy the meat with the least fat on it. In a restaurant, they add more fat and oil to dishes to make them taste better. But for me, health is more important. Finally, Cooking food with my friends and family brings me a special kind of joy. In a world that has increasingly focused on turning everyone into consumers, I enjoy being creative and producing something good. I enjoy learning and inventing new recipes and sharing them with friends. Even though it takes more time to shop, cook, and clean up when I cook for myself, at the end, I have a sense that I did not waste the time so much as I truly enjoyed life for an hour at the end of the day.
Some people believe that university students should be required to attend classes. Others believe that going to classes should be optional for students. Which point of view do you agree with? Use specific reasons and details to explain your answer.
14. Attending classes, required or optional. The most important responsibility of college students is to pursue their course of study to the best of their ability. In most cases, this would mean attending every class. In reality, however, not every student is the same, and not every class is the same. If a student can study more effectively in another way, then that student should be allowed to pursue his or her studies in the best of his or her abilities, and not be required to attend classes that are not helpful to him or her. Some students find it difficult to concentrate in large lecture classes and find reading quietly a more effective way of studying. If a student can achieve more by reading in the library and meeting with a professor during office hours than students who attend every class, he or she should not be prevented from studying in the most effective way for him or her. The most important measures of a college student's academic progress are tests. In the weeks before exams, college students' need to arrange their own schedules becomes critical. For instance, if a student is very good at math but very poor at English, it might make more sense for that student to skip math class and spend extra time preparing for an English test. If students are required to attend classes whose content they are already familiar with, at best they will be bored by redundant material. At worst, they will fail tests in subjects they are less proficient in. The argument might be made that it is the school's responsibility to organize its curriculum so that students are always challenged and therefore truly need to be at every class. I contend that it is impossible to tailor an entire school's curriculum to the individual needs of every single student. The best that can be hoped for is a well-thought-out curriculum with enough flexibility to handle the differences between individual students. Schools should trust the students to make choices that are in their own best interests and use testing as the final arbiter of academic excellence.
Neighbors are the people who live near us. In your opinion, what are the qualities of a good neighbor? Use specific details and examples in your answer.
15. What makes a good neighbor? Neighbors are extraordinarily important people in our lives. Many people make a decision about what place they want to live in based on their future neighbors. People most want to live near neighbors who are respectful, vigilant, and community-minded. The foundation of any relationship, whether among neighbors or friends, colleagues, or family members, is mutual respect. Respect between neighbors means that when they see each other, they will be warm and polite. Neighbors don't have to be friends, but they need not be strangers either. Because neighbors live close together, sometimes it is unavoidable that they will learn personal details about their neighbors. A respectful person will not intrude upon their neighbor's privacy, or share these private details with anyone else. Another important aspect of being a good neighbor is to be vigilant. If people see a robber trying to break into their neighbor's house, they should call the police. If they see a neighbor's young child in a dangerous situation, they should help the child, or at least give the alarm. If the government posts new regulations, they will help inform their neighbors of the new laws. If everyone in a neighborhood watches out for each other's safety, then the neighborhood will be a safer and more pleasant place. Moreover, good neighbors are community-minded. They care about their local environment. Good neighbors will not throw trash on the ground, and if they see trash on the ground, they will pick it up. They will make decisions based with consideration to their neighbors. They won't play loud music late at night, or get drunk and fight in public. They want to live in a happy, peaceful community, and they believe that their personal actions have a direct effect on the happiness of all of their neighbors. If all the people in the community think about the good of the community when they make decisions, the whole community will benefit.
It has recently been announced that a new restaurant may be built in your neighborhood. Do you support or oppose this plan? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
16. What's your opinion on a new restaurant built in your neighborhood? Until recently, our neighborhood hasn't had any restaurants. We have a local food market and several small convenience stores, and even several street-side food stands, but no real restaurants. I'm personally in favor of opening a new restaurant in our neighborhood, and I believe it will make people's lives more convenient, support the local community, and create a healthier community spirit. Cooking at home every night is time-consuming and tiring for local families. After a long day at work, local people have to spend at least 1 hour to shop for groceries, and even more for cooking dinner and cleaning up after the meal. By the time all is finished, they almost have no time to enjoy the company of their families. Eating out would save time if there were a restaurant nearby, but the closest restaurant is a 30-minute walk away. If a restaurant opened in our neighborhood, it would allow local people to relax for a night or two every week and enjoy more time with their families. A new restaurant would also help the local economy. Building the restaurant would require labor of local carpenters, plumbers, and electricians. The new restaurant would need to buy a great deal of food and produce from local markets and supplies like furniture, cooking utensils, and everyday items from local merchants. It would also create jobs for waiters, managers, and chefs. Perhaps most importantly, a new restaurant could also potentially attract business from the surrounding neighborhoods, bringing more investment into our community. Finally, a new restaurant would give local people a public place to gather and talk in. Our community has few suitable open spaces for people to meet and have conversations. The streets and markets are too noisy, and the shops have no place to sit down. People who were once strangers could meet in this restaurant and become better acquainted with one another. New friendships could be forged, while old friendships could be strengthened. The benefits of a restaurant to community life are harder to measure than are its economic benefits, but in my opinion are sorely needed in our community.
Some people think that they can learn better by themselves than with a teacher. Others think that it is always better to have a teacher. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons to develop your essay.
17. Learn by yourself or with the teacher. Whether we need a teacher or not depends on circumstances. The relationship between teacher and a new subject is somewhat similar to that between a tour guide and an unknown city. When we come to an unknown city for the first time, we definitely need a tour guide. We might have a detailed map, but it is unlikely functional. It isn't surprised that we can hardly interpret those mysterious symbols. Likewise, when we are beginners, it is wise to learn with teachers. They can tell us where to begin with, what we should do, and which reference we should choose. When we confront difficulties, we can ask them for help, and their advices will always be tremendously helpful. With teachers' assistance, we might learn easier, faster, and more interestingly. After a period of time, we have learned a lot. We now know the city pretty well, even though there are still many places we haven't been to. It doesn't matter. Now that we are able to recognize those mysterious symbols on the map, what we need perhaps is not a tour guide, but a more detailed map. Similarly, we need richer references for learning. Yes, there are still many fields unexplored. There are nevertheless no longer puzzling. The task is simple. We will explore them one by one, little by little. If we are working on a certain skill, practice more. If we are preparing a test, practice more. Whatever we are learning, what is always to bear in mind is that, like people always say, practice makes perfect. After another period of time, we might have become others' tour guide. But we still want to make out more. We want to know which restaurant is the most decent, which bookstore is the most professional, which coffee shop is the most classical. Even the most comprehensive map doesn't have adequate information. We again need experts. In learning, it's much the same. We need experts to consult for specific problems. Furthermore, the most beneficial merit of consulting experts is that we can not merely refer to them, but even discuss with them in depth. As is often the case, a solution for a complex matter is not waiting for us right there and then. Sometimes it comes out of inspirations of discussion. In short, having a good teacher is always better than having none, but the importance of a teacher varies from period to period, and more often than not depends on different stage in which we are learning.
What are some important qualities of a good supervisor, boss? Use specific details and examples to explain why these qualities are important.
18. What makes a good boss? A good boss is imperative to a successful workplace. The best bosses are serious, creative, and flexible. If a boss lacks any of these qualities, problems are certain to arise in the workplace. While humor and kindness are important characteristics for bosses to have, work is a serious business and must be approached with a serious attitude. A boss must be able to keep his or her employees working hard and on schedule. He or she must set down rules, enforce them, and also personally adhere to them. If the boss comes in late to work, leaves early, or spends all day joking with the coworkers, then the employees will neither respect nor work hard for him or her. A boss must have a serious and professional attitude that sets an example for all of the employees in the workplace. To confront the countless problems that arise every day in the workplace, a boss must be extremely creative. If a client needs the company to meet a deadline earlier than expected, a boss must find ways to motivate employees to work faster and harder. A boss who lacks creativity might force his or her employees to work overtime. In this case, the employees might be very tired and upset. They might work slower or produce lower quality work as a result. A creative boss might spend a small amount of money and treat everyone to dinner at the office to encourage employees to stay late. In this way, the company might meet the deadline, preserve quality, and keep employee morale high. Finally, the most important quality that a good boss must possess is flexibility. While needing to set serious, strict rules, he or she must recognize that at times the rules need to be bent or broken. For instance, a boss should strictly enforce attendance policies in the workplace. But if an employee with an excellent attendance record needs to take a day off for personal reasons, the boss should let him or her do it. In this way, employees' loyalty to the company will be strengthened, and they will be more happy and productive in the workplace.
Should governments spend more money on improving roads and highways, or should governments spend more money on improving public transportation, buses, trains, subways? Why? Use specific reasons and details to develop your essay.
19. Highways or public transportation. Which should be given preferential financing? As China continues along the road of economic development, new demands are being put on the transportation infrastructure of the country. This is particularly evident in the cities, where daily traffic jams are unavoidable facts of life. Faced with a mounting traffic crisis, I believe the government should focus on improving public transportation instead of improving roads and highways. Public transportation is cheaper, better for the environment, and a better long-term solution for meeting the transportation demands of the future. The traffic crisis in large cities is mainly due to the increase of the number of private cars on the road. If 30 people each drive their own private cars to work in the morning, polluting emissions from these 30 cars pollute the air. Having 30 extra cars on the road not only means more traffic, it also means that cars on the road will run their engines longer to produce more pollution while they idle in traffic jams. On the contrary, if those same 30 people take the bus to work, there would be less traffic and even less pollution. More bus and subway lines would also save much space now wasted on parking lots, which makes sense from both environmental and city planning perspectives. Investment in public transportation also makes sense for the customer. The most expensive public transportation in the city costs about 5 yuan. 2 trips across the city every day for a whole year would still be less than a fifth of the cost of a new car, not to mention the inevitable expenditure of maintaining a good performance of the car. Taking into account the considerable upkeep expenses of a car, gas, insurance, and repairs, owning a car is much less economic and convenient than is taking the bus or the subway. While some people would argue that investing money on highways is imperative for holistic benefits of our country, I personally believe the need for solving current traffic disasters that are prevalent in most such cities as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou is more urgent. The problem has already become the biggest headache of local governments and their residents, and would cost even more if not handled promptly.
Is it better for children to grow up in the countryside than a big city? Do you agree or disagree? Use specific reasons and examples to develop your essay.
20. Big city or countryside? Which is better for children to grow up in? Having grown up in the country myself, I can say without a doubt that I want my own children to grow up in the city. Life in the city is incomparably better for children than life in the country. The city has better schools, healthcare, jobs, and more exposure to the outside world. The 2 most important things in any child's life are health and education. In the country, if children get sick, there are no good hospitals to take them to. Families are often so poor that they can't afford to send all of their children to school, and the schools are usually of low quality anyway. In the cities, on the other hand, healthcare facilities and schools are of excellent quality. Children from cities also have a much higher chance of getting into excellent universities. City universities have large numbers of spaces reserved for local residents, while they have relatively fewer spaces for students from the countryside. If I want my child to have a good chance of getting into a good university, I would raise them in a city. City salaries are significantly higher than salaries in the country. Jobs in the city are also much easier on average than jobs in the country. A worker in the country might spend 14 hours a day laboring outdoors in the fields and make much less money per month than the city worker who typically works only 8 hours a day. I want my child to grow up and get a good high-paying job. A better place to find those is in a city. Finally, I want my children to grow up into a world that is larger than just their immediate surroundings. In a city, they will have a chance to meet people from all over the country and all over the world. They will have chances to absorb history and culture from the city's parks, theaters, and museums. Only in the city will they have the chance to be truly global citizens.
In general, people are living longer now. Discuss the causes of this phenomenon.
21. The causes of people's longevity today. Among various factors that contribute to today's longevity of people are three most obvious ones: the improvement of food conditions, the development of modern medical technology, and finally, current stability of economy in our country. Food conditions are better than before and are still being developed with a rapid pace. First of all, foods are more hygienic. People today drink untainted mineral water, sterilized skim milk, which are cheaply supplied in supermarkets. Furthermore, foods are more nutrient, not to mention various carefully designed nutrient products. People can just ignore the possibility of being dystrophic, since they can keep nutrient balance by simply taking a cheap pill of vitamin compound every day. Another essential improvement that contributes to people's longevity is swiftly developing medical technology. Development of modern medical technology has always been amazing. Certain diseases such as tuberculosis, pneumonia, and dysentery are now easy to remedy with low expenses, but in the past, they are all probably lethal ones. The dental technology seems developed little, except its exorbitantly charged bill, yet the simplest technology contributes to people's longevity most. It is not difficult to imagine that if an individual who lived in the past got a toothache without certain dental care, which is common today, he was certainly in an awful prospect. He might even die of a toothache. Current societal and economic stabilization is also a very indispensable factor. People have less pressure in a more stable society. The less pressure they suffer, the healthier they are. Today, ideal stabilization even provides people an opportunity to secure their future by insurances. Various types of insurances are readily available, which make people feel safe and have, to a large extent, reduced people's anxieties, and therefore indirectly contribute significantly to the longevity of people.
We all work or will work in our jobs with many different kinds of people. In your opinion, what are some important characteristics of a coworker, someone you closely work with? Use reasons and specific examples to explain why these characteristics are important.
22. What makes a good coworker? Healthy coworkers' relations are crucial for the success of business. Since average workers spend at least 8 hours a day with their coworkers, their relationships with their coworkers are among the most important relationships in their lives. The best kind of coworkers will possess team spirit, be hardworking, and have a sense of humor. Coworkers with team spirit will put the needs of the company and of their coworkers before their own needs. For instance, an employee with team spirit might put in uncompensated overtime to help a coworker finish a project before a big deadline. If the worker who needs help does not meet the deadline, the whole company might lose an important client. If coworkers help each other, even though the rewards might not be immediately apparent, each individual will gain more than if they worked separately. A good coworker needs to be hardworking. This is the responsibility of every worker in any company. Just as the failure of employees to cooperate will hurt each member of the company, failure of each worker to perform to the best of his or her ability will hurt the company. It will not only lower that particular worker's productivity, it will also damage the coworker's morale. If I see a coworker of mine slacking off, I might begin to think to myself, why should I work hard? I can slack off like my coworker and still make the same amount of money. Hard work is not only important for productivity, it is also a crucial prerequisite of team spirit. Finally, good coworkers need to have a sense of humor. Working at a company can be very stressful. Even though it is necessary for everyone to work hard, that does not mean that work cannot be fun. Since coworkers spend so much time together, being able to joke and laugh each other is also important. If an employee is perceived by his or her coworkers as a humorless workaholic, then they might not want to go along with him or her. His or her lack of humor hurts team spirit and not only irritates the people around him or her, but also damages the whole company.
In some countries, teenagers have jobs while they are still students. Do you think this is a good idea? Support your opinion by using specific reasons and details.
23. Is it advisable for a teenage student to have a part-time job? People who oppose the idea of students taking part-time jobs say that students should use their time to focus exclusively on studying. I would argue instead that part-time jobs help students focus on their studies, provides valuable practical experience, and allows them a feeling of success and independence that is a perfect complement to their academic pursuits. A popular criticism of schools is that they are ivory towers, or places where study and research are divorced from the real world. A part-time job related to their major gives students an exciting chance to apply the theories they have learned in school. Chemistry is a notoriously abstract, boring, difficult subject. When a student takes a part-time job in a medical research lab, however, he or she might discover how important studying chemistry is for saving people's lives. This student might then return to his or her chemistry studies with renewed vigor. What was an abstract academic pursuit becomes a concrete and interesting goal with a real relationship to the student's life. Part-time jobs also help students strengthen their resumes, build important contacts with companies, and familiarize them with the contemporary state of their respective fields. No matter how hard they try, computer science textbook publishers cannot keep up with the rapid development of new computer hardware, software, and programming languages. CS students who wish to maintain a competitive edge in the job market should find part-time positions where they can learn state-of-the-art techniques. After they graduate from college, they might then return to their part-time employer to look for a full-time position, or approach other employers with good references and cutting-edge work experience. Finally, the feeling of success that comes from holding a part-time job can build students' confidence. Knowing that they can do a job well and be paid for it is an important character-building experience that many students put off for too long. Learning to manage the money that they make will be a critical part of their future lives. If they make mistakes handling their money in college, the results will probably not be disastrous, but will teach them valuable lessons that they will be sure to remember in the future, when they will be truly independent.
A person you know is planning to move to your town or city. What do you think this person would like and dislike about living in your town or city? Why? Use specific reasons and details to develop your essay.
24. The advantages and disadvantages of my city. If my friend Joey wants to move to Beijing, I think even though she might find something she dislikes, she will ultimately like this greatest city in our country. The weather might be one thing that she dislikes. The weather in Beijing is characterized by a dry climate and is much windy and dusty than that of Guangzhou City. Joey is very sensitive about her skin, so she will definitely hate dusty winds in Beijing. Moreover, Beijing's winter is far too much colder than that of Guangzhou. It might take Joey, as many other people came from the south, a very long time to get accustomed to. Nevertheless, she might well enjoy winter in the north, since she has never seen snowflakes in reality before. I remembered the shining of yearning and eager in her eyes when I once told her what the winter in the north looks like. She might be always irritated in heavy traffic in Beijing, though taxis in Beijing cost much less than in Guangzhou. When I was in Guangzhou, seldom was I trapped by traffic jams. It must be ridiculous for her to have spent more than 2 hours and still didn't arrive at the destination, which is merely 10 kilometers away. And the most ludicrous thing is, even if you possess a private car, it is more likely to be useless, for parking lots are always crowded, which means more time is to be wasted. Good news for her is that the bus system and that of subway in Beijing are well developed and more convenient. And she won't have to bear the odor of bromhydrosis owing to burning weather as she once experienced in buses of Guangzhou. What she will definitely love is the cultural ethos of the city. Beijing has a history probably longer than any other big city in China. To visit all historical landscapes in Beijing, she will need at least 3 years. No kidding. Beijing has the most famous and excellent universities, the largest libraries, the richest museums, yet most important of all, her best friend. Amazingly, in this aged city, people are sometimes more international. Joey is especially fond of art, and Beijing is the right place for her, in which concerts of international singers or other musicians are much frequent, and she will even be able to attend Cui Jian's casual private concert in a coffee shop on a rainy autumn weekend.
It has recently been announced that a large shopping center may be built in your neighborhood. Do you support or oppose this plan? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
25. Do you like a large shopping center being built in your neighborhood? While the proponents of the plan to build a large shopping center in my community believe that it will aid economic development, I think that it will possibly do irreparable harm to our neighborhood. The proposed shopping center will damage existing businesses, provide inferior products, and destroy the environment of our peaceful community. Research indicates that companies with less than 50 workers employ more people and generate more revenue as a percentage of a nation's GDP than large-scale corporations. This is true in America, where small businesses are considered the engine of the economy, as it is in our community where many people own and operate small shops. Large stores can buy large quantities of goods at wholesale prices, while local grocery that cannot buy products in bulk will be unable to compete. Once the competition is gone, the large store can raise its prices and lower its employees' wages. This classic example of exploitative monopoly capitalism impoverishes a community while enriching a small number of people. The goods at the shopping center would be mass-produced and necessarily of inferior quality to the handcraft local goods and freshly grown local produce. Cheap products like plastic furniture would lack the character and local flavor of traditional wooden furniture made right here in our town. Cheaply mass-produced food, laden with pesticides and chemical preservatives, would crowd out the healthier, fresher, and tastier local produce on the shelves of the large shopping center. Low prices from the large store might tempt local consumers to eat less healthy food, endangering the health of local people as well as harming the incomes of local farmers and shopkeepers. Lastly, I must point out that a large shopping center might bring unwelcome development to our small community. Ugly and noisy roads and parking lots would need to be constructed. The volume of people wanting to buy things at the new shopping center would worsen the traffic situation, which is already bad. Pollution from cars and trucks already has a notably degrading effect on the local air quality, and this is also bound to become worse as the traffic to and from the shopping center increases.
It has recently been announced that a new movie theater may be built in your neighborhood. Do you support or oppose this plan? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
26. Do you like a new movie theater being built in your neighborhood? Many people consider our town a small provincial backwater, lacking both culture and the amenities of modern life. Building the recently proposed movie theater would be a step in the right direction, away from our backwards past and towards participation in the larger world. It will create jobs, spark economic activity, and provide entertainment and culture for our young people. Movie theaters are necessarily large-scale affairs, attract a large amount of customers, and, accordingly, need to employ a fairly large number of people as ushers, concession stand chefs, and attendants, ticket sellers, and janitorial staff, as well as projection technicians, managers, accountants, and other higher-level professionals. The employees would be drawn from the local population, and considering the tight job market in the area, the movie theater would provide much-needed full or supplement incomes for at least 30 families in the area. Going to the movies is usually an evening experience that either precedes or comes directly after eating dinner. For this reason, many restaurants, cafes, bars, music shops, and other leisure and entertainment venues spring up around movie theaters. People who are going to the movies have disposable incomes and have already left their houses in search of a good time. This is an ideal market, and local entrepreneurs are certain to capitalize on the opportunity to open up new business ventures and develop the lucrative area around the movie theater, further invigorating the local economy. In addition to providing jobs and developing the local economy, a movie theater will bring us a little bit closer to the outside world. We will be able to participate in popular culture. A movie theater is one step in this direction, and if we can successfully transform our sleepy little hamlet into a regional cultural hotspot, we will be able to keep our young people from migrating to larger cities that they consider more developed and sophisticated. Our young people are our most precious resource, and we should do everything to keep them here.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? People should sometimes do things that they do not enjoy doing. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
27. Should people sometimes do things that they do not enjoy doing? We live in a world in which everyone wants to be successful. Nothing is wrong about the desire to be number one, and there is no doubt that being successful is enjoyable. Nevertheless, it is somewhat childish to think we can be finally successful by only doing what we enjoy doing. People are often amazed by the glorious appearance of a skyscraper. However, they, at the same time, forget the fact that the skyscraper had taken a long time to construct, maybe much longer time to design, and possibly even cost people's lives during the constructing process. We may categorize things into two groups, the enjoyable and the unenjoyable. At the same time, another category can be made, the necessary and the unnecessary. The point is, things that are necessary are not always enjoyable, and things that are enjoyable sometimes may be unnecessary. Doing things that are necessary rather than those that are merely enjoyable is not only helpful, but might also be indispensable for individual success. We all admire, even envy those who now have attained great achievements, such those famous stars as Jackie Chan, Jet Li. We should, however, be aware of the exorbitant prices they have paid for their present glories. Jackie Chan once told that when he was still a teenager, he and his parents were required to practice more than 12 hours a day, and it was said that Jet Li was sent to be an apprentice when he was hardly 4 years old. Apparently, those seemingly cruel hardships have turned out to be the best gifts later. But for yesterday's struggle, today's glories could not exist. Things that are both enjoyable and necessary, or both unenjoyable and unnecessary, virtually seldom exist. We may dislike some curriculums in university, such as mathematics or history, but they are necessary. We may prefer leisure times to work days, but the latter are indispensable. Pursuing a successful life is nothing more than making wise decisions, and by wise, we mean the choice of doing the necessary first.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Television, newspapers, magazines, and other media pay too much attention to the personal lives of famous people, such as public figures and celebrities. Use specific reasons and details to explain your opinion.
28. Is it true that media pay too much attention to the personal lives of famous people? It is true that television programs concerning personal lives of celebrities always receive the highest audience rating. It is also true that newspapers and magazines are constantly reporting stories, which are usually beyond confirmation, about famous people, and that autobiographies written by public figures are always on the top 10 bestsellers list. It seems that we live in a world where a few individuals are drawing nearly all attentions. Nevertheless, it is not exactly precise to criticize the mass media, including television, newspapers, magazines, and so forth, for paying too much focus on the personal lives of famous people, such as public figures and celebrities. In fact, it is the public, to a large extent, rather than mass media, that is paying too much attention on personal lives of celebrities. Most organizations of mass media industry being inherently commercial, are driven by business motivations. Television program producers, as well as columnists and writers, are always aware of what the public wants to see, therefore tend to pander to tastes of the public. To put it in another way, the mass media is audience-oriented, and the phenomenon is well interpreted and manipulated that when famous people such as actors, athletes, and rock stars give their opinions, many people listen. It is the nature of the public, who are curious enough about personal lives of famous people, since they can never be famous. On the other hand, it is holistically detrimental for the society if the mass media pay too much focus on famous few so as to ignore the rest of the individuals. After all, the mission of the mass media is not merely to cater to the needs of customers, but has a much wider scope, such as to tell the truth, to define what is good and what is bad, to promote cultural values, and the list could be endless. More popular science programs should be produced by television. More reports on poor rural lives should be publicized. More books concerning not famous but respectable people, such as nurses who are fighting SARS fearlessly, teachers who are performing their duties regardless of poverty of remote villages, journalists who publicize their pieces under political menace, and this is another endless list, should be written.
Some people believe that the Earth is being harmed by human activity. Others feel that human activity makes the Earth a better place to live. What is your opinion? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
29. Does human activity improve or damage the Earth? The environment is usually changed to benefit human life. Cars and roads make transportation fast and easy. Factories make products that make our lives more comfortable. Public services in cities like water treatment, electricity, and waste disposal make our lives more convenient. All of these advances, however, come with a significant environmental cost. Human activity does significant damage to the Earth. One of the main effects of human activity on an area is water pollution. Dumping waste materials from human activity into rivers and streams is popular because the waste seems to disappear downstream. The main sources of water pollution are factory waste, oil and gas runoff from highways, and untreated human waste. When this waste is dumped into rivers, the water downstream becomes undrinkable and unusable for agriculture, and also kills plant and animal life in the rivers. Clean air and water is a prerequisite not only for human life, but also for all life on the planet. But air is now being polluted by modern transportation, notably gas-powered automobiles, as well as electrical generators that burn fossil fuels and pour polluting chemical waste into the air. This makes the air much less healthy to breathe. The airborne pollution also falls back to the earth in form of acid rain, which destroys plant life and human buildings. Another serious long-term effect of air pollution is global warming. For the past 7 decades, scientists have noted a disturbing rise in the average temperature of the Earth that caused by the rise of greenhouse gases, air pollutants created by burning fossil fuels in the atmosphere. Scientists believe that if humans continue to increase the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, the temperature of the Earth will continue to rise. Eventually, this could melt the polar ice caps and cause devastating coastal flooding all over the world. Major cities like Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Dalian might be totally destroyed. Therefore, I believe human activity has caused serious problems, while it has improved the world in which we live in. It is time to realize this hazard and take action to prevent further disaster while making progress.
It has recently been announced that a new high school may be built in your community. Do you support or oppose this plan? Why? Use specific reasons and details in your answer.
30. Do you like a new high school being built in your community? The basic prerequisite for success for any community is the education of its citizens. Because the advantages of a high school education in my town are presently available to only a limited number of students every year, I wholeheartedly support the construction of a new school facility to serve our community. The competition to get into high school in my own town is fierce. There are 3 middle schools in town, but only 1 high school. Because the number of applicants to the single high school far exceeds the available spaces in the high school, only the richest and most qualified students are able to go to school. The skills taught in high school, including advanced math, analysis, and high-level reading and writing, are important to every citizen, no matter what profession they later choose. Even if they are manual laborers, the ability to critically analyze problems taught in high school will make them better and more highly skilled workers. Beyond teaching practical skills to more local children, another high school will give children more opportunity to attend college. Holding a college degree is almost the only way a person can be assured of getting a stable, high-paying job. Even a degree from a 2 or 3 year junior college can mean the ability to make a salary thousands of yuan annually higher than a high school diploma. Because our current high school is so small, many bright children with promising college careers ahead of them have no way of even obtaining the high school diploma. We must make sure the road to higher education remains open for as many young people as possible. Finally, if we cannot afford to open this high school, our town will have a serious problem with the number of unemployed youths who graduate from middle school with nothing to do. If they cannot find good jobs, they might be tempted to commit crimes, use drugs, or, if they are girls, engage in prostitution. Giving these children another option would both save them and help society.
Some people spend their entire lives in one place. Others move a number of times throughout their lives, looking for a better job, house, community, or even climate. Which do you prefer? Staying in one place or moving in search of another place? Use reasons and specific examples to support your opinion.
31. Staying in one place or moving in search of another place. While moving to a new place can be a traumatic experience, especially for children, I believe that in the end, its benefits outweigh its drawbacks. Moving to a new place to live increases a person's understanding of the world, offers new challenges and opportunities, and does not preclude putting down deep roots at some point in the future. One of the greatest benefits of traveling is learning about a new and different place. Traveling to a new place to live deepens and enriches the sense of newness and learning that a visitor might feel. A new place means a new, perhaps different job, and new and different friends. Learning the diverse viewpoints of a new place not only presents totally new information, it also casts a new light on old viewpoints. Often moving to a new place teaches people more about the place that they are from. Old, seemingly mundane foods, customs, and language are suddenly new again, viewed in the context of a radically different environment. Through comparisons of old and new places, friends, and ideas, people become more knowledgeable about the world and about themselves. A new place offers interesting possibilities for personal and professional development. Even though in a new place people lack deep connections, they also lack prejudices and rivalries. Often, people move to new places to escape uncomfortable situations that have hampered their personal growth. If I have a long-standing feud with my neighbor, I might eventually move to a new place to start over in peace. New places naturally have their own local politics, but learning about them and finding a way to prosper is like starting life with a clean slate. Every opportunity is available to newcomers to pursue, because the local people do not have preconceived ideas about them. Some people would say that truly settling down in one place and making deep and lasting connections is preferable to moving every few years. I say that true friendships can be maintained over distance, and that people will be happiest when they discover a place that is truly the best for them. How can people really know what place is best for them if they have only lived in one place and have no basis for comparison? Moving once, or even several times, does not mean that a person can never settle down in one, but it does ensure that he or she truly like and understand the place that he or she does settle down in.
Is it better to enjoy your money when you earn it, or is it better to save your money for some time in the future? Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
32. Spend your earned money immediately or save it for future. My mom used to tell me, you can only spend money once. What she meant is that if you spent money frivolously, you might really need it later and regret your earlier careless spending. For several years of managing a small amount of my own money, I have come to the conclusion that my mom was right. Saving is better than spending. No one knows what tomorrow will bring. The only thing we can do is try to be prepared. When disaster strikes, perhaps a sudden illness in the family, having money on hand can mean the difference between life and death. When opportunity knocks, a surprise acceptance to a top university for existence, money is needed for tuition, board, and books. This is not to say that one should not spend any money because they have to prepare for every possible contingency. It simply means that one should not spend recklessly without having a substantial amount of money to guard against an unpredictable future. The importance of saving money when young cannot be overstressed. This is because young people can tolerate higher risk, higher return investments, and let their investments mature longer, allowing interest on savings to compound. If invested well, $5,000 today could become $20,000 in 15 years. This concept is so powerful because the investor does not have to work for the money. The money works for the investor. Saving is not only a bulwark against an unpredictable future, it is also a way to generate future wealth. At last, while it is true that spending money can be enjoyable, it is not the only way to have fun. The idea that we must always be consuming things in order to have a good time is a lie told to us by advertisers. These companies tell us that only when we drive the right car, wear the right clothes, drink the right beverages, will we be truly happy. In reality, each person determines the standard of his or her own happiness. For my part, I have decided that creating things, writing, painting, making music, is what truly makes me happy. The amount of money I need to spend doing these things is almost nothing, but the happiness they bring me is immeasurable. I would prefer to save money for unavoidable expenses and enjoy life by being a producer, not a consumer.
You have received a gift of money. The money is enough to buy either a piece of jewelry you like or tickets to a concert you want to attend. Which would you buy?
33. How to deal with a gift of money. It seems not a difficult decision for me, but if I was given the gift of money in different time, I would have different answers. If I was given the money when I was in my high school, I would buy a ticket to a concert. I had been longing for attending concerts of famous artists to enjoy these transcendent pieces, such as Saxophone of Kenny G, Rock and Roll of Cui Jian, and romantic songs of Luo Dai Yo. Unfortunately, I just was not able to afford those exorbitant prices. The given amount should be better if it is enough for several tickets, so that I could take along my best friends, whose situations were much similar to mine. If I was given the money when I was in the university, I would buy a fine piece of jewelry and give it to my girlfriend as a casual present, for we might enjoy a certain concert, but hardly could it be permanently impressive. Memories are not always reliable. We tend to simply forget anything. At best, memories are somewhat distorted, if time passed long enough. But if I bought my girlfriend a piece of jewelry, not costly though it might be, it would be a perfect reminder, being never changed. If I was given the money recently, it would only make me feel funny. I don't want to go to concerts anymore because I became more and more reluctant to present in crowd public places. And besides, I have bought a super hi-fi which always brings me identical pleasure. And I don't want to buy any jewelry either, for it is meaningless for a man who is now solitary. Nevertheless, if I was forced to accept some money as a gift, it hardly happens, I might buy some books. After all, reading always makes me relaxed and amazed.
Businesses should hire employees for their entire lives. Do you agree or disagree? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
34. Should businesses hire employees for their entire lives? The decision to hire an employee for life is a serious commitment on the part of both parties. For the employee, such an arrangement means lifetime job security. For the perspective of an employer, however, the deal is not so sweet. Guaranteed lifetime employment, or tenure, at a company can promote bad work habits, prevent innovation, and lead to potentially disastrous personnel problems. When a worker's employment is contingent upon their job performance, they will tend to work diligently. On the other hand, if workers know that no matter how hard they work, they will receive the same amount of money and have no chance of being fired, there are no incentives for them to work. For people to be model workers, they need compelling reasons to work hard and produce work of the highest quality. A tenure system promotes laziness, inefficiency, and low-quality work because it fails to offer incentives for good work, and fails to offer compelling deterrence against bad work. Secondly, companies that offer lifetime positions to employees cannot adapt to a rapidly changing world. For instance, if an employee who was hired by a company 20 years ago might be too old to effectively learn new computer-related skills. In today's modern office environment, companies that cannot make effective use of new technology are at a severe disadvantage to those that can. In this case, a company that does not have the freedom to restructure, hiring and firing employees in accordance with shifting demands is likely to fail. A company that provides its employees with tenure effectively locks out new blood and runs the risk of being paralyzed by staff unable to change with the times. Finally, offering tenure to employees is a major risk because of unforeseeable personnel problems. Every office, no matter how well managed, is bound to have personality conflicts. In many cases, personality conflicts can lead to one of the feuding parties leaving the company. But if the conflict involves two tenured employees, the business might be seriously affected, even destroyed. Despite the uncertainty it brings to workers' lives, the company must look out for its own best interests first and not allow this disastrous situation to occur by not instituting a tenure policy.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Attending a live performance is more enjoyable than watching the same event on television. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
35. Live performance or television broadcast. Which is more enjoyable? While watching live performances on television is convenient, it cannot compare to attending live performance in person. Live performances, whether artistic, sporting, or entertainment, offer unique sensations apart from the performance itself, and encourage a greater level of participation as well as a better understanding of the event than a television broadcast could. The wonderful sensory experience of a soccer match begins before the game starts. The smell of popcorn and street food wafting through the air, the crowd roaring and waving like an ocean, and the excited songs of the fans are all part of the experience that adds to the enjoyment of watching the game in person. A rock concert is not just hearing the music, it is the feeling of standing in a crowd that is moving together like one living body to the beat of the drums. These experiences are all important parts of the experience of an event, and cannot be felt when watching the same event on television. When watching a performance in person, a viewer feels a closer sense of connection to the event. Every fan in the stadium will always leap to their feet when they see their favorite team score a goal in a soccer match, while only a few people might jump up watching the same goal at home. Watching a music performance on television wouldn't necessarily make people want to start dancing, but hearing a jazz band live would start every foot in the room tapping, just itching to dance. Live events seem to invite the active participation of the viewing audience, while television is a medium that encourages passivity on the part of the viewer. The understanding of a performance viewed on television is usually limited. A rock performance viewed live has ear-shatteringly loud music. While some people might not enjoy this, it is a part of the experience that television filters out. At any given time during a sporting event, there are many different things going on at once. Because television cameras can only focus on one event at a time, a live viewer can take it in a larger field of vision and potentially understand more about the events. Finally, live viewers' understanding of live performances is increased because live performances are not interrupted with commercial breaks every 12 minutes.
Choose one of the following transportation vehicles and explain why you think it has changed people's lives. Automobiles, bicycles, airplanes. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
36. A transportation vehicle that has changed people's lives. Automobiles, as the exponent of modern transportation vehicles, virtually have contributed to modern life more than most people have imagined, even though automobiles, as is true of all other technologies, have also created many problems. The advancement of modern transportation, certainly including that of automobiles, has made more goods available in local markets. For example, in China, some fruits are only cultivated in the southern part of the country and not in the northern, such as li-zhi, sugarcane, pineapple, partly due to sheer gradient of temperature. Thanks to the advancement of modern transportation system, people in the northern part of the country can now get those southern cultivated fruits readily available in almost every local market. In the far past, when such system didn't exist, when goods could be transported only by primitive tools such as carts, some fruits such as li zhi were the privilege of imperial household. At the same time, the development of modern transportation has also made goods in local markets much less expensive. Take li zhi, for example, again. 2 decades ago, li zhi was pretty expensive and was a luxury, but the development has made the transportation easier and the cost lower and lower. On the other hand, due to previous factors, more merchants are engaged in the business that simultaneously intensified the competition, which certainly affected the prices. Thus, the price of li zhi subsequently dropped. The same goes for other goods as well. Today, people are able to buy almost any goods they want, no matter where the origin of the goods is, and to make choice among more counterparts, and the best of all, to take the goods home with less expenditure. Moreover, advanced transportation vehicles such as automobiles have to some extent made people more independent than before. It is not hard to imagine that 50 years ago, a young widow who lived in a small village and whose husband had died when she was 23 had little chance to get married again, for the sake of the tradition or culture or whatever. But if that happened in the present day, things would be entirely different. Advanced transportation vehicles being readily available, she could easily get to another city within at most 2 days, and by lower expenses, say from the small village located in the northeast of China to the far southern city, Guangzhou, several thousands of miles away. That's a big city. That's a new city, and nobody knows her there. She has a brand new start, and she is entirely independent.
Do you agree or disagree that progress is always good? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
37. Is progress always good? Progress can be measured in many ways, but one very tangible way to measure progress is by looking at economic development. In these terms, progress can be seen as a very positive force, helping many people rise up from poverty. But history shows that progress, even as measured by economic progress, always has its cost. Take Germany in the 1930s, for example. Humiliated by unequal treaties after World War I, the German people were suffering from a terrible economy and massive inflation. Then Hitler took power and mobilized the German economy. In several years, the Germans' economy had recovered and was actually becoming among the most powerful in Europe. But Hitler's economic miracle came at a terrible price. His plan was to use Germany's economic power to finance its military power. Germany's aggression sparked World War II, a catastrophe that killed tens of millions of people all over the whole world, including countless millions of civilians. When progress serves evil, the result hurts. Likewise, the progress of America, arguably the most advanced of all nations, has come at a heavy price. America used to be the land of Native Americans. Americans' current progress would probably not have been achieved if most of the land in America still belonged to the Native Americans. From their perspective, America's current progress is their profound loss. Finally, China's economic growth over the past 25 years has been truly remarkable. Standards of living have gone up dramatically, but the progress has negative aspects as well as the obvious positive ones. As income gaps between the rich and poor widen, social problems like crime and poverty become more pronounced. The damage done to the environment by factories and progressive human activity might not be undone for hundreds of years, affecting the lives of Chinese people for generations to come. If these problems are not addressed, our grandchildren might truly come to regret current alleged progress.
Learning about the past has no value for those of us living in the present. Do you agree or disagree? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
38. Does history have any value for people living in the present? People live in the present. They plan for and worry about the future. History, however, is the study of the past. Some people might ask, given all the demands that press in from living in the present and anticipating what is yet to come, why bother with what has been? Given all the desirable and available branches of knowledge, why insist, as most American educational programs do, on a good bit of history? And why urge many students to study even more history than they are required to? However, it's undeniable that learning about past has its value. It will help us understand people and societies, and it will help us understand change and how the society we live in came to be. History helps us understand people and societies. In the first place, history offers a storehouse of information about how people and societies behave. Understanding the operations of people and societies is difficult, though a number of disciplines make the attempt. An exclusive reliance on current data would needlessly handicap our efforts. For example, how can we evaluate war if the nation is at peace, unless we use historical materials? How can we understand genius, the influence of technological innovation, or the role that beliefs play in shaping family life, if we don't use what we know about experiences in the past? Consequently, history must serve, however imperfectly, as our laboratory, and data from the past must serve as our most vital evidence in the unavoidable quest to figure out why our complex species behaves as it does in societal settings. This fundamentally is why we cannot stay away from history. It offers the only extensive evidential base for the contemplation and analysis of how societies function, and people need to have some sense of how societies function simply to run their own lives. History also helps us understand change and how the society we live in came to be. The second reason history is inescapable as a subject of serious study follows closely on the first. The past causes the present, and so the future. Any time we try to know why something happened, whether a shift in political party dominance in the American Congress, a major change in the teenage suicide rate, or a war in the Balkans or the Middle East, we have to look for factors that took shape earlier. Sometimes, fairly recent history will suffice to explain a major development, but we often need to look further back to identify the causes of change. Only through studying history can we grasp how things change. Only through history can we begin to comprehend the factors that cause change. And only through history can we understand what elements of an institution or a society persist despite change.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? With the help of technology, students nowadays can learn more information and learn it more quickly. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
39. Technology, student's helper or not? It is undeniable that continuously developing technologies have brought tremendous benefits, especially in learning area. Learning has in many ways become easier than has ever been before. Take learning English, for example. In the past, few students owned tape recorders, and learning materials were scarce as well. But today, Tape recorders get more and more inexpensive, and diversified learning materials are readily available. On the other hand, new devices such as MP3 or MD players are offered in market, and relevant learning materials are easily and freely downloadable from the Internet. However, it is a little bit hasty to assert students can learn more information and learn it more quickly simply because technology helps, since technologies, as always, contribute both benefits and detriments. For example, computers, as have been mentioned, help students a lot in various ways, but at the same time have many negative, even harmful impacts on the users. Most students nowadays play computer games, sitting before the table, staring at the screen, clicking mouse button, and the outcomes are cerebrum fatigue, visual deterioration, and another day of waste. Chatting on the Internet is another great way to kill precious time, and one of negative side effects of keyboard dependence is that students nowadays can seldom spell correctly. Worst of all, investigations have shown that more than half of time that students have spent online was exhausted on browsing porn movies, pulp fictions, or erotic photos, and so on. Students certainly want to learn more and learn more quickly, but merely technology itself is not the solution. Learning itself is a skill, and it only develops by practice. Computers and other devices can certainly help, but they won't make study any less painful, and technologies, in fact, provide no solution to overcome indolence that everyone has. Learning has never been easy, and it will not be easier merely because of technologies. It always requires tremendous efforts and determination to learn something well. Too much advocacy on the fancy benefits of technologies will mislead much more than virtually help.
The expression, never, never give up, means to keep trying and never stop working for your goals. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
40. Do we need never, never give up? Near the end of the Second World War, Churchill delivered his most famous and the shortest speech. Never, never give up. The British and people in many other countries were tremendously encouraged, and finally went through the hardest period in human history. Never give up represents a strong and positive life attitude. Some people are ready to quit when they feel they cannot endure the difficulties of some work, or they think they cannot find a way to finish the required task. Such people usually become upset and disappointed and lose their self-confidence, although they virtually can do everything well simply by trying once more. In cases such as acquiring second language, most people failed simply because they had given up. Acquiring second language might be the easiest task among diverse academic curriculums, because one can be successful only by plain repetition, though it is painstaking and time-consuming. Never give up. Such strong belief often gives us the second chance. The fact that we failed somewhere does not mean we are going to fail everywhere, and especially it does not necessarily mean that we are deprived of opportunities to win there. There probably is a second chance. Many successful people did fail before. Yu Min Hong, the founder of New Oriental School, was able to study in Peking University only after 3 attempts. He wasn't reckoned as successful after graduation. Among many signs is the fact that almost all his classmates went abroad, while he was each and every time refused by officials in visa-granting office for unexplained reasons. Yet he never gave up, which makes his later success inevitable. Psychology teaches us that we do get what we want, if we know exactly what we want and want the right thing. First of all, we must make sure that our clearly defined goals are achievable and that our carefully designed means are practicable. A superficial claim like, "I want to be a millionaire," brings nothing, and an unrealistic goal like inventing a perpetual motion machine is absolutely meaningless. But if we want to acquire a second language, it is both realistic and meaningful. By careful planning and relevant persistence, we have no reason to fail, and numerous examples tell us that even if the methods are problematic, many still finally attain great achievements. Therefore, in most cases, the belief, never, never give up, is really something that we should always bear in mind.
Some people think that human needs for farmland, housing, and industry are more important than saving land for endangered animals. Do you agree or disagree with this point of view? Why or why not? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
41. Land for human needs or endangered animals. When making decisions about land use, some say that human needs should come before animal needs in every case. While I agree that human needs should have primary consideration, humans have a special responsibility to protect the land that endangered animals call home. Animals adapt very slowly to sudden changes in their environments. Many endangered animals can only live in one place, or in a specific type of place. Humans, on the other hand, have a special ability to adapt quickly to changing and hostile environments. For instance, if humans need to live in a very dry environment, they can use technology to locate and drill for water, or build pipelines to bring in water from outside. Thousands of years ago, the residents of Xinjiang province dug underground tunnels hundreds of kilometers long to carry water to oasis towns like Turpan. Because humans are thus flexible while many animals are not, humans should make an effort to use up all available space before encroaching upon the habitats of endangered animals. One of the important reasons to protect endangered animals is that the delicate ecological balance of an area might be irreparably harmed by their extinction. For example, if humans chop down forests and use the land to grow corn, they might simultaneously destroy the habitats of a kind of bird that eats locusts. The next year, because the locust population can grow unchecked, locusts might destroy the entire nearby corn crop. Not only do the birds lose their homes, but humans are also harmed. The ecological balance of many natural habitats is still not well understood, and humans interfere in it at their peril. Finally, humans have much to learn from endangered species. One example is in the field of medicine. By observing a particular species of endangered monkeys in South America, scientists have discovered that monkeys eat a certain kind of plant when they get sick. Through research, the scientists discovered that this plant also has medicinal value for humans. If the monkey's habitat had been destroyed to create more farmland, not only would we lose the plants and the monkeys, we would also lose life-saving medicines and the potential for medical research.
What is a very important skill a person should learn in order to be successful in the world today? Choose one skill and use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
42. One skill needed to be successful in the world today. People succeed not merely because they have one or more certain skills. However, if I have to choose one skill which is supposed to be useful to success, I think it should be the ability to convince or persuade others. By convincing or persuading, we get what we want from others. When we were children, we always managed to persuade our parents to buy us candies. When we were in high school, we had to persuade our classmates to play with us. When we applied for a job after graduation, we had better be able to successfully convince the employer that we are qualified employees. Besides, someday, we will all have to convince a person whom we love that we are indeed outstanding husbands or excellent wives. By convincing or persuading, we become more and more sturdy and powerful. Nobody is capable of doing everything perfect. By persuading others to cooperate with us, we can achieve much more than we could only by ourselves. Mr. Yu Min-hong, CEO of Beijing New Oriental Education and Technology Group, had successfully convinced his alumni, including Mr. Wang Qiang and Mr. Xu Xiaoping, to strive after an ideal, to build a most influential private university in China, and today they have been so close. Mr. Yu, while answering a journalist, said that he once persuaded Chinese students to go abroad. His current work is to convince those students to return to their homeland with their enhanced intelligences. Ironically, it is ourselves who need us to persuade and convince most. We by nature are weak, yet have to be stronger to face up to tough surroundings. All too often, we need encouraging. Amazingly enough, it is ourselves who can indeed encourage. When we are in trouble, we need convince ourselves not to give up. When we are in plain sailing, we need persuade ourselves not to be negligent. By convincing ourselves, we become more and more independent and more robust, both of which are characteristics essential to success.
Why do you think some people are attracted to dangerous sports or other dangerous activities? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
43. The attractions of dangerous activities. People engage themselves in dangerous activities for various reasons, which probably includes money, pleasure, and perhaps ironically, nescience. Perhaps the most direct drive might come from money, which is needed for everyone, anytime and everywhere. People have enough wit to balance their certain choices, especially when they face danger and money. Those stuntmen or women in Hollywood movies, photographers who shoot sharks or crocodiles, or those who participate in stock car racing are always sophisticated enough to calculate whether the outcome outweigh the risk. If they are willing to take the risk, they must have evaluated well. They know exactly the rule. The more risks they take, the more they might get. There also is another kind of people in this world. Money is of almost no importance to them. They perform dangerous activities just for their own pleasure. Perhaps the most appropriate example involves sports. Actually, every kind of sport is dangerous and even can be deadly. Danger always exists, but people tend to simply ignore it. Take parachuting, for example. Who can refuse the fascination of flying in the sky like a bird? On the other hand, it seems that danger itself makes the activity so fascinating as too hard to refuse. To conquer is the very nature of human being from the very beginning. Pheidippides said seconds before dropping dead 2,000 years ago, "Rejoice, we conquer." And it seems perfectly logical for some people that celebration follows conquer. Ironically, sometimes blind brave comes out of nescience. Sometimes people simply don't know the activity is hazardous or how perilous it exactly is. It can be exemplified by a recent incident. 5 students, 3 of them have a master's degree, lost their lives in a mountaineering expedition. Those students reportedly didn't, and it seems highly probable, make an adequate preparation before expedition, which made the tragedy ineluctable. People always praise alpinists with words such as strong, brave, courageous, but in this case, none of these words is appropriate. Those young students traded their springtime with blind brave and died in vain.
Some people like to travel with a companion. Other people prefer to travel alone. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
44. Do you travel alone or with a companion? The biggest inconveniences of traveling are high expenses and safety concerns. Traveling with a companion may solve both of these problems and, at the same time, adds to the enjoyment of the trip. Part of the joy of traveling is the sense of discovery felt when seeing a completely new place. Traveling with someone else compounds that sense of wonder. When you see or experience something new, you can share it with your travel companion. Likewise, when you are traveling with someone else, you get the benefit of another pair of eyes and ears, and you are more likely to notice interesting things when you are not traveling alone. When I was hiking in Yunnan province with a friend, she spied a frog sitting by the edge of the trail. Had my friend not been there, I would not have seen it and missed part of the natural beauty of Yunnan. Traveling companions not only enrich the experience of travel, but also make it safer. According to police statistics, thieves, rapists, and murderers are all much more likely to target a single person walking alone than to target a group of two or more. To save money, a person traveling alone might sleep in a dorm room. Apart from the noise and inconvenience of sharing a room with a large number of strangers, travelers also have to be constantly vigilant to prevent other people from stealing your belongings. When traveling with a companion, you can take turns watching each other's valuables on trains, restaurants, parks, and other public places frequented by tourists. Finally, traveling with a companion is also cheaper than traveling alone. A hotel room for one person might cost 100 yuan, while a room for two at the same hotel might cost 120 yuan. If you have a companion, you can each spend 60 yuan per night, rather than both spending 100 yuan if you traveled separately. It is also cheaper to eat in restaurants, and you get to sample more kinds of food when two people order. When bargaining for souvenirs, each person can save a little money if you offer to buy more than one. Traveling with a companion can easily cut your travel expenses in half, while doubling the fun of the trip.
Some people prefer to get up early in the morning and start the day's work. Others prefer to get up later in the day and work until late at night. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
45. Which kind of life do you like? Get up early or get up late? When I was a kid and didn't want to go to bed early, my father always used to say, "The early bird gets the worm." I certainly knew what he meant. People who stay up late at night aren't able to get up early and take full advantage of the new day's opportunities. I'm not sure how wise I am, but I can certainly feel that getting a good night's sleep and an early start helps me do a full day's work. However, every job or task always has unforeseen problems and complications. A trip to the post office seems simple enough, but could be complicated and lengthened by heavy traffic, forgetting to bring money or addresses, or long lines. When I need to do many things in a day, a delay at the post office can negatively affect all my other tasks. To minimize these potential negative effects, I try and get an early start that leaves me plenty of time later in the day to finish my other tasks. Another important reason to get up before 8 a.m. is that businesses usually start their workdays by 9 a.m. at the latest. A person who wakes up at 10 a.m. has already lost 2 precious business hours. This gives them less time to go to the bank, the post office, or deal with any company or government office that keeps regular business hours. People who get up early have the extra benefit of all of the hours of a full business day, during which they can be more productive than they can during non-business hours. Finally, getting up early and going to sleep early is a fairly standard schedule to which most of society adheres. If I adhere to it as well, I will have more time to spend with my family and friends. If I get up late and stay up late, I will not only lose opportunities to interact with others during business hours, I will also lose chances to interact with people because they are asleep. This would be all right if I were a hermit, but since I enjoy the company of others, I prefer to be an early bird.
What are the important qualities of a good son or daughter? Have these qualities changed or remained the same over time in your culture? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
46. What makes a good son or daughter? In traditional Chinese society, a person's most important relationship was that between a parent and a child. The only measure of whether a child was good or bad was whether or not they were obedient to their parents' wishes. Traditionally, a Chinese family had many children. Boys were expected to go to school and, after they grew up, to have a son of their own, and to manage the family's affairs. When his parents grew old, a son was expected to live with them and care for them. A girl's parents would usually arrange her marriage to someone who she did not love and without consulting her. After she was married, she was no longer a part of her biological family. Instead, she became an adopted daughter of her husband's family and had to respect her husband's parents as she would her own parents. She was also expected to bear her husband a son. A child who broke these norms, defied or disrespected their parents, was seen as worthless or immoral at best, and could legally be killed by their parents in extreme cases. Today, of course, China is very different. Chinese children are still expected to respect their parents, but society is not as conservative as it used to be. When a Chinese son gets married, he will often prefer not to live in the same house with his parents, although he might still feel quite obligated to care for them in their old age. The greatest strides have been made by Chinese women, who now hope that their daughters grow up to marry someone that they love, and who is able to take good care of them. The major revolution in the Chinese family since 1980s has been the introduction of the one-child policy. Since Chinese families are now usually only allowed to have one child, the roles of parent and child have almost been reversed. Today's children in China, while still expected to treat their parents with respect, have become the little emperors and empresses of their families. Many little emperors are so doted on by their immediate and extended families that they become very spoiled, demanding toys, candy, and attention all day long. Because of the changing structure of the Chinese family, the bonds between parent and child, while still of primary importance, are characterized less by rules and respect and more by love.
Some people prefer to work for a large company. Others prefer to work for a small company. Which would you prefer? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
47. A large company or a small one? Which do you want to work for? While some people enjoy the relative comfort, stability, and prestige of working at a large company, I prefer to live life on the edge. Given the choice, I would much prefer to work at a small company where I could have more responsibility, more excitement, closer relationships with my coworkers, and a greater sense of accomplishment than I could have at a big company. If I worked at a large company, my role at the company would be highly specialized and narrowly defined. At a smaller company, everyone has to take on extra responsibilities to make the business work. For instance, if I worked at a small computer software company as a programmer, I might not only program, but also have to make trips to potential clients for sales. At a large company, the sales department would talk to clients, and I would be stuck in the same boring routine every day with less responsibility. I might less in touch with what the clients wanted if my responsibilities were limited to programming. I crave excitement, so the idea of working for a small company particularly suits me. While working at a large company can offer more job security, workers don't usually get any of the annual profits. But if you work for a small company, profits are more likely to be shared at the end of the year. This means that the harder you work, the more potential there is to make a large amount of money. It is also especially gratifying when you can see how your hard work helped to build or save the company, a feeling of accomplishment that is difficult to attain when working in a large company. Finally, working together in a small company creates a sense of special closeness between colleagues. You have to both trust and depend on each other for everything. This closeness is not only between people within the company, but can also extend to your clients and suppliers, all of whom you can get to know on a first-name basis. Business deals become less impersonal and more pleasurable when you work with people you trust and like. This trust is both deeper and easier to build when you work for a smaller company.
People work because they need money to live. What are some other reasons that people work? Discuss one or more of these reasons. Use specific examples and details to support your answer.
48. Reasons why people work other than earning a living. One of the most overlooked reasons why people work is to help other people. Government officials, social and charity workers, and religious organizations, and others all work not only for their own salaries, but also work for the common good. They labor for others because of their moral convictions, for reasons of personal reciprocity, and because they want to make society more stable, thereby benefiting themselves and others. Some of the most famous charity workers in the world have been affiliated with religious groups. For instance, many of the foreigners living in the poor regions of Africa are doctors, teachers, and other professionals who are paid by religious organizations to help the poor, sick, and needy people there. These professionals could make much more money if they worked in rich countries. They have chosen to help poor people because they believe their religion tells them to help people who cannot help themselves. They are working for others for moral or religious reasons. Some people work for other people because at some time in their lives, someone else has helped them. Many teachers can tell stories about a particular teacher who changed their lives. The gift a great teacher gave them inspired them to become teachers themselves. Likewise, many people become doctors because a doctor saved one of their family members' life, and they felt like they owed a debt of gratitude that money could not repay. To such people, the motivation for working is not the paycheck at the end of the month, but the smile on a child's face when they read their first book, or the look of joy on new parents' faces when they see their healthy newborn baby. Finally, some people work for others because they believe that society is only safe and stable when all of its members are happy. These people include good government officials who try to make policies that benefit the poorer classes of society. They know that only by making policies that help poor people live richer, happier lives can they lower crime, sickness, and poverty rates, and make society safer and happier for all citizens.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Face-to-face communication is better than other types of communication, such as letters, email, or telephone calls. Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
49. Is face-to-face communication better than other types of communication? While many modern forms of communication, like phone calls, email, and letters, are extremely convenient, in my opinion, nothing beats speaking to another person face-to-face. Face-to-face conversation is the ultimate form of human communication because it is interactive and allows a broader range of possibilities for communication in the intricacies of tone of voice, body language, and can add the intimacy of touch. The first and most obvious advantage that face-to-face communication has over a letter and email is that there is the ability for an interactive conversation. If the sender of a letter or an email does not write clearly, or the recipient does not understand part of the correspondence, then much time must be spent to clear up the misunderstanding. In a face-to-face conversation, misunderstandings are easily dealt with because of the immediate and interactive nature of a face-to-face conversation. The argument might be made that telephones and instant messaging services like MSN and ICQ are equally viable formats for interactive conversation, with the added benefit of being available over long distances. I would still argue that face-to-face conversation is better because you can see the other person. Not all communication is verbal. The meaning of much of what we say depends on our body language and tone of voice. Joking and irony are particularly difficult to express, identify, and enjoy without seeing the expression on someone's face or watching the movements of their body. Finally, if the goal of communication is to maintain or deepen a relationship with someone, business partners, friends, husbands and wives, or parents and children, face-to-face communication offers the option of communication by touch that is unavailable even if we could communicate by video. Trust and respect between business partners can be established with a firm handshake. No amount of body language can convey the excitement of a high five between friends, and no number of words can communicate the comforting embrace of a loved one. Touch is the first foundation of our human relationships, before spoken language, and it is only available when people communicate face-to-face.
Some people like to do only what they already do well. Other people prefer to try new things and take risks. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
50. Do what you already do well, or try new things. A defining characteristic of people is the degree to which they are willing to break out of their comfort zone. Old habits and well-honed skills give great comfort to any individual, but new personal challenges build character and allow one to grow as a person. It was not until very recently that I fully comprehended this. Today, while I still enjoy doing the things I am already good at, I've become interestingly eager to try new things because I have learned the value of new experiences. I have always been a talented athlete, and I still find great comfort on the basketball court and in the swimming pool. These are familiar places where I feel at home. They are also places where I continue to excel. However, not so long ago, my older cousin, a person whom I have always looked up to and admired, reminded me that there is nothing wrong with discovering new talents or doing many different things very well. He introduced me to music. For the past 16 months, I have been learning how to play the guitar, and this new experience has been extremely rewarding. Initially, I struggled. My inability to play even the simplest of notes frustrated me, and quite often I thought about giving up. Yet with my teacher's encouragement, I continued to make progress. Now my appreciation for music is much more profound than ever before, and my appetite for new experiences is whetted. Together with a couple of classmates, I have formed a book club. Every week we get together and discuss a piece of literature. Of course, my friends were hesitant to give this new idea a try at first. Nevertheless, I have convinced them to be risk-takers, and now all of us enjoy not only each other's company, but also books and stories, which is a completely new experience for all of us. Together, we are planning to learn how to dance and to purchase bicycles to explore the area around our hometown. We don't want to limit ourselves to what we know already.
Some people believe that success in life comes from taking risks or chances. Others believe that success results from careful planning. In your opinion, what does success come from? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
51. What does success come from? Taking risks or careful planning? Magazines and newspapers never tire of telling stories about people who have come to success quickly by taking risks. However, the problem with taking chances is that while one can win a fortune, one can also lose everything. Careful planning helps reduce that possibility, and it is a basic skill that all established business people have. Therefore, I believe that continued success in life will be the result of careful planning as well as taking risks. Careful planning is a requisite part of life, especially when one's decisions can impact one's own life and the lives of others in a significant way. For example, the CEO of a company must weigh all of his options cautiously. After all, his decisions will impact not only his life and that of his family, but also the lives of his workers and families. Due to a miscalculation on his part, the company could incur significant losses. These losses might be so substantial that the company will be forced to cut jobs in order to save money or save the company itself. Therefore, the CEO's carelessness could cost him his job, or even worse, could cost the jobs of other workers in the company who might be less well off than him. At the same time, taking chances is necessary on the way to success. People who get too caught up in careful planning often find themselves unable to make decisions. They are looking for more and more information in order to make a well-informed assessment, but they are taking too long. For example, the same CEO who plans the moves of his company carefully so as to minimize the possibility of failure faces tough competition in the business world. In order to stay ahead of his rivals, he will have to make decisions on the fly to beat out competing companies who are trying to buy the same materials or sell similar products. Thus, depending on the situation, taking a risk could be necessary to save a company or to ensure its prosperity well into the future.
What changes would make your hometown more appealing to people your age? Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
52. How to make your hometown more appealing to people your age. My hometown is a pretty good place to live. However, I still can think of at least 3 changes that would drastically increase the town's appeal to people my age, around 20. The construction of public sports facilities would give us the opportunity to exercise and spend our time constructively. The further development of the public parks would provide us with places to spend our leisure time in nice and cost-free environments, and the lowering of the cost of public transportation would give us the opportunity to roam the city more freely. Exercising is the most popular recreational activity amongst people my age, but unfortunately, there is very little opportunity to pursue sports in my hometown. All of the gyms, basketball courts, and football fields are on school grounds, and most of the time they are occupied by other students or sports teams. When they are not occupied, the facilities are locked up or it is too dark to play sports. The construction of public sports facilities that are open to anybody would solve this problem. My friends and I enjoy spending time together, but we cannot find a suitable place to hang out. Most of the time, we meet at the shopping mall around the corner or play outside the convenience store across from school. We usually just spend what money we have and do nothing else but look at the stores or sit on the street. We want to go to a park or a nice green area, but most of them are not very well kept. Those that are nice are too far away. Lowering the cost of bus and train tickets would not only allow us to go to those parks, but it would open up a whole new realm of possibilities. We would be able to go to other parts of the city and see our relatives more often. Right now, the only time we get to see our cousins is on holidays. Furthermore, we could actually afford to see a movie in the theater. At present, the cost of transportation is almost as much as the ticket itself.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? The most important aspect of a job is the money a person earns. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
53. Is money the most important aspect of a job? I understand that nowadays it is very important for people to earn a lot of money. As a matter of fact, many people equate money with success. The more money you earn, the more successful you are. However, the financial aspect is not the most important aspect of a job. The work environment and camaraderie with one's co-workers, the personal fulfillment from one's occupation, and the opportunity to balance professional and personal lives are much more important. People who spend 40 hours a week or more at their place of employment should enjoy their work environment, especially the company of their co-workers. After all, the prospect of having to spend any amount of time in a room or a building with people whom one does not respect, who are unpleasant, or even worse, hostile, will have a very negative effect on one's disposition and mental health. A few more dollars in a bank account cannot compensate for this. Similarly, one should derive a special fulfillment or pleasure from doing one's job. Normally, a person will spend at least a third of his or her adult life at work, 8 hours or more every day. One should not waste this time by doing work that is boring or tedious, even if it is well paid. The money earned will only enrich the life away from work, but not enhance the work experience. Finally, the personal life can only be enjoyed adequately if there is enough time away from the professional life. Affluence affords many nice things, such as houses or cars or television sets, but a person who has to work night and day will not be able to derive any pleasure from them. Also, a father or a mother who makes a lot of money might be able to provide his or her family with a comfortable life, but how much good does that do if he or she never sees them? Time spent with family, especially children, is invaluable, and thus a job with long hours might cost a person more than it affords.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? One should never judge a person by external appearances. Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
54. Should one judge a person by external appearances? People should look beyond superficial appearances. All too often we judge people quickly, and we do not take the time to get to know them. We draw conclusions based on prior experiences and stereotypes. Of course, there are situations in which judging a person based on appearance is necessary, but such quick conclusions can lead to serious misjudgments, and they often prevent progressive change within society. As time is limited, we often don't have enough of it to get to know a person well, and thus we are forced to form an opinion hastily. During a job interview, for example, decisions have to be made very quickly. If the applicant for an office job does not dress in accordance with the standards of the employer, he will probably not get hired for the position, although he might be the best qualified candidate overall. Another applicant will take his place because his qualifications, including his ability to dress and present himself professionally, appear to address the needs of the company better. In most cases, however, judging based on external appearance can lead to many misjudgments. An old person is not necessarily wiser than a young person, because wisdom is the result of experience and not age. A person dressed in old jeans and tennis shoes does not have to be poor or without means. She might merely prefer the comfort of her old shoes to the discomfort of high heels and business suits. Judgments based on appearance will also prevent progressive change within society. Because people will come to conclusions based on stereotypes, for example, a person with very dark skin might be from an African country, but he or she might also be from another continent altogether. Likewise, his or her skin color does not reveal anything about his or her likes or dislikes, his or her character traits or personality. Nevertheless, almost every person will invariably jump to conclusions on all of these, thereby precluding any contact or true understanding of the person of his or her background. As a result, common perceptions will persist and no progressive change will take place.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? A person should never make an important decision alone. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
55. Should people make important decisions alone? Important decisions are those that will have a significant or lasting impact on a person's life. Oftentimes, such a decision is difficult to make because the consequences are considerable or because the decision's circumstances and implications are complex. As a result, people will consult friends and family for their opinions to get a better understanding of the situation. Seeking advice is helpful because it helps to avoid pitfalls and precludes carelessness, but in the end, the person who has to live with the decision should make it by himself or herself. Discussing important decisions with others can be beneficial, especially if the person one is conferring with has experience with the problem at hand. For example, in order to be able to decide between continuing one's education after finishing 4 years of university studies and finding a job, it is helpful to talk to people who have made this decision. A person who decided to find gainful employment will probably give different advice than a person who decided to stay in school. Listening attentively to both will allow a person to make the best assessment of his or her own situation, as he or she will be able to learn from others' experiences. At the same time, one should consider the options and feelings of the people who will be impacted by his or her decision. For example, husband and wife should confer with each other before making up their minds to quit or change a job. After all, the change of a job can impact many aspects of their life together, such as the household income or the amount of time they can spend together. However, One should not allow or even ask others to make an important decision on one's behalf. After all, he or she will be the one with all the information at his or her disposal, especially after seeking advice from others. Ultimately, the person who has to live with the decision, insofar as it is a personal decision and does not affect others directly in a significant way, should take complete responsibility and make it herself.
A company is going to give some money either to support the arts or to protect the environment. Which do you think the company should choose? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
56. Support the arts or protect the environment. Nowadays, companies contribute money to many worthy causes. In fact, many cultural events only become possible through corporate sponsorship and financial support. The choice between supporting the arts and protecting the environment is not an easy one. However, the company should give money to protect the environment because a healthy environment is necessary in order to produce and enjoy the arts, and also because every company has an obligation to secure the environment which it pollutes, either directly or indirectly. A healthy environment has served as inspiration to artists over the centuries and millennia. On all continents, creative people have drawn from the positive effects of natural beauty to produce landmark pieces of art, and painters, writers, and musicians alike talk about the stimulating effects that nature has on their work. Furthermore, nature is the focal point of many works of art. For example, landscape painting. Therefore, a healthy environment becomes a prerequisite for art. Protecting the environment will also ensure that people will be able to enjoy the arts in the future. After all, environmental pollution causes and contributes to many diseases and illnesses. Naturally, sick people are not very concerned with high culture, but are more worried about getting healthy or staying alive. Thus, money spent on environmental protection will make it possible for people to continue to enjoy art because they will live healthier lives. Lastly, every company contributes in some way to environmental degradation. Even the companies that don't cause pollution by means of manufacturing or production still ship products or use great amounts of electricity in their line of work. Since air pollution is a serious problem, much of which is caused by industrial transport, and because electricity is a scarce commodity, the production of which also causes environmental damage, businesses should invest in this area. Not only will the company fulfill its ethical obligation, but it will benefit from the investment.
Some movies are serious, designed to make the audience think. Other movies are designed primarily to amuse and entertain. Which type of movie do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
57. Movies. Serious or entertaining? The question of what kind of movie to watch is a familiar one in my home. While my father does not care for movies a great deal, my mother is very fond of this kind of entertainment. Unfortunately, her tastes are very different from mine, and she mostly likes movies that fall into the light entertainment category. I, on the other hand, do not enjoy watching movies that aim only to amuse. Generally, I derive a greater sense of enjoyment from movies that get me to think, because I can find better light entertainment elsewhere, and I consider movies a serious art form. Sometimes, of course, I enjoy movies that amuse or entertain lightly in order to distract myself from the seriousness of everyday life. Humorous movies, such as slapstick comedies, are my favorites amongst the amusing ones, and every once in a while I even enjoy a romantic comedy. These movies offer a kind of escape. However, there are other ways of distraction that I prefer. For example, I enjoy taking long walks or listening to music much more than I enjoy watching a flick that means to accomplish nothing more than diversion. Movies, to me, are serious business. I tend to look at movies as an art form that should engage its audience and also challenge them. Of course, there are different ways to accomplish these two goals. A director might make creative use of stylistic means, such as editing or lighting or camera movement. Together with the screenwriter, he or she might find ways to present a relationship between classical or stereotypical characters in a complex and innovative way. Ideally, he or she will present an important social issue from a point of view that has not been thoroughly discussed. Thus, through his or her work, he or she will make his or her audience think about questions they had not considered before. Thereby, they will add to the discussion and make a contribution to culture and society. In my opinion, this is the goal of all art, and thus it should be the goal of movie making.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Businesses should do anything they can to make a profit. Use specific reasons and examples to support your position.
58. Should businesses do anything they can to make a profit? The ultimate goal of every business is to make a profit. Businesses that don't turn a profit go under and dissolve, and increasing competition on national and international markets makes it more and more difficult for companies to succeed or simply stay alive. Regardless, as members of society, companies are subject to laws and regulations that they must abide by, and the people who run businesses have a personal responsibility to both their employees and the community in which they do business. It is true that stiff competition will force companies to go to extreme measures to secure profits, but these must not include illegal means. In the recent past, the enormous sums of money involved in contemporary economics have led CEOs and managers of businesses to bend the rules of the trade. For example, companies have deliberately ignored government standards for environmental pollution limits or tried to bribe government officials to allow them to bypass these regulations. Such illegal means might be possible because of the sometimes tremendous social and political influences of business, but they are immoral, and the government should make a point of punishing violators. Moreover, the managers of companies must be aware that employees and their families depend on jobs for financial security. For many businesses, cutting jobs or moving jobs to another country is a way to further increase profits. However, the same jobs that are being cut or moved often support entire communities. If, for example, a company closed down an entire manufacturing plant of 5,000 or 10,000 jobs in order to make even greater profits, then a community the size of a small city would suddenly find itself out of a job. The initial consequences would be mass unemployment and a sudden death for the entire local economy, and before long, related social problems will surface, e.g., crime, homelessness, domestic violence, and drug abuse. These are all indirect yet devastating consequences of the business aim to increase profits. The owners and managers of the company have an ethical obligation not to ignore the consequences of their actions, and should not try to maximize profits at all costs.
Some people are always in a hurry to go places and get things done. Other people prefer to take their time and live life at a slower pace. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
59. Live life in a hurry or at a slower pace. I used to live at a frantic pace. My wristwatch dictated my life, and the hands of the clock pushed me forward to my next appointment, my next assignment, and my next social engagement. However, I have managed to relax. Now that I live my life at a slower pace, I've become a better student, a more reliable friend, and a person who enjoys life much more than before. Living life at a slower pace has allowed me to pay much more attention to detail and to work through my assignments at school more thoroughly. Before, I was always rushing through my reading and my writing, and my concentration was not very strong. The clubs and sports teams I belonged to demanded a lot of attention. After I decided to get rid of some of the more involved activities, I had more time to focus on my studies, and the results have shown in my marks. While I am still busy with school and extracurricular activities, I also make a point of slowing down and taking a step back in order to prioritize the things in my life. This allows me to evaluate how much time I should spend on one thing or another. For example, while I was hurrying through my schedule, I often lost track of my friends. I forgot about dates that we made and things that I agreed to do for them. This will not happen now. By slowing down the tempo and realizing how important my pals are to me, I have once again become a reliable friend. Lastly, living life at a slower pace allows me to appreciate the good things in my life. In the past, I would only think about the things I would have to get accomplished next. This anticipation did not allow me to concentrate on the moment, but now I am able to enjoy a family dinner or an afternoon at the movies with my friends without worrying about what I'm supposed to do next.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Games are as important for adults as they are for children. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
60. Are games equally important for adults and children? Games are fun. This is true for adults and children alike. However, games also teach a variety of skills, and they further every domain of a person's development. This is particularly important during the early stages of life. Through games, children learn gross motor and fine motor skills. They practice and develop the ability to use language, and they learn important interpersonal and social skills. Adults can use games to strengthen these areas, but their abilities are already much more advanced, and therefore games are more important for children. In play, a child learns gross motor skills, such as walking or jumping, which an adult has already mastered. Pushing a shopping cart, for example, teaches a toddler to balance his or her weight and to use his or her legs to support his or her body. This activity is game and exercise at the same time, but it would be completely unnecessary for adults. Similarly, fine motor skills and hand-eye coordination are areas in which a child has much more to learn than an adult. Thus, playing catch with a baseball has a much greater benefit to the young and inexperienced person. Language games allow children to practice and strengthen their language skills. Even simple sing-song or rhyming games aid in this development. Needless to say, due to their advanced language ability, adults would not get much out of these simple ditties. In comparison, adult language games, such as Scrabble, don't build but fine-tune vocabulary ability. Children are not able to compete here because they have not yet amassed enough language. Elementary interpersonal and social skills, ranging from communication to cooperation, are also developed in play. Children learn systems of social rules when engaging in simple activities like pick-up football games. For example, they learn how to control themselves and to tolerate their frustrations around others. They also learn how to work in a team. These, of course, are abilities that are extremely important for adults as well, but once again, children have more to learn.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Parents or other adult relatives should make important decisions for their older teenage children. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
61. Should adults make important decisions for their older teenage children? Parents or other adult relatives should not make decisions on behalf of their older teenage child. Nevertheless, they must take an active part in the decision-making process of their offspring. They can use their knowledge and experience to prevent their teenager from making costly mistakes while allowing him or her to gain confidence and to learn from his or her smaller errors so that he or she will be able to make mature decisions of his own in the future. Teenage children often lack the experience and knowledge to make sound decisions, and here their parents' input is valuable and necessary. Finding the right university or the right job after graduating from senior school is an example for this. A teenager has not worked before and never attended a university, and thus his knowledge in both areas is extremely limited. Here, the parents should advise their child and ensure that he or she makes the right decision. In order to be able to make sound decision in the future, a young adult must gain confidence. And parents can help by engaging him or her in dialogue and providing him or her with all the necessary information. A child between the ages of 15 and 18 will be able to recognize the best arguments and reasons. Through the parent's guidance, he or she will arrive at the correct decision and feel as though it was completely his or her own. Not only will he or she continue to seek the reliable advice of his or her parents, but the self-confidence gained from this experience will make it easier for him or her to make decisions in the future. While parents should guide or direct their child, sometimes it is helpful to allow him or her to make a mistake. This will teach the child to live with the consequences of a wrong decision and also to ponder future choices more carefully. For example, a child might ignore his or her parents' advice and pick a summer job that sounds very interesting initially, but which he or she comes to loathe almost immediately. This experience will be invaluable when the child grows up and has to find a real job.
What do you want most in a friend? Someone who is intelligent, or someone who has a sense of humor, or someone who is reliable? Which one of these characteristics is most important to you? Use reasons and specific examples to explain your choice.
62. What do you appreciate most in a friend? I appreciate all three qualities in my friends. It is important to me that my friends are intelligent, because I value intellectually stimulating conversation on meaningful topics. On the other hand, a friend with a good sense of humor can entertain and understands how to ease my sorrows by making me laugh in difficult times. However, only the reliable friend, by virtue of his dependability and loyalty, is guaranteed to stand by me in difficult times, and thus reliability is the most important characteristic I look for in a friend. In my last year of senior school, my 3 friends and I decided that we would study together for the college entrance exam. But my smartest friend hardly ever showed. She was extremely intelligent, and everybody, including our teachers, was certain that she would be admitted to one of the best universities in the country. As a result, she did not bother to study much. At our study sessions, she would appear occasionally, but more often than not her visits would distract us rather than help us. We would end up talking about metaphysical concepts like the existence of God instead of studying our lessons. My humorous friend attended most of our meetings, but Usually he was unprepared and we had to spend a lot of time getting him to speed up. He made us laugh, and he joked about how much better we were learning now that we had to teach him. Maybe he was right, but his constant lack of preparation became a steady source of frustration to the other two of us. However, my third friend and I were able to rely on each other. We overcame our common frustrations and fears by completing the tasks we set out to do. During those long evenings when the work seemed unbearable, we cheered each other up and kept working hard. Meanwhile, our intelligent friend was minding her own business, and our humorous friend was making somebody else laugh.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statements? Most experiences in our lives that seem difficult at the time become valuable lessons for the future. Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
63. Can difficult experiences become valuable lessons? Sometimes experiences that are supposed to be easy and enjoyable turn difficult because unforeseen troubles arise. At other times, problems simply turn out to be more difficult than expected, and this, in turn, causes great frustration. However, most difficult experiences will become valuable lessons for the future. They help us anticipate and prevent future mistakes. They allow us to recognize and solve problems more quickly, and they also make it easier for us to endure hard times. After our family car broke down in the middle of nowhere, my father realized that he had taken his toolbox out of the trunk earlier that day. He, my mother, and I spent nearly the whole afternoon in the sweltering summer heat of late July waiting for the car mechanic to arrive. It turned out that there was only a minor problem with the engine that my father could have easily fixed himself had he had the right tools. That evening, he put the toolbox back into the car and vowed never to make the same mistake again. Math used to be a very difficult subject for me, but once I learned how to identify and distinguish the individual equations, it became a whole lot easier. While I used to sweat blood and tears of frustration over my textbook because I could not figure out where to begin, I am now familiar with the problems. As a result, I solve them in less time and I am much less frustrated. My mother once told me that I was a much more difficult and painful birth than my younger sister. She joked with me that, as a result, I should treat her better and I was supposed to do more chores around the house. However, when she saw how upset her offhand comment made me, she hurriedly explained that, while the time of delivery and other circumstances were nearly identical, being pregnant with me had prepared her for my sister's birth. The birth of her second child was easier to endure.
Some people prefer to work for themselves or own a business. Others prefer to work for an employer. Would you rather be self-employed, work for someone else, or own a business? Use specific reasons to explain your choice.
64. Be self-employed, work for someone else, or own a business. There are advantages to all three kinds of employment. Owning one's own business might very well be the fastest way to fortune. Working for an employer, on the other hand, is often less risky and usually there are fewer responsibilities. However, I would like to be self-employed. Being self-employed would cater to my strength of working independently. It would give me a maximum of professional and personal freedom, and I would not have to take responsibility for the continued financial security of any employees and their families. I am a perfectionist and enjoy working by myself. When I work in a team or together with a group of people, usually the others' quality standards are much lower than my own. Furthermore, I like to be involved in every step of the development process. For example, if I could become a journalist, I would like to be self-employed because I would be responsible for researching, writing, and editing. At most major newspapers and magazines, these are 3 different areas. Another great benefit of being self-employed is the ability to balance personal life and career. When working for a major company, I would have to work on assignments that don't interest me very much. Also, it would be difficult for me to take vacation time whenever I need it. However, as a self-employed person, I can decide which jobs I want to take and which jobs to reject. Nobody would order me around. Also, I could design my own work schedule and adjust or change it if it interfered with my personal life. Lastly, as a self-employed professional, I would neither have to give orders nor take orders. After all, I don't work for anybody and nobody works for me. As I am not very fond of managing people and even less interested in being bossed around, the independent or self-employed work would suit me just fine.
Should a city try to preserve its old historic buildings or destroy them and replace them with modern buildings? Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
65. Should historic buildings be preserved or be replaced with modern buildings? Tall glass towers, whose shiny facades are as cool as their air-conditioned insides, are becoming part of cityscapes from South America to Northeast Asia. In the process, old buildings are making room for the seemingly unstoppable advancement of modernity. Thus, the face of the global city is changing, and city planners are facing the difficult choice of either preserving historic buildings or replacing them with modern ones. As there are strong arguments for either option, the final decision will depend on a thorough analysis of the specific situation at hand. It is important to preserve historic buildings and parts of cities because they are a part of the cultural heritage that gives identity to a community. Old homes and living quarters are a part of history, and once destroyed, leveled, and buried under thousands of tons of concrete and steel, they will be lost forever. The constructions erected in their places in too many cases lack any sort of connection to the place. These buildings are anonymous and culturalist edifices that could stand tall in any other part of the world. They lack the charm and character of their historic predecessors. Yet the construction of new buildings is a sign of modernization. Not only will many people find work in the process of building these structures, but their existence will attract future investments and thus greatly benefit the economy of an area or country. In addition, these new buildings often have lower maintenance costs in comparison to the aged constructions. More importantly, new development homes and office spaces include the comforts of modern life, e.g., air conditioning and modern kitchens, are thus comfortable to live in. Sweeping generalizations are impossible here. A city government should try its best to preserve the old historic charm of a city and its people. Yet at the same time, they have to look forward and modernize old run-down buildings in an effort to make their city a more comfortable place to live in and a more successful place to do business. Therefore, a city should think about its general interests and goals and then try to make specific decisions in individual situations.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Classmates are a more important influence than parents on a child's success in school. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
66. Are classmates a more important influence than parents on a child's success in school? It is extremely difficult, even maybe impossible, to generalize the relationships between parents and children. After all, Personalities, temperaments, and values differ from person to person, as does the ability to raise children. Furthermore, the relationship between parents and child changes over time, and the same is true for relationships between classmates. As a result, the question of who is a more important influence is difficult to answer, but what is undeniable is that parents should, and classmates can, have significant impact on a child's success in school. Parents are responsible for raising a child, and they should instill the value of education on him. After all, a child who enjoys education and learning is more likely to do well in school. This success will open up all kinds of opportunities in his future, from studying at a reputable university to finding a good job. Therefore, parents should take an active interest in their child's education and help him through difficult times by encouraging and motivating him. Nevertheless, parents must be careful not to force their child to success, particularly in early adolescence. Many teenagers become temporarily alienated from their parents during this period of their life, and a parent's insistence on academic excellence against the child's will could further erode their relationship and also have a negative effect on the child's schooling. Relationships to classmates have a significant effect on a child's academic performance, because it is in their company that most of the student's learning takes place. Since it is important for children of all ages to be accepted by their peers, much of a student's life is spent trying to fit in. Ideally, students will motivate and learn from each other, but often the opposite is the case. A student who shines in the classroom can become a social outcast because his or her classmates are jealous of his or her performance. This can then cause him or her to become less inclined to study and work hard, because acceptance by the classmates is more important to him or her than high marks.
If you were an employer, which kind of worker would you prefer to hire? An inexperienced worker at a low salary or an experienced worker at a higher salary? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
67. Hire an inexperienced worker with low salary or an experienced one with high salary. A company's human capital might very well be its greatest asset. As a result, a lot of thinking has to go into hiring a new employee. Naturally, in order to maximize profits, a company will want to employ a well-qualified candidate who is willing to work for very little money. Depending on the position that is to be filled, experience is an important qualification for which a company will have to pay a high salary, but often other intangibles such as aptitude, initiative, and creativity are just as important, and they might be compromised by prior experience. There are positions for which extensive experience is absolutely necessary or at least extremely helpful. For example, an airline will not hire inexperienced pilots to fly their biggest passenger planes for a good reason, and an investment firm will not allow a recent college graduate to manage the portfolios of their most important clients. In these areas, specialized knowledge gained from experience is mandatory. Similarly, when it comes to managing or supervising other workers, knowledge of the subject matter is important, but even more important is the ability to communicate effectively. This skill can only be developed through experience. Therefore, a company that wants to be successful immediately will have to pay for this kind of experience. Sometimes a company will be better off hiring a candidate with less experience. Not only will this prospective employee command a lower salary, but his or her lack of prior experience will allow him or her to learn new procedures more quickly, as he or she will not have to unlearn old ones. Similarly, Employers often complain that seasoned workers have become rusty in their established routines. They lack the initiative and drive of their youthful counterparts. Finally, creative positions are often filled with people who have little experience because these individuals are still open to new trends and movements, as opposed to being committed to old fads. Therefore, if I was an employer, I would try to make a decision based on the requirements of the position I have to fill and the qualities of the candidates applying for the job.
Many teachers assign homework to students every day. Do you think that daily homework is necessary for students? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
68. Is daily homework necessary for students? For students, the only good homework is no homework. This has been a truism for as long as schools have existed. However, the practice of newly acquired knowledge and the preparation for new lessons are essential parts of the learning process. Teachers understand this and give assignments accordingly. Nevertheless, there is such a thing as too much homework. Whether daily homework is useful or not depends on the age of the students and the subjects in which the work is assigned. And teachers also have to take into account the possible negative effects of overwork. The age of a student, or better yet, the stage of the personal development of a student, has to be considered when deciding on the amount of homework assigned. Elementary school students respond differently to daily homework than senior school students. They are more limited in their ability to concentrate on a subject and take in knowledge. These are skills that are developed over time. In addition, they will need to learn other important lessons, for example, how to interact socially and behave in a group of their peers. Thus, instead of daily homework, these students need time to play with their friends. The need for daily homework also differs from subject to subject. For example, in the areas of mathematics and languages, continuous engagement with the subject matter is necessary because it allows a student to internalize important concepts and mechanisms. In the field of history, on the other hand, it is more important that students grasp greater concepts. Memorizing dates and places is important, surely, but if forgotten, these can always be looked up in the textbook. In these subjects, daily homework is not only unnecessary, but it might discourage students from taking an interest in the topic. After all, learning is largely a voluntary activity, and teachers have to consider the possibility that too much homework will frustrate the students. As a result, students might become less interested in the subject or less willing to learn. Consequently, the good intentions of the teacher could very well have the opposite effect, and a student will learn less.
If you could study a subject that you have never had the opportunity to study, what would you choose? Explain your choice using specific reasons and details.
69. Choose a subject that you have never had the opportunity to study. Students graduating from colleges today are not fully prepared to deal with the real world. It is my belief that college students need to be taught more skills and information about personal finance management to enable them to meet the challenges that face everyone in daily life, which includes playing the credit game, planning their personal finance strategy, and consumer awareness. Learning how to obtain and use credit is probably the most valuable knowledge a young person can have. Credit is a dangerous tool that can be of tremendous help if it is handled with caution. Having credit can enable people to obtain material necessities before they have the money to purchase them outright. But unfortunately, many young people get carried away with their handy plastic credit cards and awake one day to find they are in serious financial debt. Learning how to use credit properly can be a very difficult and painful lesson indeed. Of equal importance is learning how to plan a personal budget. People have to know how to control money, otherwise it can control them. Students should leave college knowing how to allocate their money for living expenses, insurance, savings, and so forth, in order to avoid the, "Oh no, I'm flat broke and I don't get paid again for 2 weeks," anxiety syndrome. Along with learning about credit and personal financial planning, graduating college students should be trained as consumers. The consumer market today is flooded with a variety of products and services of varying quality and prices. A young person entering the real world is suddenly faced with difficult decisions about which product to buy or whose services to engage. He or she is usually unaware of such things as return policies, guarantees, or repair procedures. Information of this sort is vital knowledge to everyday living. For a newly graduated college student, the real world can be a scary place to be when he or she is faced with such issues as handling credit, planning a budget, or knowing what to look for, when to make a purchase, and whom to purchase it from. Entering this real world could be made less painful if people were educated in dealing with these areas of daily life. What better place to accomplish this than college?
Some people think that the automobile has improved modern life. Others think that the automobile has caused serious problems. What is your opinion? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
70. Has automobile improved modern life or caused serious problems? Over the course of the past 100 years, the automobile has become a staple of modern society, and its impact has been considerable. Yet the question of whether it has improved our lives or caused serious problems is irrelevant, because the automobile has done both. Consequently, we should develop its strengths and seek to correct the problems it continues to cause in order to reap greater benefits from this tool. With the invention of the automobile, the age of transportation shifted into another gear. Quickly, it became possible for people to travel more comfortably and conveniently to destinations near and far, and the figurative world moved closer together. Trucks carried cargo across countries and soon became serious competition for trains and ships. As a result, food and other consumer goods have become available even in remote areas. Overall living standards have improved, and the automobile industry, which has grown fantastically over the course of the past century, employs millions of workers worldwide. However, as societal reliance and global economic dependence have grown together with the automobile industry, many significant problems have surfaced. Car and truck exhausts pollute the air in metropolitan areas around the world, and thus create serious health problems. The continued use of fossil fuel engines and the scarcity of oil have led to much political strife and even war, particularly in the oil-rich region of the Middle East. As the powerful automobile industry remains reluctant and has yet to successfully promote an engine type that does not rely on gasoline power, the problem of fossil fuel shortage will become an even more serious problem. Since the automobile is here to stay, we must not only enjoy its conveniences, but we must also aim to reduce the problems it has caused, for example, air pollution and over-reliance on fossil fuel engines. In the same vein, we must encourage the usage of alternative fuel sources, which have been researched and developed successfully. Then, the benefits of the automobile will outweigh the serious problems.
Which would you choose? A high-paying job with long hours that would give you little time with family and friends, or a low-paying job with shorter hours that would give you more time with family and friends? Explain your choice using specific reasons and details.
71. Choosing a job. High paying with long working hours or low paying with short working hours. I am optimistic that through my studies and continued hard work, I will be able to find a job that will provide my future family and me with financial security. We should be able to afford the necessities of life, such as a modest home, enough food to nourish us, and keep us in good health, as well as education for our children. Hopefully, I will find myself in the fortunate situation where I can decide between a high-paying job with long hours and a low-paying job with shorter hours. I would choose the job with the lower salary and greater personal time without hesitation, because my family and friends are the most important things in my life. Time is the greatest investment I can make into the relationships with my wife and my children. A marriage is not just a decision one makes, but a promise that one keeps. In order to do so, one has to be there for the other person and share moments of joy as well as times of difficulty. Nowadays, too many relationships wither away as the partners are unable to work out their problems or bond through meaningful experiences. Personal careers become too important and family time becomes a rare occurrence. The absence of one parent, due to professional career or divorce, can have a very negative effect on a child's development. The child might question his value to mother or father, depending on which one is continually absent, and develop low self-esteem. Without the presence of either or worse, both parents, the child will be more likely to make bad decisions as he is lacking proper guidance. And there is one point should also be mentioned, i.e., neither expensive toys nor fancy clothes can compensate for this. Lastly, I can derive more pleasure from spending time with my friends than I ever could from driving a sports car or taking luxury vacations. The inner peace and balance that I enjoy from their company are invaluable to me. Also, $1 million in the bank would be worth nothing if I didn't have the time to enjoy these riches with my friends.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Grades encourage students to learn. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
72. Do grades encourage students to learn? Does grade really encourage students to learn and guarantee a qualified education? Hardly. Given the opportunity, students spend time using their intelligence to figure out how to get a higher or top grade without doing the real work of the course and without thinking, rather than spending the same time thinking and exploring, regardless of what grade this may bring them. It isn't that these students are not motivated, it's just that they're not motivated to learn as much as they're motivated to get good grades. Once one becomes grade-oriented in one's thinking, it is difficult for him or her to stop thinking that way. Anybody who gets top grades is, in some sense, a winner of the system, but these seeming winners are, far too often, losers of a more important game. To win the grade competition in high school, most of these winners learn to ask what was expected of them and then do just that. They had to make sure they got high SAT scores by memorizing endless vocabulary words and by practicing 1001 uses of the Pythagorean theorem. They wanted to know from their high school teachers if the material being covered on a given day was going to be on the test, because they realized early on that the test is all that matters. When these successes of the system arrive in college, they of course have not changed their attitudes. They fear open-ended assignments. They are impatient with discussions that are not going in any particular direction except where the interests of the discussants dictate, since they know that such discussions waste time that could have been better spent studying for a test. What these students have learned from school is the underlying message that the world is run by authorities who have definite points of view. The system has taught them that the way to get along in the world is to understand and to cater to those points of view espoused by the educational authorities. Cleverness pays, but disagreement does not. Such students are in the process of becoming yes men. On the other hand, students who do less well in high school are often rebelling against curricula they see as irrelevant to their lives. This type of student judges what goes on in school according to how well it relates to his own day-to-day concerns. If algebra does not seem relevant to the problems such students face, then they see little need to pay attention to it. Under such circumstance, the school might have been able to embed algebra instruction inside a task they cared about, causing them to want to know algebra because it would help them do something they wanted to do. But schools generally don't like this, so the conclusion drawn by many students is that since so much is irrelevant, they might as well tune it out. These students learn to get by as well as they can, separating themselves from other kids who are willing to play the game.
Some people say that computers have made life easier and more convenient. Other people say that computers have made life more complex and stressful. What is your opinion? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
73. Computers and human life. For every individual who praises the advent of the computer age, there seems to be a computer-phobic person. Truly, many people are having a difficult time warming up to this machine and its ubiquity. The computer appears to have made life more complex because it can be difficult to understand, and it has quickened our pace of life, and thus caused stress. But once people learned how to use it, they will be able to appreciate the conveniences it has to offer. Many people, especially older generations, are not familiar with computers and therefore uncomfortable with them. They find the machine's workings too complex and difficult to understand. Even the terminology seems like a completely different language, because 20 years ago, nobody knew what words like software, hardware, or network connection meant. When people heard the word mouse, they thought of a rodent. This has changed today, and few teenagers would make the same mistake as their grandparents. It is also true that computers have quickened the pace of life by allowing us to communicate and do business more efficiently, and this can certainly result in stress. After all, time saved is usually spent on accomplishing more tasks, and thus personal and professional schedules have become more crowded. The stress factor increases yet again when the technology on which we rely breaks down. Few people understand their computers well enough to fix them, and as entire companies depend on this technology to handle all of their business needs, a single broken computer can wreak a lot of havoc. Nevertheless, computers and the Internet have become an integral part of everyday life. Computers are here to stay, because they facilitate many of our everyday processes, and we have already grown dependent on them. Today, computer owners use their machines not only to communicate and do business, but also for entertainment. As people learn more about computers, they will become more comfortable with them, and technological progress will fix many of the small annoyances that cause stress to their owners.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? The best way to travel is in a group led by a tour guide. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
74. Is traveling in a group led by a tour guide the best way to travel? Those lucky enough to travel, particularly those fortunate enough to visit foreign countries, face the decision of traveling in a group with an experienced tour guide or traveling by themselves. The choice is a difficult one, as both ways of travel have advantages. Personally, I believe that although traveling in a group with a tour guide is obviously convenient, the benefits are often not significant enough, and in many ways, traveling in this kind of way can limit one's travel experience. The conveniences of group travel with a tour guide include the fact that one easily meets other people and thus has a more enjoyable and comfortable travel experience. This is particularly important when traveling in a foreign country where a language barrier prevents interaction with the locals and isolation can become a problem. The tour guide is often experienced in generating a jovial atmosphere within the group, and his or her knowledge of the foreign culture and places of interest provide travelers with a greater appreciation of their trip. Also, and maybe most importantly, when traveling with a guide, the individual traveler normally does not have to worry about hotel reservations and transportation. Those aspects are taken care of. On the other hand, convenience might not be important to a traveler, and traveling alone allows far more personal freedoms. For example, one can easily make changes to the travel itinerary. The traveler can choose to stay in certain places or move on more quickly than otherwise possible, because he does not follow a set schedule. Learning about culture and places of interest is also easy as that information is readily available in books. Furthermore, travelers tend to congregate, and it is very easy to meet fellow vacationers who might have insightful tips as far as where to go and what to do. Generally, basic command of the English language suffices to have such informative exchanges with other travelers and locals, who are often eager to share their customs and culture. Therefore, traveling outside a large tour group can result in a richer and more genuine experience, and I believe this experience to be more exciting to me.
Some universities require students to take classes in many subjects. Other universities require students to specialize in one subject. Which is better? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
75. Should students be required to take classes in many subjects or to specialize in one subject? Universities that require their students to take classes in many subjects offer a very different educational experience from the universities that encourage specialization. As higher education becomes a more accessible commodity, students will be able to choose between these two different forms of instruction. The answer to the question of which system is better depends on the student's interests and the goals of their studies. Students who complete a degree at a university which requires them to take classes in many different subjects will receive a well-rounded education. Here, they will be able to develop their knowledge in different areas. And they will also have the opportunity to find out what their interests really are, as they will be exposed to a variety of fields of study. Therefore, this kind of university is ideal for students who have many interests or don't know what their interests are. Also, students who have an interest in education and consider the possibility of graduate school will be able to gain a broader knowledge base before specializing later on in their academic careers. They will be able to pursue education for education's sake and not just to learn a trade. When they try to find work after graduation, their versatility will allow them to apply for a wide range of jobs. On the other hand, students who specialize will have a great advantage over students who don't when it comes to finding a job in their specific field of study. Naturally, companies will be most interested in job applicants who have superior knowledge and can thus make the greatest contributions. At the same time, The specialization system allows students to focus on their interests and the subjects relevant to them. Students majoring in physics or chemistry would feel very out of place in a course on ancient poetry or Western literature. They might consider it a waste of their time and energy. This might then have a negative effect on their educational progress in general.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Children should begin learning a foreign language as soon as they start school. Use specific reasons and examples to support your position.
76. Should children begin learning a foreign language as soon as they start school? More and more international corporations build their businesses in my country, China. At the same time, more parents tell their children that English is one of the necessities to be successful in the future. Students work so hard to master English that English learning-related publications have always been on the top of the bestseller list. It seems clear that one will be better off if he or she is a bilingual, and if the second language is English, even better. However, learning a foreign language must have been painful, since people are continuously creating all sorts of methods and suggestions on how to learn it more easily, more quickly, and more effectively. Some people propose that children should begin learning English as soon as they start school. But would it really work? Hardly. It seems true that children have natural, amazing ability to develop their language skills. Statistic figures show that a 6-year-old boy can virtually memorize nearly as many as 150 words a day. But things become different when the child is learning a foreign language. When children are learning their mother tongue, they are not alone, and they are learning with numerous handy aids around. Parents, friends, and all the people around them are talking the same language, without any grammar error and nearly uniform intonation and pronunciation. However, when they're learning a foreign language, all of those natural aids disappeared, and words become really foreign and abstract after they leave classes. And even worse, their teacher might have a bad accent or even wrong pronunciation. Some may adduce children in Luxembourg as evidence, but the point is that most all parents in that place are trilingual. Learning a foreign language well involves much more than merely memorizing handful vocabulary or several grammar rules. If a girl is able to say hello in a standard American accent, does that really mean she has learned a second language well? Or will she go so far as to be a linguist? In fact, learning a foreign language in some sense is beyond the capacity of children, especially as little as first-grade pupil. For language is used to express thoughts and ideas, both of which are naturally cultural and historical, and are sometimes too complex for children to comprehend. After all, learning earlier doesn't automatically guarantee learning quicker or better.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Boys and girls should attend separate schools. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
77. Should boys and girls attend separate schools? In my country, China, many people in a sense live in a ridiculous culture where young boys and girls should never say love to each other. Moreover, it is absolutely a shame that such affairs happen in campus. To avoid alleged shame or danger of it, some people assert that boys and girls should attend separate schools. The point is there anything wrong when a little boy says, "I love you" to a little girl? Gone are the days when love was a forbidden word in our culture. It has now, nevertheless, actually quite different connotations from that of the word in Western society. It can be seen that people in Hollywood movies often say "I love you" to almost everyone naturally, readily, and easily, including friends, family members, partners in work, even an unknown taxi driver. But in China, not surprisingly, many people have never said I love you to their parents, even seldom to their mates or children. Love, in Chinese word, does in fact carry subtle connotations related to immortal affairs. It seems not a problem of is there anything wrong, but one of there must be something wrong if a teenager dares to say anything about love. Even if there must be something wrong when a teenager falls into love, is it something so appalling, even evil, that adults have to take action to prevent or even fight? Did we ever discover any prudent evidence which clearly prove it is really something bad? Hardly. It is in fact quite natural that a little boy admire a beautiful girl, or a little girl feels a smart boy appealing. And such emotions do not harm anything. Alleged puppy love simply is a nonsense concept invented by ignorance. Girls and boys actually do not even know what love is. Perhaps they merely imitate behaviors of adults around them. What we adults should do is not to make them believe love is evil, but to teach them what true love really means. Regrettably, those adults never realize that they actually fail to assume their responsibility, but presumptuously believe they are capable of eliminating love among boys and girls by separating them into different schools. It will never work. Separate school once was one of evil signs of discrimination of women, but today re-emerges to prevent love affairs among teenagers. A high school in Beijing recently announced that it has already separated girls from boys into different classes. I can hardly imagine any benefit that such a scheme could produce, except for further distortions of teenagers' natures.
Is it more important to be able to work with a group of people in a team or to work independently? Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
78. Work with a group of people or work independently. While some people emphasize great importance of cooperation, others argue that the significance of individual competition should not be rejected or neglected. To examine whether one is more important than the other, we have to look carefully into further details. There are circumstances where the ability to work with group is much more important than that to work independently. More often than not, in most fields, a team can achieve much more extensive scope than an individual can, because one has less strength than many have. In team-played sports such as football, basketball, volleyball, etc., teamwork is often highly valued and is of essence. To get a goal or make a point, team members have to cooperate with each other. Nobody could achieve without others' help. Although individual competence is a must, too much accent on his personal ability will lead him, even the whole team, to a disaster. On the other hand, there are also inverse circumstances. In vital decision-making, for example, one has to make a final choice with his or her own judgment. Let's consider the same situation mentioned above. On the very same sports ground, each opposite team has only one and should have only one coach, who must work independently to make important decisions, including which players should be replaced, which players should present on what kind of special circumstances, and so many other critical choices. The coach, like the commander in the war, stands on a position where he or she has to be competitive, and his or her only rival is the coach of the other side. Even if he or she at the same time has to consult with others, it is him or her who takes the final step, and he or she essentially has no choice but to have an excellent ability to work independently. There seldom exists a circumstance where cooperation and competition do not coexist. The point is that emphasis on cooperation doesn't mean competition should be neglected or rejected, and vice versa. Therefore, it hasn't gone too far to say that both the ability of working with a group and that of working independently are equally important.
Your city has decided to build a statue or monument to honor a famous person in your country. Which would you choose? Use reasons and specific examples to support your choice.
79. Whom in your country would you choose to build a statue for? If my city has decided to build a statue to honor a famous person in my country, I would choose a late singer, Teresa Tung. She was born in the 1950s and died of a severe asthma attack at age 41 in May 1995 while holidaying in Chiang Mai, Thailand, triggering an outpouring of grief among her legions of fans in Asia and elsewhere. During her brilliant stage career, favored by fans all over Asia, she moved millions of people. Her famous songs include Sweet, Story of Small Town, and Moon Represents My Heart, etc. It was said that it was her who introduced several generations in China to a certain field of popular music. Her songs have accompanied the growth and development of many people in China. In the home of these generations' souls, her sweet voice has become immortal beauty and memory. Although she's gone, her sound of singing has never vanished. She is constantly commemorated. From Beijing to Taipei, Hong Kong to Singapore, her ubiquitous fans observe her commemoration from time to time, cherishing her incredible beauty and her voice that sounds to come from heaven. Her sweet songs made her a legend and are still regularly heard on radio and continue to have a following in Chinese communities all over the world. She should be remembered not only because of her beauty and voice, but also because of her great charity. She founded Teresa Tung Foundation during her lifetime. The purpose of the foundation is to cultivate and support gifted artists, and at the same time, the foundation includes a trust to distribute scholarship to make sure that art students have opportunities to accomplish what they actually can. Every year, the Teresa Tung Foundation also sends a great amount of money as a charity to help homeless children, and these activities are supported by her fans all over the world.
Describe a custom from your country that you would like people from other countries to adopt. Explain your choice using specific reasons and examples.
80. A custom from your country that you would like people from other countries to adopt. My favorite custom from Chinese culture that I wish that other countries would adopt is respect the old, love the young. These two ideals have been part of traditional Chinese culture for thousands of years, but they are more important than ever in contemporary Chinese culture. If adopted by Western countries, these two traditional attitudes could help them solve some of their social problems. One major problem in many Western countries is what to do with old people when they can no longer take care of themselves. A Chinese family will often have 3 generations of one family living under the same roof. They love and respect the older generation and consider them wise. Western people believe that living with one's own parents is inconvenient and embarrassing. Instead of respecting old people, some think that they are stupid and ugly. When Western families' parents get old, they would rather send them into nursing homes and retirement homes than live together with them. Only old and sick people live in these places, and they are considered depressing. In the worst cases, they might seem like a prison to their inhabitants. Old people in the West would be much happier if they adopted these traditional Chinese attitudes. Juvenile delinquency is another serious social problem in Western countries. Its causes can also be traced back to a lack of respect for old people and love for young people. Children are not taught to respect the wishes of their parents and instead value their relationships with their friends more. Because in many Western families, both parents have jobs outside of the home, children often lack adequate supervision. Chinese families, by contrast, often have at least one parent or a grandparent at home to take care of and love the children. Children without proper guidance and love from a young age might start to smoke, drink, use drugs, and commit crimes. This occurs much less frequently in China because people pay more attention to their children and have the children's grandparents nearby to help raise them. The West puts the individual before the family. Traditional Chinese culture puts the interest of the family first and the individual second. Chinese mothers and fathers place higher value on their child's development than on their child's independence. Children place a higher value on their parents' happiness than on their own convenience. While there are many excellent lessons that Chinese people can learn from the West, Western people would do well to learn from these essential Chinese traditions.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Technology has made the world a better place to live. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
81. Has technology made the world a better place to live? Technology is a tool for humanity. As such, it merely supports human actions, good and bad, and does not contribute in and of itself to the progression of the world. Nevertheless, while people have utilized technology to improve their living conditions, and also as a means to control and harm others, I believe that technology has allowed and will continue to allow mankind to solve our most serious problems and thus make the world a better place to live. Technology has aided us in the fight against the two most serious threats to human life, hunger and disease. With the help of technology, we have been able to save millions of lives by developing vaccinations, cures, and treatments for diseases that used to be considered fatal. Similarly, technology has figured prominently in the area of food production and may one day allow us to stamp out hunger all over the world. The development of telecommunication and information technologies has encouraged communication between countries and their peoples, and thus prevented political conflict. Of course, technology has also helped mankind to become more destructive and exploitative. The ever-growing arms industry has been able to build bigger bombs and more efficient killing machines. As a result, armed conflicts have become more and more devastating and cost more human lives than ever before. In addition, governments have used technology to limit information and suppress oppression, and businesses continue to use it to maximize profits by replacing workers with machines. None of these practices can be considered beneficial to humanity. However, while the development of technology might have contributed to some of these contemporary problems, it offers the most likely solutions to many of them. People in many parts of the world still die of starvation, and further developments in food science will hopefully end this unfortunate situation. Also, the global energy shortage presents a problem only technology can solve, and the further development of existing technology is necessary to reduce and stop environmental pollution and degradation.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Advertising can tell you a lot about a country. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
82. Can advertising tell you a lot about a country? Advertising does not mean to educate or illustrate. Primarily, it is a vehicle for business, and it aims to sell products. As a result, the information we can gather from looking at advertisings is quite limited. However, the cultural ideas used to sell commodities reveal a society's value system, and from the nature of the advertising and the product it aims to sell, we can draw conclusions as to which social demography might be the most affluent. In order to be most effective, an advertising campaign will make use of the cultural values of a country. Obviously, companies will be able to sell more products if a great many people relate to the goods and the images used to sell them. For example, in a country like the United States, where a great percentage of the population is religious, advertisers use expressions such as heavenly, divine, or revelation, because these have connotations that prospective customers will likely identify with. Similarly, advertisers will try to employ fashion models who embody a culture's ideas of personal beauty, because attractive men and women will sell more products than unattractive ones. Companies identify social demographics or parts of society that are most likely to buy their products and design their advertisings accordingly. For example, teenage girls are more likely to buy mobile phones than retired factory workers. Thus, companies will make use of fashion trends in their ads and probably pay a famous pop singer a big chunk of money to endorse their product. If the majority of all advertisings in a country are geared towards a specific target market or audience, then this part of the population probably has the most financial resources at their disposal. Although we can learn some things about a country by looking at its advertising, we have to remember that this knowledge is limited. After all, advertising is only directed at people who have the means to buy consumer goods. Thus, advertising does not tell us anything about the overall prosperity or likes and dislikes of a country. Also, advertising not only reflects, but also tries to shape and change cultural values. Therefore, it does not accurately reflect the exact state of a country's culture.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Modern technology is creating a single world culture. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
83. Is modern technology creating a single world culture? Through modern technology, such as TV, telephone, and the Internet, it has become easier for people from different cultures to communicate. In a sense, the world has become a smaller place. However, it is questionable if technology is creating a single world culture, because even though a cultural exchange is taking place, accessibility of this technology is still very limited, and, more importantly, people have come to value the differences inherent in their cultures. People around the world are taking advantage of the opportunities presented by modern technology to learn about other cultures. Not only foreign movies, music, and books communicate with the locals, but the different cultural values do, which are readily available on DVD, CD, and via the Internet. Similarly, TV broadcasts fashions across the world, and a new style of dress will likely catch on quickly in different parts of the globe. People adopt foreign things they like and make them their own. In this sense, cultural assimilation is taking place. However, while some societies and their cultures are technologically advanced and thus connected with other parts of the world, the majority of the world's population lives largely isolated. Such isolation is the result of limited technological resources, which in turn is generally related to poverty. For example, nearly the entire continent of Africa is impoverished. Its people have few means to learn about other cultures, and even if they did, they would have little use for Western culture, which to a great extent is a consumer culture. They are also extremely limited in the ways they can educate people from other parts of the world about their cultures. Finally, people who are learning about foreign cultures generally come to appreciate and accept the differences between other cultures and their own. They recognize the value of variety, the enjoyment they derive from experiencing foreign languages, dances, songs, visual and culinary arts, also allows them to see the value in their own culture's achievements. Therefore, cultural exchange does not necessarily result in the melting of many cultures into one.
Some people say that the Internet provides people with a lot of valuable information. Others think access to so much information creates problems. Which view do you agree with? Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
84. Internet information. Valuable or problematic? The Internet is a great invention because it disseminates information freely. Freedom of information is the interest of a country and its citizens, but, in light of the information anarchy on the Internet, people need to learn and understand how to evaluate and use the information they find at their fingertips. The Internet promotes freedom of information and freedom of speech, which are integral parts of a successful modern democratic society. With innumerable news sources at their disposal, citizens have the opportunity to educate themselves, and this knowledge will allow them to contribute to the progression of their society. Similarly, the ability to consult different viewpoints, especially those diverging from their own, will allow people engage in meaningful dialogue with other citizens. The result of this continued discourse will be a more open-minded and also tolerant society. As a vehicle of communication, the Internet will connect people of the same interests and the same concerns. Thus, connected citizens will be encouraged to work together, and they will become active participants of society rather than passive subjects. Critics of the Internet's free flow of information are concerned that people will fall victim to bad or rather incorrect information and act on it. This concern is warranted insofar that the Internet is intrinsically anarchic, and anybody with a computer can create website and post information thereon. As a result, it can be very difficult to determine what information is correct or reliable and which is not. However, difficult as it may seem, there are always ways that one can navigate the information jungle of the Internet and arrive at conclusions. In order to do so, one has to learn to evaluate sources of information. For example, the website of a research scientist at a major university or that of a well-known non-profit organization is a more reliable source of information than the personal website of a senior school student.
A foreigner visitor has only one day to spend in your country. Where should this visitor go on that day? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
85. Where would you recommend a foreign visitor to go in your country for one day? China is an enormous country with an intensely varied landscape. If a foreign visitor were coming just for one day to see our country, it would be difficult to choose just one place to spend the day. However, I posit that the best place in China to visit would be Beijing. As the capital city, Beijing offers a diverse look at China. I would suggest that the main sights to see would be the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, and Tiananmen Square. The Forbidden City offers the visitor a look at what it was like to live in historical China. The Forbidden City is located in the heart of Beijing and is the biggest palace complex in the world. This particular site would be of interest to a tourist because it was once the home of many emperors. One can see the actual rooms from whence the ancient China was ruled by the emperors. When the visitor walks through the palace confines, he or she will see many examples of classic Chinese architecture. A walk through the gardens is particularly peaceful, with jasmine trees abound. The Great Wall is also a must-see in China. The people of China hold the Great Wall as having particular significance to their culture because of its long history. The wall, built of dirt, stone, and brick, was used as a defense barrier against invading nomads and wandering tribes. This is the largest engineering and building project ever carried out by humans. Its historic and strategic importance is matched only by its architectural significance. Finally, Tiananmen Square should be on the list of things to see while visiting Beijing. This square is one of the largest in China and possibly in Asia. At this square, one can visit the Chairman Mao Memorial Hall, one of the greatest leaders ever in China. The Chinese Revolutionary Museum and the Chinese History Museum stand to the east of the square, and the Great Hall of the People to the west, and the magnificent Tiananmen Tower to the north. As the visitor will see, there are numerous interesting exhibits at Tiananmen Square that offer up a variety of Chinese heritage. Of course, it is very different to name one city in China over all others as the place to visit. China is the host to such a wide variety of beautiful places, and a visitor really should spend much more time exploring them all. However, with only one day, I believe that Beijing is the best place to visit.
If you could go back to some time and place in the past, when and where would you go? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
86. When and where in the past do you want to go? If I could go back to a certain time and place in the past, I would choose to go to ancient Egypt, to the time when they were building the Great Pyramids. This time period and place is greatly interesting to me for the following reasons. First, how were the Great Pyramids built? Second, Egypt is one of the few places in the world that has as rich a culture as China's. How did ancient life in Egypt compare to the existence of the ancient Chinese person? Finally, I find this time and place interesting because I am curious about the myths and legends that ancient Egyptians believed in. There is much speculation as to exactly how the Great Pyramids were built. The pyramids are an architectural feat, even by today's standards. They are massive in size, with almost perfect angles leading up to the point at the top of the pyramid. How did the men manage to carry those enormous stones up the side of the pyramid? How was it possible to cut the stones so precisely, to allow for this even mathematical design? Current science has analyzed these problems and has decided that with today's technology, this would not be a problem. I am very interested, however, to learn how such technology was possible in ancient Egypt. I am also very interested in how ancient Egyptian life compared to that of the ancient Chinese. Did they experience similar toils, or were their lives very different? Did the ancient Egyptians know about the ancient Chinese? All of these questions would be answered for me if I could travel back to the above-mentioned time period. China has some very interesting myths, legends, and religions that were formed thousands of years ago. Ancient Egyptians were spiritual people also. I am curious to know more about these ancient religions. Were the beliefs held by the majority, or were there only a few who believed in such ideas? There are so many unanswered questions about ancient periods, particularly ancient Egypt. By traveling back in time, I would learn a great amount about topics that have remained unanswered for thousands of years.
What discovery in the last 100 years has been the most beneficial for people in your country? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
87. What discovery in the last century has been most beneficial to your compatriot? In the last 100 years, man has set a new mind-blowing rate for the development of new technologies. New products are being conceived every minute of every day, all of which will impact man in some respect. However, I believe that the most beneficial invention over the last 100 years is the Internet. Internet allows us to access any information our hearts desire. With the power of the World Wide Web, one can receive information from any country in the world, allowing individuals the ability to locate and acquire anything imaginable. Locally, computers via the Internet allow us to search out a variety of services that are necessary for day-to-day living. This can make living in one of China's many big cities a much more comfortable experience. From net games to online chatting to viewing movies or websites, Internet has the ability to entertain us in a wide variety of ways. For example, many people join forums where they can chat with their peers about any variety of topics. Many movie trailers are first released on the Internet, where enthusiastic fans can be the first to catch a glimpse of the latest and greatest blockbusters. Computers also bring us the world of instant messaging, allowing people with a computer and an Internet connection to chat for free with their friends and colleagues anywhere in the world. Internet has changed the very way businesses operate, bringing efficiency and convenience to the workplace. The most obvious development is the use of emails instead of surface mail. Emails allow businesses to communicate large amounts of information almost instantly, saving time, paper, and postage fees. Instead of making long-distance telephone calls, some businesses have started using web conferencing. Web conferencing not only eliminates long-distance fees, but also allows two parties to see each other in real time and simultaneously work on projects through program sharing.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Telephone and email have made communication between people less personal. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
88. Have telephone and email made communication between people less personal? Some people argue that telephones and email have made communication between people less personal. I both agree and disagree with this statement. Truly, telephones and email are less personal than meeting someone face to face. However, they on any account can't impair the intimacy between people. As mentioned above, using the telephone or email to communicate with others is definitely less personal than speaking with someone in person. There are many advantages of communicating with someone face to face. For example, you can read their body language. Body language, which includes facial expressions, is a key indicator of how a person is reacting to the conversation. If we are not present to be able to see these clues, there is much more room for misinterpretation. This can cause annoying misunderstandings between people, especially when having a serious discussion about an important matter. This, however, does not mean that communication is less personal between people because of these technologies. I believe that when people need to have a serious conversation, they will use the telephone or email to set up a meeting time to discuss a topic in person. For the most part, individuals will not have an important conversation utilizing one of these methods. When viewed from this perspective, it becomes clear that the telephone and email actually enhance our ability to communicate effectively with others. Because of these technologies, we can easily access others when necessary. In conclusion, I think that if a person is going to solely use the telephone or email as his primary method of communication, his communication with others will definitely be less personal. However, If the person uses these technologies to contact others, but saves important conversations for face-to-face meetings, there is no loss of connection.
If you could travel back in time to meet a famous person from history, what person would you like to meet? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
89. What famous person from history would you like to meet? Throughout history, there have been thousands and thousands of inventors, prophets, and visionaries who have dramatically affected the way we live today. If I could meet one of these people, I would choose to meet Thomas Edison, one of the greatest inventors that I respect. This great man invented thousands of useful products that we still use today, the most famous of which is the electric light bulb. In addition to the light bulb, Edison created the phonograph, the storage batteries, telegraph systems, and a wide variety of other products. To have invented such a diverse range of items, Thomas must have been a brilliant man. I would greatly enjoy meeting him and discussing some of his ideas with him. I am sure that such a meeting would be a great inspiration and perhaps lead me to create new inventions of my own. One of Thomas Edison's projects was a working version of the electric car. If he had continued to work on this invention instead of moving on to something new, and if the project was successful, perhaps the world would not have the pollution problems that are so widely present today. It is unfortunate that he did not focus more on this invention. If I could meet him, perhaps I could convince him that for the sake of future generations, he should not give up on his idea. Furthermore, what makes me believe that Thomas Edison would be an excellent person to meet from history is because I would love to find out what the keys to his inspirations were. He had so many brilliant ideas. There must have been a secret to his success that I'm dying to know. Perhaps it was just that he was such a hard-working man. He was constantly working on inventions until his late 60s, when finally he took a rest from inventions. Thomas Edison had a profound effect on all modern societies around the world. His inventions were a catalyst to modernization. In fact, the world would not be where it is today if it were not for this great man and his great mind.
If you could meet a famous entertainer or athlete, who would that be, and why? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
90. What famous entertainer or athlete would you like to meet? Famous entertainers and athletes have a vast amount of influence over there. It is up to the entertainer to choose how they wield their power over the general public. Some try their best to set a good example, while others exhibit depravity and malevolent behavior. Yao Ming, the famous basketball star, is an excellent example of the type of star who tries at times to look after his fans. If I could meet one famous athlete, I would choose to meet Yao Ming. Yao Ming is very young to be a member of the esteemed National Basketball Association in North America. In his rookie year, he had surpassed all expectations of those knowledgeable with the sport. His skill is attested to by the vast number of people interested in his abilities. In fact, his popularity is so great that he has replaced O'Neal as starting center in the American All-Star Game, which is no small feat. Yao Ming was also the #1 rookie pick last year in the NBA. It would be inspiring to meet someone with such great abilities. He must have worked on his talent from a very young age to achieve such greatness. Another reason why I would love to meet this great man is because he is an excellent ambassador for China. Yao Ming epitomizes Chinese spirit of hard working to achieve greatness. He, in a sense, brings China to the world. Although China has become an increasingly important part of international culture, our fair country is still relatively unknown to a large portion of the North American population. Yao Ming has titillated the interest of millions of young people around the world, with the unavoidable effect of bringing a focus to China and Chinese culture. Finally, why I would like to meet Yao Ming is because he is a genuinely kind person. In spite of his fame and notoriety, in interviews you can see that he has remained a gracious and humble person. As an example of his kindness, one must only look at his recent efforts in China to help raise money for SARS research. Therefore, I think that Yao Ming would be an excellent role model for all young people today, both in China and the rest of the world. He is a hard-working, dedicated man with a strong, noble character.
If you could ask a famous person one question, what would you ask? Why? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
91. If you could ask a famous person one question, what would you ask? In today's society, there's a great amount of pressure on famous people. They must constantly be aware of their appearance and how they will look in the public's eyes. If I had to pick one question to ask a famous person, I would ask them if they are glad that they achieved fame. I think this question is very interesting because it gives insight into what it would be like to be famous. It tells us about the individual's personality, and it would give the famous people a chance to explain what their life would have been like if they had never been famous. By asking the above-mentioned question, the famous person would reflect on whether or not they enjoyed their fame. If the person answered that he or she would rather not be famous, it implies that the life of a famous person is not as wonderful as many people expect it to be. However, if the answer is positive, it shows that despite all the negative aspects that come with fame, it is still worth the trouble. When answering this question, the famous person would give us insight into his or her personality. Perhaps the person would rather be more introverted, and therefore does not appreciate all of the constant attention. On the other hand, it is possible that the person thrives in admiration and attention, and would not have it any other way. Is the famous person the type of people who does not like having to worry about everything he or she says? Do these types of issues bother him or her? I would find all of this information very interesting. Finally, when answering this question, the person would have to reflect on what his or her life would have been like if he or she had never been famous. Perhaps there were dreams or aspirations that he or she never got to realize because he or she is now constantly in the public eye. Would life as a regular person have been more enjoyable? By asking the above-mentioned question, all of these queries would be answered.
Some people prefer to live in places that have the same weather or climate all year long. Others like to live in areas where the weather changes several times a year. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
92. Living in places that have the same weather all year long, or in areas where the weather changes several times a year. Because China is such a vast country, the weather and climate changes dramatically from one part of the country to another. Some parts have a mild, warm temperature all year long, whereas other regions of the country have weather patterns that shift dramatically from hot to cold over the year. Given the choice to live in one type of climate or the other, I would choose to live in a region where the weather is constantly changing throughout the year. The reasons for this are varied. First, I enjoy the different seasons. Second, I take pleasure in many different sports, some of which require warm weather, and others require the cold. Finally, I enjoy living in a region with constantly changing weather because I think that change is good for one's health. As mentioned above, One aspect I love about living in a region with changing climates is the shift in seasons. I really enjoy walking through a city and being able to see the trees turn from bright green in the summer to brown in the fall, to bare in the winter, and then come back to life again in the spring. I find the process of nature very beautiful and appreciate living in a city where I can observe these changes. In addition to enjoying the seasons, I also get pleasure from playing a wide variety of sports. Some of these sports require summer weather, like swimming, but others require winter weather, like skiing or ice skating. By living in a region with extreme changes in seasons, I am able to enjoy all of my favorite activities. Finally, I enjoy living in an area with changing temperatures because I believe that the extreme temperatures are good for one's health. By allowing one's body to adjust to the extremes, one builds their immune system and is healthier overall. Overall, I find that living in a changing environment is more interesting than living in one where the climate is always constant. I find that if I am sick of the cold in the winter, I can always take a short plane ride to somewhere that is warmer.
Many students have to live with roommates while going to school or university. What are some of the important qualities of a good roommate? Use specific reasons and examples to explain why these qualities are important.
93. What makes a good roommate? While studying at university, many students find that sharing an apartment with roommates is the best living situation available. These arrangements can work out quite well, as long as one chooses the right roommate. There are a number of important qualities that one should look for in a potential roommate. These qualities include friendliness, cleanliness, and good work ethic. Choosing a friendly roommate is very important if one wants to create a healthy living environment. If one's roommate is unfriendly, many annoying situations can occur. For example, if one's roommate is unfriendly, it is difficult to hold a conversation with him or her. Being able to have a pleasant conversation is vital, as everyone needs to have a short break from studying from time to time. Conversations can help us to relax a little bit, and can even be a stimulus to continue our work. Having a clean roommate is also very important. If one's roommate is messy, it can lead to many arguments over whose turn it is to do the cleaning. If one constantly has to clean up after his or her roommate, he or she will have less time to concentrate on his or her studies. Also, living in a clean environment allows one to be much more successful in all endeavors. Finally, a roommate should have a good work ethic. If one's roommate is constantly procrastinating and waiting until the last minute to do assignments, it can ruin one's ability to do his or her own work. If a roommate is always coming home late or playing music loudly instead of doing work, it will be very difficult for a studious person to get anything done. In conclusion, I believe that having a clean, friendly roommate with a good work ethic is most enjoyable. It allows one to get on with his or her own work and to concentrate on what matters most, getting good grades.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Dancing plays an important role in a culture. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
94. Does dancing play an important role in a culture? There are a number of qualities that have always been present in cultures, recent or ancient. These qualities can be anything, from art forms to culturally gained knowledge. These qualities make the culture unique and allow the culture to offer something interesting to the world. Throughout history, dancing has always played such a role in cultures. This is because dance allows us to express emotion, preserve heritage, and entertain. Dancing has always held a high position in culture, as it is an excellent way of expressing emotion. Much like the painter using color to convey emotion, dancers can use their body as a tool to show the onlooker their happiness, sadness, pain, etc. Dancing is also an excellent method of retaining and preserving culture. Many cultures have dance as part of their ceremonies, whether the ceremony is religious or patriotic in form. For example, it is a widely practiced norm to have people dance out a glorious moment in battle. In religion, it is common for people to dance to appease the god or gods. Because of this, dancing is an excellent way to maintain culture and ensure that important moments of the past are not forgotten. In modern days, it is much more common for dancing to be seen as a form of entertainment. Dancing has become somewhat of a sport in some countries. For example, ballroom dancing is very popular in the United States. There are hundreds of bars and disco clubs all over China which focus on dancing. They provide disc jockeys, more commonly referred to as DJs, and play loud, repetitive music, which encourages the young people to dance. There are many different styles of dance, but all bring the dancer to have fun and get a good workout at the same time.
Some people think governments should spend as much money as possible exploring outer space. Other people disagree and think governments should spend this money for our basic needs on Earth. Which of these two opinions do you agree with? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
95. Spend money exploring outer space or for basic needs on Earth. In the last 100 years, space exploration has become more and more common. A number of countries have reportedly sent spaceships to the moon. There are dozens of satellites orbiting the Earth, and there are massive telescopes floating in space whose purpose is to find out what else could be out there. However, I tend to agree that governments should spend money for basic needs. Throughout the world, there are millions and millions of people who are homeless and even cannot afford to eat. These people need help from the government. If the government has so much money to spend on space exploration, they should easily be able to have enough money to help these people gain entry to the working world. The government could set up programs which allow homeless people to train for jobs. This would be a much better way to spend money than exploring space. Pollution is another major problem which plagues all of the industrial nations. Instead of spending money on other planets, we should be focusing on how to fix the one we live on. The ozone layer is getting thinner and thinner every year, which means that the sun's radiation is causing more damage to people and the environment. The governments need to design a method to drastically reduce pollution, or else we might need to move to one of those other planets they are exploring. In addition to the problems of pollution and homelessness, the general population could use the money as well. In many countries, including our own, the healthcare and educational system leaves so many things to be desired. I think that more money should be put towards making citizens healthier and wiser. In conclusion, while the study of space is fascinating, I believe that governments spend too much money exploring the great unknown when they should be focusing on the needs of people on Earth.
People have different ways of escaping the stress and difficulties of modern life. Some read, some exercise, others work in their gardens. What do you think are the best ways of reducing stress? Use specific details and examples in your answer.
96. What are the best ways of reducing stress? With today's hectic schedules, it is necessary to spend some time each day to relax and let the stress dissipate from our bodies and minds. Most people find that the working world is quite difficult at times. and need a method to relax. I find that the best way to relax is to read a good book because it allows me to escape from real life. It gives me a new perspective on the world, and reading a book is very peaceful. I find that reading a good fiction novel is the best way to forget about my troubles during the day. Many of the books I read have fascinating plot lines, which allow me to be absorbed into the drama and action. When you are completely captivated with your book, nothing in the outside world seems to exist anymore. Of course, one cannot stay in this dreamland forever, but for an hour or so a day it is very calming. Reading books can also have the added benefit of increasing my knowledge and giving me a new perspective of the outside world. Even a fictional book can have this effect. When an author writes a book, it is full of his nuances and feelings about how the world works. By reading these works, I can find that I understand more about other people and how people think. This allows me to be more accepting of others on a daily basis, and also stops me from building up stress in the first place. Finally, the most important reason as to why reading a book is good for taking care of stress and relaxing is that it is a very peaceful activity. You do not need to go anywhere to read a book. You can stay at home, perhaps sit in your favorite chair, and have the house be completely quiet. Reading does not involve anything but you and your book. Also, if there does happen to be noise around you, it is possible to block out that noise once you become engrossed in the plot line.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Teachers should be paid according to how much their students learn. Give specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
97. Should teachers be paid according to how much their students learn? People usually believe that teachers have the most important job in all of society. They raise our children to be forward-thinking, bright individuals. They ensure that children get along with each other and learn to work together as a team. As such, being a teacher typically means a stable paycheck. However, when some people propose that teachers should be paid according to how much their students learn, I can hardly agree. First of all, students may not be interested in learning. When students are not interested in learning, the teacher can hardly be held responsible. The teacher can grade them harshly, keep them in after class, and discipline them severely, but the students will still not learn if they do not want to. If the teacher is trying his or her best to teach the students, and the information is presented clearly and succinctly, he or she can do no better job. Moreover, there is a limit on how much a child can learn. If a teacher was to be paid according to how much his or her students learned, there would be a certain point where he or she could teach them no more. I remember when I was in high school, there would be moments in the year when I didn't think I could fit any more information into my head. This was not my teacher's fault, and the point is that I just was not absorbing the material. I think many teachers would find this problem if they were paid by how much their students learned. More importantly, teachers should not be paid according to how much their students learn because some of the lessons that a student learns cannot be measured by a test. We cannot simply give children a test to discover how much they have learnt in a class. Tests rarely measure one's social skills, one's ability to communicate, or one's ability to integrate successfully into the world. However, it is the teachers who help students to manifest these qualities.
If you are asked to send one thing representing your country to an international exhibition, what would you choose? Why? Use specific reasons and details to explain your choice.
98. The thing representing your country. If I were to send one thing to an international exhibition that represented my culture, it would be rice. Chinese culture, boasting a lengthy history, is composed of numerous subcultures. The agricultural way of life, centered around rice, has played a vastly important part in the country's history. For thousands of years, the Chinese have been diligently cultivating their land. Blood, sweat, and tears have been shed over their soil in the pursuit of favorable harvests. This reliance on the land for so many thousands of years accounts for China's strong rural essence. The need for rice production has led the Chinese to pay particular attention to irrigation technologies and improving cultivation. The agricultural way of life, centered on rice, has had a strong influence on the social, economic, political, and ideological developments of ancient China. In this sense, traditional Chinese culture may be considered a rice culture. A meal without rice, the Chinese say, is like a beautiful woman with only one eye. In China, where the word for rice is also the word for food, young girls are warned that every grain of rice they leave in their bowls will be a pockmark on the face of their future husbands. Instead of saying, "How are you?" as a typical greeting, the Chinese ask, "Have you had your rice today?" Quitting or losing a job is called breaking the rice bowl, and it is bad luck to upset a bowl of rice. Rice is also a very important commodity in today's society. It is one of the major exports in China, allowing people all over the world to take part in something that emanates Chinese culture. Rice remains a staple food for both the rich and the poor, and there is hardly a meal had in our country that does not involve this fine grain. As you can see from the above-mentioned text, rice is an integral part of Chinese culture and tradition. While Chinese culture is spread over a vast number of arts and crafts, I believe that it is the humble but profound rice that speaks to us all, and most poignantly represents the essence of our culture.
You have been told that dormitory rooms at your university must be shared by 2 students. Would you rather have the university assign a student to share a room with you, or would you rather choose your own roommate? Use specific reasons and details to explain your answer.
99. Be assigned a roommate or choose your own roommate. Going to university is an exciting time in a young person's life. Part of the experience is living in the campus dormitory, and it is the first time for a person away from his or her parents in many cases. If one has to share a room with another room, I believe that it is better that the university picks the prospective roommate. When a young person first goes to university, he or she often moves straight to the school from his or her bedroom at his or her parents' house. This usually means that the person has no idea of the qualities necessary to be a good roommate. Perhaps the young person would choose to live with a good friend. While this situation could be a very happy one, it could also be disastrous. Getting along with a friend as a roommate, if not properly handled, could quickly ruin the relationship. If the school picks one's roommate, this is less likely to happen. In many cases, young people travel out of the city they grew up in to go to a university. For many of these students, picking a potential roommate would be difficult. They know very few people in the new city, let alone at the university. This can lead to very stressful situations. If one is trying to settle into a new environment, but also must find a roommate to live with, he or she might find the whole experience overwhelming. Finally, I think having the school choose roommates rather than the individuals is a good idea because living with a person you do not know can be a rewarding experience. A stranger can quickly turn into one's best friend, as memories are forged while living together in a confined space.
Some people think that governments should spend as much money as possible on developing or buying computer technology. Other people disagree and think that this money should be spent on more basic needs. Which one of these opinions do you agree with? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
100. Spend money on developing or buying computer technology or on more basic needs. I believe that governments spend too much money on new computer technologies when they should be focusing on the needs or people in their countries. There are a number of reasons why I think this would be a better usage of a country's money. Throughout the world, there are millions and millions of people who are homeless and cannot afford to eat. These people need help from the government. If the government has so much money to spend on computer technology, they should easily be able to have enough money to help these people gain entry to the working world. The government could set up programs which allow homeless people to train for jobs. This would be a much better way to spend money than building computers. Pollution is another major problem which plagues all of the industrial nations. Instead of spending money frivolously, we should be focusing on how to fix the one we live on. The ozone layer is getting thinner and thinner every year, which means that the sun's radiation is causing more damage to people and the environment. The governments need to design a method to drastically reduce pollution. In addition to the problems of pollution and homelessness, the general population could use the money as well. In many countries, including our own, the healthcare and educational systems leave something to be desired. I think that more money should be put towards making citizens healthier and wiser. With said that, many of the above disagreements need the help of the computer industry. Computers can help governments to keep track of all the people they need to take care of, and programs can be designed which help isolate problems with the environment. Computers are important as long as the government does not forget to taking care of its people.
Some people like doing work by hand. Others prefer using machines. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
101. Doing work by hand or using machines. Some people like doing work by hand. Others prefer to use machines. I definitely fall into the latter category. I use a machine for almost all of the work I do. The reasons why I prefer to use machines are that most handwork is tedious. Machines are faster and more efficient, and I am more proficient with most machines. Two things that I spend a copious amount of time doing are writing and sewing. Both of these endeavors border on pain if I do not have a computer or a sewing machine, respectively. What was once a fun task becomes very monotonous and no longer enjoyable. Using a machine can turn ordinary tasks into exciting ones. Using machines to do work is also much faster and more efficient than using your hands to do it. For example, if I wrote this essay by hand rather than using the computer, it would probably take me at least 5 times as long. Hand sewing a shirt would take 10 times longer than using a machine to do the same work. Not only are machines faster and more efficient, I am much more proficient using machines than I am doing the same work by hand. I find that when I am sewing by hand, all of my seams are very uneven and crooked. However, when I sew on a machine, my seams are perfect. The machine helps to keep my hand in line. Therefore, I can turn out a much better product. It is the same for writing essays. My handwriting is messy at times. If I had write a paper, I cannot correct it as easily as if I had written it on the computer. My writing blurs together, and sometimes I cannot even read what I have written down. Machines are definitely a better way for me to work efficiently, proficiently, and enjoyably.
Schools should ask students to evaluate their teachers. Do you agree or disagree? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
102. Should schools ask students to evaluate their teachers? Teachers have a very difficult job in society. They not only have to learn how to teach material effectively, but also must learn how to deal with a wide variety of personalities. While teaching is a difficult job, I think it is important for schools to ask students to evaluate their teachers. I think this is the right thing to do because it encourages teachers to try their best. It gives students the opportunity to choose effective teachers, and it allows the schools to have the best teachers possible teaching. If a teacher knows that at the end of the term the students will be evaluating his or her work, then the teacher will be driven to do a very good job. If there is no pressure from evaluation, a teacher might be prone to doing a less than perfect job. I believe that everyone needs an occasional evaluation to ensure they are doing their job correctly. In the case of a teacher, the students will give the most important evaluations. If there was a public summary of which teacher scored the highest on his or her evaluations, then students would be able to take courses based on which teacher was the best at the job. This would allow students to excel in their studies and achieve better grades. Finally, if schools ask students to evaluate their teachers, the schools themselves would be able to have the best teachers working on campus. If a teacher scored too low on an evaluation, a replacement could be found. This is a much better method than waiting for students to complain about a teacher. Teachers do have a difficult job, but regardless of this, they must excel at it. If a person is a particularly poor teacher, the students will not learn the required material and suffer for it.
In your opinion, what is the most important characteristic that a person can have to be successful in life? When you write your answer, you are not limited to the examples listed in the question.
103. The most important characteristic that a person can have to be successful in life. To be successful in life, one should have the characteristic of independence. That is, he or she has the ability to think critically. By critical thinking, one is capable of analyzing insightfully, concentrating on the right target, thereby making a wise decision. Thinking critically can enable one to analyze problems insightfully. We live in a world where controversial issues are often simply taken for granted. For example, most people are reluctant to think carefully about issues like whether boys and girls should take separate classes. Recently, a high school in Beijing announced that their students from then on take separate classes. Many parents support such ridiculous decision without careful consideration. They are poor thinkers. Critical thinking is but to ask some simple yet essential questions, which always brings amazing, sometimes appalling outcomes. Is such a scheme capable of eliminating underage sexual behaviors among adolescents? Is such a scheme guarantee boys and girls free of negative effects? Sadly, the decision has been made, but the question left unanswered. Thinking critically can help one concentrate on right targets. We all have only and exactly 24 hours a day, but we often have mountainous work to do in hands, along with which many personal affairs seem equally urgent. Concentrating on right targets is probably the only way to overcome such dilemmas. For example, ETS has recently announced that GRE examination will be transformed back to paper-based test. Grumbles are all around, and complaints are posted almost on every VBS on the internet. But if students think critically, however, they will find out that the simple fact that even if ETS had made an awkward decision, test preparers should concentrate on the right target, preparing tests as prudently as possible, and at the same time, grumbling never helps. Only by thinking critically can one make decisions wise and prudent. Sound decision-making is essential to success. Decisions such as which movie theater to go to tonight are simple enough to make by tossing a coin, but decisions such as which university or which major we should choose are complicated enough, so that we need careful comparisons. A comparison sheet will help a lot, simply by listing several relevant questions such as, am I really interested in this major? Or, are there more opportunities in the city where the university locates? By analyzing insightfully and concentrating on the right targets, wise decisions are not hard to reach at all.
It is generally agreed that society benefits from the work of its members. Compare the contributions of artists to society with the contributions of scientists to society. Which type of contribution do you think is valued more by your society? Give specific reasons to support your answer.
104. Artists' contribution or scientists' contribution? Which is more valuable? Art and science are essentially a strange coupling, yet more often than not, they are considered as divergent rather than consistent with each other. The artist employs image and a metaphor. The scientist uses number and equation. By casual juxtaposition, these two fields seem to have little in common. There are few, if any, references to art in any standard textbook of science. Art historians rarely interpret an artist's work in light of the conceptual framework of science. Despite what appear to be irreconcilable differences, however, they do have at least one thing in common. Both of them have significant contribution to the society, but through probably distinctive way. The development of science and technology has always accompanied the progress of the society. The invention of the steam engine brought a new era of thrift of world economy. The employment of electricity has multiplied the productivity and virtually reproduced limited resources on the earth. The innovation of computer technologies has made the earth a little village and connected distant countries as a single market. While sometimes the progress of science and technology, such as that of human cloning, cause troubles or originate dilemmas, it seems always undeniable that in a broad sense, the development of science has provided people a much higher standard of living than that of our counterparts in any phase of the history. Visualization and fascination have been the major power of any form of art. For example, any religion in this world cannot exist without music, which helps realize the faith of the Church to an astonishing extent. Each and every revolution on this earth was accompanied by numerous corresponding art productions, because the artists sense the circumstances and then reflect their sensations with sophisticated techniques in their production, which can be easily perceived by the public through powerful empathy. Nobody could evaluate art as correct or not standard, needless to say the public. They simply feel it is good or not. Therefore, art has always had magic influence on the public and society in general. However, it's been said that there is no science without fancy and no art without facts. Science fictions have long been functioning as a major vehicle for the public dissemination of science. Scientists share a parallel view of space, time, and light, etc. with artists. Not only are art and science interrelated with each other, but they also contribute to each other in various ways. Therefore, it is hard to compare the contributions of art and science. It is simply partial to say that either one contributes more to the society than another does.
Students at universities often have a choice of places to live. They may choose to live in university dormitories, or they may choose to live in an apartment in the community. Compare the advantages of living in university housing with the advantages of living in an apartment in the community. Where would you prefer to live? Give reasons for your preference.
105. Living in university housing or in an apartment in the community. Being a new student at a university is an excitement. Choosing where to live, whether on campus in a dormitory or off campus in an apartment, is in fact quite a big decision. Both of these options have their relative benefits. Living in a dormitory has many advantages over living off campus. For example, one has the opportunity to meet dozens of new students. One is usually placed in a room with a roommate who can help with homework and give much-needed support during difficult times. Another advantage of living in a dormitory is not having to cook food. Most students coming to a university have lived their whole lives with their parents and inexpert at preparing food, for they were not in charge of the cooking in home. Many students who first learn to cook their own food while going to school eat a very unhealthy diet. On top of this, many students are so preoccupied with their studies that they do not have time to cook a nutritious meal. Therefore, the fact that the dormitories include a cafeteria is very beneficial. However, living off campus has its advantages as well. In most situations, one has much more freedom to do what they want in these living conditions. For instance, one can stay up late studying or come home late without disturbing a roommate. Also, one is not limited to the cafeteria food if he or she is a particular eater. Living by oneself also has its benefits. One never has to deal with rude or messy roommates. Overall, I think that both of these options are good choices. However, I recommend that first or second year students live in a dormitory and perhaps wait until they are older and more accustomed to university life before venturing out on their own. This way, one gets the best of both worlds, the camaraderie of living with many people and the independence of living by oneself.
You need to travel from your home to a place 40 miles away. Compare the different kinds of transportation you could use. Tell which method of travel you would choose. Give specific reasons for your choice.
106. What kind of transportation would you choose? If I need to travel to a place 40 miles away from my home, there are a number of different modes of transport I could utilize. Namely, I could take the bus, a car, or the train. The bus is a good choice as the bus system in Beijing has been well developed. It is possible for me to travel almost anywhere within 40 miles of my house by bus. While on the bus, I can read a book or relax, assuming it is not too full. The problem with taking the bus, however, is that it is often crowded. It is often uncomfortable, especially during hot summer days. Taking a car is an excellent option, assuming one can afford a car. Cars are notoriously expensive in China, and most people do not have this luxury. However, if it is available, a car is very convenient. You can travel to the exact desired location in record time. A car, especially a personal car, is never crowded. You never have to share space with anyone. However, one cannot relax while driving a car. There is no opportunity to just take in the sights or read a book. One must always be focused on the road. The train or the subway is another option. If the location I am traveling to is on the subway line, then this option is by far the best. While trains can be congested, they are the fastest method of traveling. Subway trains are never subject to traffic jams, as they usually run underground. However, the subway system in Beijing does not go everywhere that I need to. Often, if I take the subway, I then have to either walk for 20 minutes or take a bus. Overall, I think that the car is the best option if it is available. The car is convenient and comfortable. However, the bus and the train are both good options if a car is not available.
Some people believe that a college or university education should be available to all students. Others believe that higher education should be available only to good students. Discuss these views. Which view do you agree with? Explain why.
107. Should higher education be available to all students or only to good students? Some people believe that only good students should have access to a university education. Others posit that higher education should be open to everyone, regardless of their academic abilities. I agree with the former opinion. Universities should only allow good students into their programs because these students value the importance of a good education and are interested in furthering their education. Furthermore, if all students were allowed into universities, the schools would quickly become saturated, and the quality of education received would diminish. A university education is very important to a good student. This type of student has set his or her sights on a university education from early on, and has put in the necessary work to earn a place in a good university. Poor students who did not try to achieve good grades in high school obviously do not care about their education, and therefore do not deserve to go to university. However, if these poor students go back to school and improve their grades, they should also be allowed to go to university. Good students are very interested in furthering their education. They have put copious amounts of work into their education and are interested in learning more. Poor students are usually not as interested in furthering their education. If they were interested in this, they would have tried harder to begin with. With that said, let us suppose for a moment that universities did allow all students, regardless of their grades, into university. The school would quickly become overfull, and good students, who really care about their education, would suffer because of it. They might not be able to get into the classes they want, and if they do get in, there might be so many students in the class that it is impossible to learn. In conclusion, I think that it is important to save a university education for those who really want it, good students. If a poor student wishes to go to university, then he or she will have to return to high school and improve his or her grades.
Some people believe that the best way of learning about life is by listening to the advice of family and friends. Other people believe that the best way of learning about life is through personal experience. Compare the advantages of these two different ways of learning about life. Which do you think is preferable? Use specific examples to support your preferences.
108. Learning about life, by listening to the advice of others or through personal experience. Some people believe that the best way to learn about life is to listen to the advice of friends and family. Others argue that the most beneficial way to learn about life is through personal experience. I want to maintain that learning about life through personal experience is the best way. I believe this because one usually does not learn well unless he or she experiences something on his or her own, because one can have different opinions and views on life than his or her family and friends, and because it is simply a more interesting way to learn. There have been many times in my life where a family member told me that life was a certain way, but I still wanted to see for myself. After having the experience, I agreed with what my family member had told me. However, I never regretted trying the experience for myself. I think one can learn something more completely if he or she experiences it for himself. When a family member or a friend tells me to do something, I value his or her opinion. However, there are some occasions when I do not fully agree with their opinions. In these cases, I want to try out the experience. There is a possibility that I will disagree with their conclusions on the topic. For example, if a friend tells me that a movie is terrible, I might still go to see the movie. It is more than possible that we will have differing opinions on whether the movie was good or not. Finally, I think it is important to learn about life through personal experience because it is a much more interesting way to learn. If one never experienced anything for oneself, life would be very boring. For example, a friend told me that Urumqi was a city that I would not enjoy visiting. He said there were not many attractions there, and there were many other beautiful places in China that I should go instead. In spite of this warning, I went to see Urumqi for myself. I did not think the city was spectacular, but I did have a good time on my trip, and was glad that I went. Having the experience of going to the place was worthwhile enough for me.
When people move to another country, some of them decide to follow the customs of the new country. Others prefer to keep their own customs. Compare these two choices. Which one do you prefer? Support your answer with specific details.
109. Follow the customs of the new country you are in, or keep your own customs. When one is settling in a new country, one has a choice of whether to assimilate into the new culture or keep the customs of one's home. I think that the wisest decision is to try to integrate some of the new culture into one's own existing customs and beliefs. To understand this reasoning, we must first look at the advantages of both methods. If one moves to a new country, there are many advantages of following the set customs for the new place. By assimilating into the culture, one can break the cultural barriers much quicker. For example, if one were to move to Canada from China, one could easily live in one of the Little China areas, and to all intents and purposes, ignore the Canadian culture. This, however, would be a mistake, as it would close off all of the positive things that Canada has to offer. If one does not assimilate into the new culture, one cannot get a Western job. The person would also be missing out on a multitude of experiences, such as different food. Nevertheless, there are also many advantages of keeping one's own customs if one moves to a new country. Some people find it difficult to leave their home and go to a new country. Keeping up old familiar customs is very comforting. In addition to this, when one keeps their own customs, one finds it easier to meet others of the same nationality, which can also be a relief. When everything around you has changed, keeping your culture intact can be a very soothing way. By and large, I think it is best to assimilate to the new culture while retaining key elements of one's own culture. For example, one can make an effort to learn the language of the new country, while still speaking one's own language at home. This can actually be an excellent strategy, as speaking two languages is better than speaking one, no matter where you are in the world. When one takes on some of the new culture while keeping some of his or her own, One gets the excitement and opportunity of the new culture, while keeping the familiarity and ease of his or her own culture.
Some people prefer to spend most of their time alone. Others like to be with friends most of the time. Do you prefer to spend your time alone or with friends? Use specific reasons to support your answer.
110. Spend time alone or with friends. Some people enjoy spending most of their time with friends, while others prefer to be alone for the majority of the time. I prefer to spend most of my time with friends because friends offer excitement and new ideas. They can console me when something bad happens, and spending too much time by myself can be boring. Friends can offer excitement and fresh ideas to a situation. No matter what I am doing, if a friend is there, it is more interesting. For example, if I am shopping, a friend makes the experience more fun. We can look at things together and explore our likes and dislikes. Having a friend around also allows me to do some things that I would not be able to do otherwise. For instance, I can go with a friend to a park and play badminton. Some things are just impossible to do by myself. Friends can also console you if something bad happens. If I get bad news and a friend is around, I do not have to feel badly by myself. A friend will try and cheer me up and attempt to take my mind off whatever negative things happened. For example, last year I broke my leg and was in a cast all summer. I had friends around me to cheer me up and distract me from the misfortune. In addition to these reasons, I find that if I spend too much time by myself, I get lonesome and bored. As mentioned above, there are some things you just cannot do without friends around. Some of these things, such as sports, are my favorite activities. I do enjoy some activities that do not involve other people, such as reading. However, I find that I can do these things before bed or when I wake up. Overall, I think having friends around me is the best way for me to spend my time.
Some people prefer to spend time with one or two close friends. Others choose to spend time with a large number of friends. Compare the advantages of each choice. Which of these two ways of spending time do you prefer? Use specific reasons to support your answer.
111. Spend time with one or two close friends, or with a large number of friends? Of the two possibilities, I prefer the first, that is, to spend my time with one or two close friends, because I enjoy close friendship with one or two people and the cozy atmosphere of spending time with close friends. When spending time with a large number of friends, it tends to be difficult to form solid, meaningful relationships with any of the people, since cultivating friendship needs time to communicate. On the other hand, when spending time with only one or two close friends, it is more likely to get to know these people on a very close level. I think this closeness is very important in a friendship. In fact, if I share no closeness with a person, then I do not consider him a friend. I consider him an acquaintance. Moreover, it is not only closeness, but also the cozy atmosphere that makes me prefer spending time with only one or two friends. In this cozy atmosphere, I always feel there is nothing that I could not or would not tell my friends, as they feel the same. This means we can trust each other completely, although this doesn't at all mean there is no cozy atmosphere or complete trust when spending time with many friends. It is my observation that everyone tends to be more open in private. This is why I enjoy the intimate friendship. In addition, spending time with few friends can save much time, since the relationship among a few people is more likely to be simpler. I'm not proficient at dealing with relationship among people, and often get frustrated communicating with a crowd. However, When I am spending time with one or two close friends, this doesn't matter at all. In fact, my close friends, notwithstanding few in number, always tell me I'm their best friend who can truly care about them and handle the relationship smoothly. I think it is my personality that has made me make such a choice.
Some people think that children should begin their formal education at a very early age and should spend most of their time on school studies. Others believe that young children should spend most of their time playing. Compare these two views. Which view do you agree with? Why?
112. Should young children spend most of their time on school studies or playing? Some people believe that it is important for children to begin their education at a very early age and spend most of their time on academic studies. Others believe that children should spend their time playing instead of studying. To understand the logic behind these two views, we must compare their advantages and disadvantages. If a child spends all of his or her time studying, he or she will advance quickly in school. He or she will learn things early in life that other children who spent their time playing will not learn until they are at least a few years older. This child will learn the value of education early on and will be able to impress his or her parents with his or her knowledge, therefore gaining self-confidence and motivation. If a child spends most of his time playing, he or she will not learn about mathematics and science, but he or she will learn another important skill, socialization. When children spend their time playing together, they learn how to interact with others. They learn how to share things and how to settle a disagreement amicably. Children can also increase their motor skills if they spend their time playing games that involve hand-eye coordination. Both of these perspectives have valid points. However, I think it is best to try and combine playing with learning. If children can learn about the basics of academics in a fun and playful environment, they are likely to become more interested in it. A very young child has no interest in studying, and I believe that adults must allow children to have fun. Otherwise, the children will grow up to be uncaring, antisocial adults. This does not mean, however, that education is not important. I feel that there is a right time to introduce studying and academia to children, and this time is not when they are very young. It is better to wait until the children are at least 5 or 6 years old before trying to get them to study.
The government has announced that it plans to build a new university. Some people think that your community would be a good place to locate the university. Compare the advantages and disadvantages of establishing a new university in your community. Use specific details in your discussion.
113. Compare the advantages and disadvantages of establishing a new university in your community. The building of a new university is exciting in any city. Picking the right community is very important, and there are a number of things to consider when making such a decision. I currently live in the Dongzhimen area of Beijing, so I will be discussing the advantages and disadvantages of building a university in this community. There are many advantages of building a university in the Dongzhimen area. First, DZM is located in the center of the Beijing metropolis. Students will have no trouble finding anything they need to further their studies, for example food, stationery supplies, and other basic daily necessities. This is very important because any time one spends hunting for needed items or traveling to get them is time spent away from study. Second, there are also a number of excellent restaurants in the area, offering good hearty meals for a nominal price. As many students do not have the time to make their own meals, this is an excellent reason to build a university in this area. There are also negative points of building a university in the DZM area. First, it is important to note that the infamous Sanlitun Bar Street is within walking distance from DZM. While one would like to believe that students would be able to resist the urge of going to the bars every night, it could be a draw for some. This would, of course, lower grade point averages and be a major hindrance. Second, the housing situation in this area is more expensive than many other communities in the city. As many students are living on limited budgets, it might be difficult to find adequate housing. Finally, the last drawback of building a university in the DZM area is the traffic. As the community is right downtown, there is a constant flow of cars and trucks. With all of the street noise, the students could be distracted from their studies. Overall, I think that DZM would not be a good choice for a university. There are too many distractions close by. While it is an excellent area to live in, there are too many negatives of having the university in this area.
Some people think that the family is the most important influence on young adults. Other people think that friends are the most important influence on young adults. Which view do you agree with? Use examples to support your position.
114. Which is the most important influence on young adults, family or friends? While some people believe that family have the biggest influence on a young adult's life, I maintain that it is friends, not the family, that hold this influence to a larger extent. First of all, young adults usually spend more time with their friends. When a person graduates from being a teenager and becomes a young adult, many things change in his or her life. This person will likely leave his or her family home and go to university. University life is very different than home life. One will no longer be spending a lot of time with family, and instead will usually fill his free time visiting with friends. These friends are therefore in a much better position to influence the young adult. Moreover, friends will usually have a better perspective on one's life than family. Because the young adult is spending so much time with friends, it is likely that the two friends will have similar perspectives on life, as they are going through the same situations together. Because of this, a friend can have a better understanding of one's life than a family member. A young adult will probably hold his or her friend's influence as more important than his family's, because the two friends think alike. Finally, friends usually have a better sense of how the world works based on today's standards. Therefore, young adults are more likely to allow themselves to be influenced by their friends than their family, because they see their friends as having a more modern view of how the world works. Many young people in today's society see their parents as too traditional and stuck in their ways. A person's friends, on the other hand, are much savvier to contemporary issues. Because of this, young adults will likely think their friends' advice or influence has more value than their parents.
Some people prefer to plan activities for their free time very carefully. Others choose not to make any plans at all for their free time. Compare the benefits of planning free time activities with the benefits of not making plans. Which do you prefer, planning or not planning for your leisure time? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your choice.
115. Planning or not planning for your leisure time. Some people find it to be a better use of their free time if they plan out all of their activities very carefully. Others enjoy their free time more if they do not make any plans at all. I agree with those in the latter group and would prefer not to be restricted to a schedule. Above most things, I enjoy living my life spontaneously. If I decide that I want to go away for the weekend, assuming I have money and can take time off work, I will go. I am unable to live my life in this manner because I never bind myself to carefully planned schedules. I make the most out of every situation I come across and always enjoy myself. Because of this, there is no need for a schedule. It is more fun to just wait and see what will happen next. After all, it's a free time. I always enjoy the freedom of an unplanned afternoon. If I need to get errands done, I will find time for them. If I have free time, I want to enjoy it. I do not want to be trying to finish things quickly just because there is somewhere else that might be interesting on my list of things to do. If I am at a park and am really enjoying myself, there is no reason why I should leave, even if there is something else to do on my list that sounds interesting. I believe in living in the moment. What I am doing at the present moment is more important than anything I might do in the future. If, on a rare occasion, I do make a schedule, I find that it quickly runs off track. Perhaps I am just particularly bad at keeping to a schedule, but I find that some things take longer to do than I expected they would, and other things are finished in much shorter a time than expected. This quickly makes even the best schedule go awry.
People learn in different ways. Some people learn by doing things. Other people learn by reading about things. Others learn by listening to people talk about things. Which of these methods of learning is best for you? Use specific examples to support your choice.
116. What method of learning is best for you? There are many different methods that people use for learning. Some people learn with hands-on experience. Others learn by reading, and still others learn by listening to discussion of other people. It is generally believed that learning is a subjective process, and it is important to discover the ways in which one learns best. I find that personally, learning by doing things is the best way. First, I find that the hands-on method is right for me because I am a very visual learner. If I can see what is happening, I have a much easier time understanding it. Reading a book does not give me this ease. When I read a book in order to gain knowledge, particularly technical one, I sometimes have trouble visualizing exactly what is being explained. However, when I actually see the process happening, it is much easier for me to understand. I also use a visual method when I am studying English. For example, if I am working on new vocabulary, I will write the words down and then draw pictures of the words to remind myself of the meaning. Going through the process of drawing the pictures greatly increases my ability to memorize any type of information. When a picture is too simple to be enough or is hard to draw, I will close my eye and draw a mental picture that serves more helpful. It seems as though most businesses prefer people to have this hands-on experience as well. It is rare to find a good job that does not require applicants to have spent a certain amount of time doing a similar type of work in the past. By having this past experience, it shows that they have learnt to do a particular task well, and that they have practical knowledge of the job. In conclusion, I think that hands-on learning is best for me and beneficial for my future. As stated above, however, everyone learns in a different style, and it is important to find the most efficient method for themselves.
Some people choose friends who are different from themselves. Others choose friends who are similar to themselves. Compare the advantages of having friends who are different from you with the advantages of having friends who are similar to you. Which kind of friend do you prefer for yourself? Why?
117. Choose friends who are different from you or similar to you. In general, my friends are quite similar to me. There are a number of reasons as to why this is the case. When two people are similar to each other, they have a wide basis of topics available to them for conversation, and are also able to bond over many types of experiences. For example, one of my major interests is music. I frequently enjoy going to see musical acts perform. If a potential friend is not interested in the same type of music as me, we will not be able to share these experiences together. Without being able to have these bonding experiences, it is difficult for an acquaintanceship to evolve into a friendship. Another reason why we usually choose friends who are quite similar to us is because having similar friends who have common interests can help us come up with new ideas regarding things we are interested in. If I am particularly interested in a project, but cannot seem to advance the thought to my satisfaction, it is quite likely that one of my friends will be able to offer insight on the subject that I hadn't previously thought of. Nonetheless, it is important to consider exactly how similar one must be to me for me to form a friendship with them. I had many friends who, on the surface, are quite different from me. However, we share one or two common interests that allow us to communicate on a clear, meaningful level. To explain, I will give an example of a particular friend who fits into this category. I met this friend at the opening of a new Italian restaurant in town. We have very different interests and very different occupations. However, we are both connoisseurs of fine cuisine. Based on this one small connection, we formed a very good friendship. In conclusion, I find that it is possible to have friends who appear similar to or different from myself. The key to a strong, lasting relationship is finding one or two areas that both parties find interesting.
Some people enjoy change and they look forward to new experiences. Others like their lives to stay the same, and they do not change their unusual habits. Compare these two approaches to life. Which approach do you prefer? Explain why.
118. Which approach to life do you prefer? Life with change or without? Some people enjoy change and look forward to new experiences, while others enjoy a steady-paced habitual existence. Both of these lifestyles have their own merits, but one thing is for certain: change is unavoidable, and we had best be prepared for all situations that come our way. For my day-to-day activities, I enjoy comparatively stable lifestyle. I get up in the morning, shower, eat breakfast, and get ready for work. I have a stable, somewhat long-term job, which I enjoy. After work, I come home, eat dinner, and relax before going to bed. I take pleasure in all of these activities and appreciate the stability. However, sometimes change happens, and I look forward to that as well. For example, a few months ago I held a position in a company that did not treat its employees very well. The job was monotonous, and I did not enjoy it very much. The work was not difficult, but I felt that something was lacking. Out of the blue, I received a job offer that was much more in tune with my current interests from another company. I jumped at the opportunity to try something new. The idea of change was very exciting, and I welcomed it. Change can also be negative, however. Sometimes terrible things happen unexpectedly and leave you feeling lost. For example, one could lose his or her job, or much worse, a family member or a friend could die. This type of change, of course, is unwelcome. We all must do our best to deal with these adjustments and make the best of any situation that comes our way. In conclusion, for the most part, I enjoy a stable routine life. At the same time, however, I am always ready to change if it is advantageous to my position in life. I believe it is important to always be ready for change because it is unavoidable.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? People behave differently when they wear different clothes. Do you agree that different clothes influence the way people behave? Use specific examples to support your answer.
119. Does different clothes influence the way people behave? It seems that people do sometimes behave differently when they wear different clothes. For example, a well-dressed man seldom spits at random. A woman in glorious dresses is more likely to talk in a gentle tone, and a clean-dressed child seems quiet than others. It might be explained that different dresses give people different self-images, and most people subconsciously behave according to their own self-images. Equally sensible is another factor, that is, all too often people regard a person differently according to his or her dresses. Therefore, people might behave differently when they wear different clothes because they are treated differently. Also, appropriate dresses do help a lot in certain circumstances. It is not difficult to imagine that a doctor with a casual suit instead of his or her formal one will certainly make his or her patients nervous, for doctors in working hours are always supposed to be in white suits. An applicant in his or her first interview will be naturally accompanied with great mental tension. If he or she well-dressed, by well we do not mean expensively or gloriously, we mean neatly, he or she would appear more self-confident and or even be self-confident indeed. However, merely a suit in itself can contribute little. In fact, people's behaviors inevitably reflect their nature. A poor gentleman dressed in rags is still a gentleman. He knows the essential principles that a civilized individual must observe. He knows fundamental moral disciplines which an educated individual must follow. A parvenu, on the other hand, will finally find out the fact that his exorbitantly dear dresses is of no use to make himself a gentleman, and he even eventually fail to make him look like a gentleman. Maybe those are right who said it takes at least 3 generations to cultivate a gentleman. In a word, I do not believe that clothes can essentially make people different, even though they might sometimes seemingly do.
Decisions can be made quickly, or they can be made after careful thought. Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? The decisions that people make quickly are always wrong. Use reasons and specific examples to support your opinion.
120. Are decisions that people make quickly always wrong? If the question asked was whether or not a decision that is quickly made is always wrong, and required an absolute yes-no answer, I think the answer had to be a resounding no. While carefully thinking out decisions can be important, there are many decisions that are best suited to impulsive, spontaneous outcomes. Consider I am sitting home alone one morning, contemplating what to do with my day. There are a number of things I should get done during the day. I have to clean my apartment as well as do some grocery shopping. A friend calls and invites me to see an art exhibition that sounds very interesting. This situation does not require a carefully thought-out decision. I can easily put off my small errands for later in the day, or even until the next day. The decision was made very quickly, and in my opinion, was definitely not wrong. A second example can be seen at the workplace. I am employed at a busy real estate office. I have a number of responsibilities that I have to contend with during the day. If I took the time to carefully think out each decision I made during the day, my company would quickly lose many important deals. In some situations, one must act on instinct in order to get the job done as quickly and efficiently as possible. With that said, there are of course situations which do require careful thought and consideration before reaching a decision. For example, buying an apartment or a house is a very big decision to make. In this circumstance, I would not make a choice without careful evaluation of all the information available. While some decisions require very careful thought, others can easily be made quickly and still be correct. If I had to carefully consider all of the decisions I have to make in a day, I would never get anything accomplished.
Some people trust their first impressions about a person's character because they believe these judgments are generally correct. Other people do not judge a person's character quickly because they believe first impressions are often wrong. Compare these two attitudes. Which attitude do you agree with? Support your choice with specific examples.
121. Judge people by first impressions, right or wrong. Some people judge a person's character by first impressions simply because they believe these judgments are, for the most part, correct. Other people are warier about making judgments quickly because they believe their original impressions could be faulty. However, it's a common pattern. If someone makes a good first impression, people will be inclined to believe it and make a judgment based on that. If the person makes a poor first impression, people will usually hold off judgment until a second or third meeting to ensure that the original assessment was correct. My personal philosophy for meeting new people is to give them the benefit of the doubt. If someone makes a very good first impression, I am likely to believe that that is his or her character, unless, on further encounters, he or she proves it to be otherwise. I believe that this is a fair, beneficial way of making judgments. I don't think there is any reason to be suspicious of someone's character unless he or she has given me a reason to think so. It is even possible that I will make a bad first impression on someone if I am too suspicious of his or her character. However, I also believe it is important to hold off judgment if someone makes a bad first impression. There are a multitude of reasons why someone might be in a bad mood and therefore make a poor impression. For example, perhaps I am meeting a man who just had something bad happen to him. Perhaps his bag was stolen, and it had some important documents in it. If this happened to me, I would surely be in a bad mood, and not make a good impression on any new people I met. Therefore, I think it is important to wait until a second or even third meeting before passing judgment.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? People are never satisfied with what they have. They always want something more or something different. Use specific reasons to support your answer.
122. Are people never satisfied with what they have? It is said that people are never satisfied with what they have. They always want something more or something different. Unfortunately, this statement has quite a bit of truth to it in today's society. Individuals today are constantly driven to have the best, the brightest, and the newest. With the increase of westernization, almost every country has become a consumer culture, including China. There is not a street you can walk down in downtown Beijing that does not have an advertisement trying to sell you something. Wherever you go, there is a new product calling to you. Individuals in society today believe that others will not appreciate them if they do not spend exorbitant amounts of money on all types of luxuries, from cars to fancy mobile phones to expensive name-brand clothing. This idea does not only relate to consumer goods, however. I find that if I start a new job for the first period of time, maybe the first month, the first year, or even the first 5 years are very exciting. Eventually, the appeal wears off, and I am no longer enchanted with my work. I crave something different, something more exciting. Anything as long as it is better than what I am currently doing. I think people, including myself, need to become more comfortable with their current positions. There is no reason why we should cater to the advertising industry and constantly buy new and better products when the ones we currently have work fine. This is not to say that we should never have new, nice things. In the past decade, consumer spending has reached new heights around the world. This is hardly necessary, especially when you consider that people have been living happily for thousands of years without such goods. I think that if people could learn to live without such frivolities, they would live a much happier life overall.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? People should read only those books that are about real events, real people, and established facts. Use specific reasons and details to support your opinion.
123. Should people read only those books that deal with real matters? I do not believe that people should only read books that are about real events, real people, or established facts. Personally, I do not see any logic in this statement whatsoever. There are a multitude of reasons why a person should read a wide range of books. First, if an author was to write solely about real events and established facts, there would be little room for imagination. Without imagination, it would be difficult to come up with any new ideas, or to progress our thinking. Second, most of history is subjective. If an author takes a certain viewpoint on a real event, he or she is bound to miss some of the facts, and there is even a possibility that he or she will get some of the facts wrong. The author must indulge the story in order to fill in the details that are missing. Most books about real events and real people are part fiction. If we look at the situation from the perspective of the reader, it is just as grim. If an audience was to only make reference to non-fictional books, there would be little room for the expansion of the mind. Many authors who write fiction do so in order to introduce new thoughts and ideas to the reader. These new ideas allow us to come up with new innovative views of our own, and through this progress we grow. As mentioned above, fictional works are an important outlet, allowing us to forget about all of the negative things happening in the world for a little while. There are people who might disagree that this escape is a positive thing. However, I posit that by escaping from the real world for a few hours, we are able to deal with it more efficiently and happily when we return. Because of this, reading fiction is a great way to relax. Fictional works are very important to society and the individual. They allow us to think of new, exciting ideas, as well as giving us an excellent, peaceful way to relax. There is nothing I would rather do on a free evening than unwind and read a good fictional novel.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? It is more important for students to study history and literature than it is for them to study science and mathematics. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
124. Is it more important for students to study history and literature than to study science and mathematics? I think that these academic subjects are equal to each other. One is not better or more important than the other. First of all, it is important for students to take the classes which they will excel at. If all students were to take history and literature, half of them would do terribly. Not all students have a literary mind. In fact, only about half of them do. Having a scientifically based mind is no better or worse than the alternative. It's hard to imagine that all the students are learning history and literature while no one studies science and mathematics. If this was the case, a major portion of the world's knowledge would be lost. Science and mathematics students are constantly making important breakthroughs in their fields of research. If the number of students taking these subjects dramatically dropped because they were told it was less important than other subjects, this research would come to a grinding halt. Science and mathematics students come up with much of the theories behind how the world works, which are vastly important to society. In fact, students should be encouraged to take all subjects because there is no way of measuring which courses are better than others. Everything a person can study has its own unique value. Whether this value is based on personal beliefs or the beliefs of society at large, everything is important in some way or another. Moreover, most academic disciplines are in fact interrelated. For example, historians sometimes have to employ some statistical knowledge while they are doing their research. At the same time, computer programmers will have a better understanding of their field if they are familiar about the history of computer science. One must take the courses one finds interesting, and not base his or her decisions on what others say are important. History and literature can be seen as a link to the past, whereas science and mathematics can be viewed as a link to the future. In this sense, no one is more relevant than the other, because each field produces insights that the other has no way of grasping.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? All students should be required to study art and music in secondary school. Use specific reasons to support your answer.
125. Should all students be required to study art and music in secondary school? The authorities at secondary schools must make very important decisions regarding what will be considered to be the required curriculum for their students. I believe that art and music should be part of this required curriculum. Studying art and music makes a person more diverse and thoughtful. When one studies art and music, one is exposed to many different cultures and points of view. It allows the audience to perceive the world through a different set of eyes. It is also an excellent way to spark interest in other cultures and diverse ways of life. This promotes understanding and tolerance of others. It is also a porthole to peer into areas of many cultures, including one's own, that one would not readily have access to. This includes everything from social life to metaphysics to philosophy, etc. Furthermore, these subjects give the students an outlet for expressing their turbulent emotions during puberty. Art and music are also an excellent way to express emotions. In ancient times, many a troubled man turned to brushwork or Chinese classical music to work out difficulties with life. Students of today's modern world have similar issues with life, and need an outlet to express these. Art and music, in any form, can assist one in dealing with personal issues. In addition, viewing art and listening to music are excellent ways to relax. When I am stressed because of life, one of my favorite activities is painting while listening to my preferred music. I find this activity to be very soothing and calming. Looking at works of art can have a similar effect, and when one understands the philosophy behind the work, it is that much more beneficial. Therefore, I believe that studying art and music in secondary school can be nothing but beneficial for the students. I would encourage all school districts to make these subjects part of their required curriculums.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? There is nothing that young people can teach older people. Use specific reasons and examples to support your position.
126. Is there anything that young people can teach older people? It has been a common conception that young people have nothing of value to teach their elders. I firmly disagree with this statement and posit that in fact the opposite is true. Young people have a plethora of information to teach old people. One of the advantages of being young is having a different perspective on life than one's seniors. Young people have not been influenced by nearly as many people as an old person, and therefore their thoughts and ideas are more their own. An older person can learn from these new ideas and once again see the world with the freshness and fascination of a young person. Also, young people tend to embark on all of their projects with a kind of intensity and perseverance. This quality can sometimes be lost as one gets older. After spending time with a young person, an old person tends to gain back some of this vitality. For example, I have seen many older people who did not live their lives to the fullest. However, with the addition of a granddaughter or a grandson, they regained much of their youthfulness. In my opinion, this was fully due to their seeing the vitality in the young and learning from it. Finally, young people tend to enjoy experimenting when they are working on a project. Older people are usually set in their ways. They will continue doing a chore one way, even if it is not the best way. Young people can offer insight into new methods of doing even the simplest tasks, and often will think up new systems that do not occur to the elderly. In conclusion, I think older people can learn much more from the future generations. Of course, this is not to say that young people cannot learn from their elders. The educational process does not only work one way through the generation gaps.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Reading fiction is more enjoyable than watching movies. Use specific reasons and examples to explain your position.
127. Is reading fiction more enjoyable than watching movies? Billions of dollars are spent on entertainment every year in every country in the world. Much of this money is spent on either movies or fictional books, as these two types of entertainment are found to be most enjoyable by the masses. Which, however, is more enjoyable? I posit that these mediums cannot be compared so easily, as they both have their strong points in regards to entertainment. When one reads a fictional book, one is able to let his or her imagination run wild. Everything from the setting to the character descriptions is left up to the reader's mind, and therefore can be quite enjoyable. Depending on the novel, of course, one can imagine faraway places just by the description read in the novel. Books are also an excellent form of entertainment as they are portable. If one is on a long commute to work, which is common in Beijing, one can bring along a favorite novel, effectively taking his or her entertainment with him or her. Books can be enjoyed in any setting. They can be picked up on a whim and put down again to return to at a later time. Movies, of course, also have their own benefits. Movies allow the viewer to be completely engrossed in the plot. There is no need for thinking, as everything is presented to you in a straightforward form. One never has to ponder what a place or a person looks like. The information is all accessible to the viewer. This can be an advantage or a disadvantage, depending on what one is looking for in his or her entertainment. In a society where we want everything faster, better, and more exciting, perhaps movies are a more relevant medium. However, movies demand at least an hour and a half of one's time. Books are available to their consumers whenever there is time, which is also an important feature. In conclusion, I believe that neither books nor movies are a more enjoyable form of entertainment. In some cases, I prefer to read a book. In others, a movie is vastly more enjoyable. It is up to the consumer to decide.
Some people say that physical exercise should be a required part of every school day. Other people believe that students should spend the whole school day on academic studies. Which opinion do you agree with? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
128. Should we spend all school day studying or set aside some time for exercising? Some people believe that it is important to have physical activities as part of a child's everyday curriculum at school. Others disagree and argue that students should spend all of their time on academic studies. Personally, I believe that physical education is a vital part of an education as it teaches children to take care of their bodies, how to work as a team, and gives them a method of releasing tension and aggression. Humans have always known about the importance of taking care of our bodies, but it seems that in recent years we have gradually forgotten this important fact. It is absolutely necessary to get some physical activity at least a few times a week, and ingraining this idea into children when they are young is the best way to ensure their health for life. Physical exercise usually involves teamwork of some sort. Much of the exercise that young people get involves games such as basketball, volleyball, or football. All of these sports teach children how to work together to achieve a common goal, in this case, winning. I also believe that allowing the children to work together in a fun environment, rather than only on academic projects, brings a stronger sense of camaraderie, which helps the children to have healthy relationships with others. Finally, physical exercise is an excellent way to release tension and aggression. If one is particularly stressed about school or life, getting exercise can help the person to relax. As for letting out aggression, it is much healthier to kick a football than it is to hit someone who has made you angry. Exercise should definitely be part of a student's education. Exercise has much more to offer than simply getting a break from academics. Physical exercise can balance out a student's hectic life and make it much more pleasurable.
A university plans to develop a new research center in your country. Some people want a center for business research. Other people want a center for research in agriculture. Which of these two kinds of research centers do you recommend for your country? Use specific reasons in your recommendation.
129. A center for business research or for research in agriculture? China is currently one of the fastest growing economies in the world. A new research center, whether business or agriculturally based, would be beneficial for both our country and the rest of the world. When considering if it would be more valuable to build a business center or an agricultural center, one must realize that both fields of research work hand in hand with each other to develop and expand a country's economy. In a bustling economy like China's, either research center would have great value. There is no doubt that a country's economy is strongly influenced by its ability to not only feed its own people, but also to export agricultural products to other countries. In this sense, an agricultural research center would help further development in China's sustainability and further the country on a global scale. An agricultural research center would also be a great idea in China, as our country already has excellent agricultural techniques. By having this type of research center in China, the world's knowledge on this important field would grow exponentially. Agriculture also has the ability to employ a large percentage of the population, and through agricultural research, these people's efforts could be used in a more efficient manner. A business research center would also be an excellent idea in China. As China becomes more and more prone to the power of globalization, a business research center would allow China to not only keep up with the business-minded West, but also this type of center could possibly allow our country to surpass the West in new business ideas. China has the largest population in the world, and therefore the business industry is bound to grow at an alarmingly fast rate. In conclusion, I believe that either of these centers would be beneficial to our country. Perhaps the best solution would be to raise funds for both of the centers and allow the two centers to work together to build a better China.
Some young children spend a great amount of their time practicing sports. Discuss the advantages and disadvantages of this. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
130. The advantages and disadvantages of young children spending much time practicing sports. It is a common activity, not only in China, but across the world, for young children to spend copious amounts of time playing and practicing sports. There is much discussion as to whether this is a beneficial way for young people to spend their time. In order to decide, we must consider the advantages and disadvantages. There are many advantages to children spending their time playing sports. First, children will be stronger and healthier because they are getting exercise. This not only has the immediate effects of being healthy children, but also affects their health later in life, as they will develop good habits for taking care of their physical shape and their health. Second, exercise is known to be an excellent appetite and weight controller. In recent years, with the further development of China, many young people are becoming overweight. Playing sports in one's childhood could definitely help this situation. Finally, sports are excellent social activities. If one plays sports early in life, he will learn about teamwork, perseverance, and goal setting. All of these lessons will help one to become a happier, better adjusted adult. There are also a few disadvantages to children spending time playing sports. For example, playing sports detracts from study time, which is very important. If children are playing sports so often that they cannot concentrate on their studies, they should definitely stop. Another disadvantage is that sports can sometimes be dangerous, causing lifelong injuries to a person that is not careful. Finally, some people believe that sports are overly competitive and push children too hard at a young age. It is possible that children would lose self-confidence and self-esteem if they constantly lost at sports. Sometimes, it is the parents that push the children too hard at sports, causing an unwillingness to participate due to a lack of enjoyment. Overall, I think that sports are beneficial to a young person's life. They offer valuable skills that will be useful throughout one's entire life. As long as one is careful and does not overdo it, sports are an excellent idea for all young children.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Only people who earn a lot of money are successful. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
131. Only people who earn a lot of money are successful? China is host to over 1 billion people. While the majority of China's population is not rich, in fact, it is a very small percentage of people who hold the status of being wealthy. Does this mean that the vast majority of Chinese people are unsuccessful? The answer to this is irrefutably no. There are many measures of success, and money is one of them. However, money is far from the main measure of success. To prove this point, one need only consider the possibility that a man could be wealthy beyond belief, but not consider himself successful. Perhaps he inherited his money and has done nothing of value in his life. Perhaps he earned the money through ill means. Whatever the situation, it is more than possible that a rich man could be considered unsuccessful either by himself or by others. Many people believe that the main measure of success is happiness rather than material goods. Without happiness, even a person with money, status, and children would not be successful. However, A low-paid schoolteacher might think he or she was very successful if he or she succeeded in getting children to learn their material well. Or perhaps a housewife, who makes no money of her own, would feel successful if she raised a healthy, well-adjusted child and kept her home looking wonderful. It is also important to look at the difference between self-perceived success and one's success in the eyes of another person. Perhaps the outside world views a man as unsuccessful if he does not have a lot of money, but he views himself as very successful because of his achievements in life. Whose opinion is more important? I believe that if one thinks he or she is successful, then he or she is, no matter what other people say. In conclusion, money is not the only measure of success. Anyone can be successful, whether they are rich or poor. What matters is how one views him or herself. If one is proud of one's achievements in life and feels that he or she has lived a fulfilling life, then he or she is successful.
If you could invent something new, what product would you develop? Use specific reasons and details why this invention is needed.
132. If you could invent something new, what product would you develop? The world today is moving at a faster and faster pace. An invention that would be exceptionally useful for the human race would be an intelligent humanoid robot. On a daily basis, millions of people in China perform tasks which are exceedingly tedious and are a tragic waste of the abilities of these people. Tasks such as house cleaning, street cleaning, some types of farming, some factory work, toll booths, and a multitude of other jobs would be performed just as easily by a robot as by a man. In some cases, robots could potentially outperform a man because they would not need to rest. They could perform these simple tasks at a rapid speed, and therefore would be a significant advantage in some manual labor jobs. Other tasks that people perform are incredibly dangerous and often cause lifelong injuries or much worse as to kill people. If these types of jobs were performed by machines, there would be far fewer work-related injuries and deaths. A prime example is deep-sea welding on oil platforms. Every year there are many deaths of workers who hold this dangerous position. In addition, because it is such a high-stress job, the workers' lives are often shortened because of inability to cope. As machines obviously do not feel emotional stress, they would perform hundreds of times better than men do in these types of situations. Humanoid robots would also more effectively perform complex jobs such as surgeries and manufacturing high-tech materials. For example, eye surgeries and brain surgeries require a very steady, careful hand and an intensely varied knowledge of the human anatomy. A robot could be programmed to complete such surgeries flawlessly. Manufacturing high-tech materials is very complex, as it involves many intricate mathematical problems. A robot could be programmed to perform calculations in seconds that would take a man hours or days to perform. Therefore, I think an intelligent humanoid robot would be incredibly beneficial to the human race, although many of the tasks it performs would need to be supervised by a person, and some tasks would be impossible to perform for a robot.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? A person's childhood years, the time from birth to 12 years of age, are the most important years of a person's life. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
133. Are a person's childhood years the most important years of a person's life? It is generally accepted that a person's childhood years are very important years of a person's life, but it is hardly appropriate to say those years are the most important. We do not reject the importance of childhood years. Actually, it is rather important for later part of a person's life. Our lives, to a large extent, are subject to our recognition of our surroundings. Our worldviews have been structured from very early stage of our childhood, mainly through our daily experiences. Everyone, therefore, actually has his or her own world, different from those of others. Because even though we all live in a single world, each and every one of us, in fact, lives in distinctive worlds which are determined by distinctive perceptions that vary widely from individual to individual. Hence, we should not be surprised by the extent to which a person's life is influenced by one's childhood. Childhood, however, is only part of one's life, and is merely one of several determinatives that shape one's adult life. Among various determinatives is one's learning ability. Human beings are superior to any other animals on the earth simply because of their vigorous ability to learn. Psychology teaches us that training and self-training can dramatically alter one's characteristics and even the ability to learn, which may eventually alter his or her life. Furthermore, learning is a lifelong process, which means every part of one's life could be an essentially crucial period, and could play an indispensable role in one's life. Examples are available everywhere. Einstein was taken for an idiot by his teacher when he was a child. Even though every thankful man would have known exactly that doesn't necessarily mean that he was really an idiot, the awkward attitude of his stupid teacher absolutely made Einstein's childhood an awful one. Nevertheless, Einstein led a wonderful life. Most parents nowadays seem to believe the statement that childhood is the most important phase of one's life, and therefore often force their children to learn those alleged essential skills for the sake of the future. The fact is, such behavior is rather presumptuous, because there still are many other important factors that affect one's life.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Children should be required to help with household tasks as soon as they are able to do so. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
134. Should children be required to help with household tasks as soon as they are able to do so? Helping out with household tasks is the first job that most people usually partake. From an early age, children are encouraged to help around the house, doing little tasks that help out their parents and grandparents. I believe that this is an important feature of society and should be continued. It is very important for children to learn how to be responsible for their environment. This is a skill that they will take with them throughout their lives. It should be fostered at an early age. If people are able to keep a clean house or workplace, they will be able to achieve tasks much more easily. For example, if children learn early in life that everything has its place, then this lesson will not only teach them to keep things tidy, but also instruct them on how to stay organized. Another reason why this is important is because it promotes a strong work ethic in children at an early age. If a child is given responsibilities around the house, and it is made sure that the child completes these tasks, the child will learn how important it is to follow through on instructions. Many parents go so far as to punish their children for not doing chores, which I think will ultimately be beneficial for the children. It will help them in all of their later endeavors in life. Finally, encouraging children to do work around the house as soon as they are able to gives them an appreciation of what their parents do for them to keep them safe, clean, and warm. Many young children have no idea how difficult it is to keep the house in good condition. It is important that children learn from an early age how much their parents do for them, and learn to respect their parents more based on this. Overall, I agree with putting children to work early in life around the house. Of course, there are limits on this. Children should not become the maids of the household. They should be given enough work to encourage a strong work ethic and an appreciation of their parents, but not so much that they have no time to do anything else.
Some high schools require all students to wear school uniforms. Other high schools permit students to decide what to wear to school. Which of these two school policies do you think is better?
135. Should high schools require students to wear school uniforms or permit them to decide what to wear to school? While in most present-day high schools it is controversial whether students should wear uniforms, most elementary schools have adopted uniform policy with wide support. Uniforms serve students benefits in several ways. First of all, uniforms act as social equalizers. Children often feel less social pressure when everyone in the school dresses the same way. Students who cannot be fashionable due to limited family finances are made to feel more comfortable among their peers. Moreover, the wearing of uniforms influences students' perceptions of school climate. Students are made to feel as if they are part of a team by wearing a uniform. School climate is improved considerably because kids perceive that they fit in because they look like everybody else. In addition, school uniforms would assist students and parents in other ways. Students would learn to appreciate the elimination of so many choices when getting dressed for a school day. Students would not be tardy for school as often because of the indecision about what to wear in the mornings. However, when the issue comes to high school situation, further details should be carefully examined. Students in high schools are in a much different situation from students in elementary schools. High school students are sometimes called young adults, by which people are expecting their maturity, at least to some extent. It's moderate that schools are expected to operate a well-disciplined, structured environment that is conducive to learning. But uniform is not the right answer to various difficulties and problems that the high school education is confronting. For example, while proponents address the safety that uniform policy would bring, opponents are aware of the fact that campus violence would not be reduced because of uniforms. Having grown up already, most students no longer feel that uniforms help them become a part of the school. Furthermore, uniforms may not save parents as much money as people would like to believe. Uniforms do not eliminate the need for clothing needed for outside school. Students many times don't wear their school clothing the rest of the day once they are out of school. Sneakers, jackets, boots, casual clothing, and more will still be needed. What may first appear to be economical may not be accurate in reality. It has been said that a controversy cannot exist without a fundamental dispute, and it seems that the answer to the school uniform debate is not a simple yes or no. There is no clear consensus as to the benefits of school uniforms. However, as to high schools, uniform policy should eventually be reconsidered, as many other regulations which have already been eliminated, including boys' hair should not touch collar, or girls' skirts must be longer than knees.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Playing a game is fun only when you win. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
136. Is playing a game fun only when you win? Playing games is one of the most popular forms of entertainment in the world. Every country has a number of popular games that are played all the time. For example, in China, mahjong and Chinese chess are both very popular. I think playing game in itself is full of fun. Winning a game is just a pleasure extra. It would be impossible to think that one could win a game all the time when they first start playing it. This is especially true for strategy games, such as the above mentioned. In many cases, playing against the top players of a game and losing is an honor, not a disappointment. The age-old adage says that practice makes perfect. This is as true in games as it is in any other endeavor. In order to win a game all of the time, you need to practice it over and over and learn the strategies of the game. Practice is necessary to win a game. If this was really an annoying process, no one would ever play games. However, it is the journey of the game, not the destination, that is important. Going through the actual game is the fun part. If one wins a game, that is an added bonus. People truly enjoy the process of playing a game. If winning was the only thing that was important, we would all play rock, paper, scissors all of the time. People enjoy the process of playing a game because of the social aspects. Playing a game, especially a long, enduring game like mahjong, is a bonding experience. Many of these games can last for days, being picked up and left off time and time again. Games are great for bonding with other people, which makes them excellent for improving one's social skills, in addition to having fun. In conclusion, I strongly believe that games can be fun even if I am not the winner. Games must be played a multitude of times if one hopes to get good at them, and this is a fun process to go through. Games bring us closer to our friends as we have fun experiences with them. There are many excellent reasons to play a game besides winning.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? High schools should allow students to study the courses that students want to study. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
137. Should high schools allow students to study the courses that students want to study? High school is a very important time in a person's educational career. During this period, they will learn many of the skills necessary to be successful in university and the work world. There are both advantages and disadvantages of students picking their own courses in high school. The disadvantages are that high school students are too young to have good judgment about what they really require, and also, it's very important for a young person to get a rounded education. The advantage of adolescents picking their own courses is that people should be able to start exploring their aptitudes at a young age. If children are able to pick all of their own courses in high school, it is more than likely that they will pick all easy courses, such as arts or music courses. Children do not necessarily know what is best for them, and therefore could end up lacking later in life because of the poor, uninformed decisions they made as adolescents. Young people need a well-rounded, balanced education. A good education should include everything from languages to mathematics to science, etc. Many children would avoid their most disliked courses if given the opportunity. A well-rounded education leads to well-balanced people, which in turn leads to a tolerant, knowledgeable society. It is important to have a wide basis of knowledge concerning how the world works. As mentioned above, there is also an advantage of allowing children to pick their own courses in high school. Picking one's own courses means that one will be able to focus on subject areas that are particularly interesting to the individual. Adolescents should be able to hone in on their likes and dislikes at a young age, as this will give them a better understanding of where their aptitude lies. In conclusion, I think that students in high school should be able to choose some of their own courses. There should definitely be a required curriculum, but it should leave room for students to take selectives that they are truly interested in.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? It is better to be a member of a group than to be the leader of a group. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
138. Is it better to be a member of a group than to be the leader of a group? When working in a group, there are many different positions, but basically, one can think of a group as having two job types: member and leader. Some people believe that it is better to be a member of a group than it is to be the leader. However, I think it is better to be a leader in a group because as the leader, one's ideas are more likely to be heard. He or she is more likely to receive accolades from complete work, and he or she is able to make important decisions for the group. The leader of the group has the strongest voice of all. If someone enjoys coming up with new exciting concepts and making a difference in a project, then he or she should be the leader. It can be a frustrating experience at times to be a member of a group. At times, a member's ideas are not taken seriously because he or she does not have respect that the leader has. If one leads a group, his or her ideas will always be heard and respected, and usually followed through with. When a project is complete, it is the leader that receives accolades for doing a good job. While the entire team gets some respect and appreciation upon completion, it is the leader who receives the most admiration. This is an advantage for building one's resume and generally gaining respect in society. People always respect the leader of a group more than the members. Moreover, it is better to be the leader of a group than a member because the leader is able to wield the power. Being the leader means getting a say in all decisions, and often is allowed to follow through with any ideas that he or she thinks up. This can mean that things that a person finds important will be completed quickly and efficiently. Overall, I believe that it is better to be the leader of a group than to be a member. A leader can make decisions, follow through with them, and receive recognition for a job well done. However, there are of course some negatives of being a leader. The leader has much more responsibility for the project than anyone else, and if there is a failure, it is the leader's fault. If a person is willing to take on this added responsibility, then being a leader is by far the best position.
What do you consider to be the most important room in a house? Why is this room more important to you than any other room?
139. What do you think is the most important room in a house? Whereas others might feel ridiculous, I reckon the bathroom as the most important room in my house, even though other rooms, such as the reading room or the sitting room, are probably equally important. First of all, the bathroom is the most important because it is highly visible to guests. We may be able to close off the bedroom to indicate that the room is off limits, but we cannot deny our visitors access to the bathroom. The most overlooked in general, though it might be, the bathroom is a room which demands attention as much as possible. For example, it is absolutely an ugly design if the toilet is placed directly opposite the door. All too often, the embarrassment happens when the door is accidentally unlocked. And it is the host to blame if the bathroom is dirty, smelly, or even scattered about in a mess. The bathroom is very important because every family member will inevitably use that room, in which the most important part of family sanitations is located. Personal health of family members is no doubt superior to any other concerns. It should be spacious, bright, tidy, and above all hygienic, and deserve frequent cleaning. In fact, the room we cannot clean too much, specifically the toilet seat. Moreover, more than one bathroom are virtually needed, if possible. It is not only embarrassing or inconvenient, but would also be absurd and irritating if someone knocks at the door when we are using the lavatory. Another reason I put special emphasis upon bathroom came from my experiences. According to my conception, bathroom is not only for toileting, washing, and showering, but for reading as well. Don't be surprised. I have a very spacious and bright bathroom in my house, in which an arm away from the stool is a small bookshelf. a little bit highly located on the wall to prevent books and newspapers from getting wet. I have already discovered that I have to spend more than 30 minutes a day in the bathroom, and that moment is so ideally quiet and easy to concentrate. Believe it or not, I learnt a computer programming language, Delphi, while I was sitting on the stool.
Some items can be made by hand or by machine. Which do you prefer? Items made by hand or items made by machine? Use reasons and specific examples to explain your choice.
140. Items made by hand or items made by machine? Which do you prefer? There are a wide variety of products, such as clothes or furniture, which can be made either by hand or by machine. Both of these methods of manufacturing products have their advantages, and both hold an important place in society. To decide which is best, one should compare the advantages of each method. There are many advantages of making products with the aid of machines. First, machine-made products tend to be cheaper than their handcrafted counterparts. As machines are very steady and do the exact same thing every time they recreate a product, these types of products tend to have consistent quality. Frequently, handmade products have extremes in their product quality. It can either be extremely good or extremely poor. Finally, machine-made products have the advantage of being able to use some finishes and materials that cannot be used when creating something by hand. These include some types of steel, laminates, and enamel finishes. There are also many advantages to buying handcrafted products. When people purchase handcrafted products, they are supporting the arts and crafts communities. Buying these types of products keeps many people employed, as it takes much more time to create an object by hand. Handcrafted objects tend to have much more diversity, as it is almost impossible to create an exact duplicate of an object if you are making it by hand. Overall, I think that there are advantages of using both machine-made products and handmade products. I think that if one can afford to buy high-quality handmade clothing and furniture, that would be the best situation. These types of products tend to last much longer than their machine-made counterparts, and one can be satisfied knowing that they are supporting an artist. However, if one cannot afford to buy high-quality handmade products, it is probably better to buy things that are machine-made. Machine-made products tend to be of higher quality than poorly made handcrafted products.
If you could make one important change in a school that you attend, what change would you make? Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
141. What change do you want to make in a school you attended? While the school system in China is generally quite good, there is one problem that I have found prevalent through all of my years in education. The problem is that the teacher-to-student ratio is too small. This situation was of no benefit to anyone, the teachers or the students. If there were more teachers in each school, class sizes would be smaller, there would be a greater diversity of knowledge and information, and teachers would be less tired and would therefore give better classes. Class sizes are overwhelmingly large in China. In many of the courses offered in elementary school and high school, there are over 40 students in a class. It is very difficult to learn in this type of situation. The teacher has no time to spend with individual students who need extra help, and students are often embarrassed to ask questions in front of so many other students. If class sizes could be shrunk, the learning curve in most courses would rise dramatically. With more teachers at every school, the collective mass of knowledge and information would rise. Everyone in the world has his or her own very particular set of information. People are like snowflakes. Each person is different and has varied experiences from the next person. With more people at a school, there is a wider knowledge base to draw from. This would obviously be an advantage to students, as schools could offer a wider range of courses in a variety of fields of study. Therefore, if I was given the opportunity to change one thing in the high school that I once attended, I would like to try to recruit more qualified teachers and give them more decent pays. This would benefit everyone. It is an unfortunate fact that most school districts cannot afford to make this happen.
A gift can contribute to a child's development. What gift would you give to help a child develop? Why? Use reasons and specific examples to support your choice.
142. What gift would you give to help a child develop? Child's development is often supplemented by the gifts they receive from important adults in their life. It is important to choose these gifts carefully and foster growth in the right areas. If I were to give a gift to a child, it would be the game of chess. Chess offers a number of advantages to a child. Chess builds social skills, it encourages the child to develop the higher functions of the brain, and it is a good hobby. As with most games, chess encourages a child to be social with others. As chess is a two-person game, any time children play the game, they will be interacting with others. As chess is a competitive game with a winner and a loser, children will have to learn how to lose gracefully if they hope to keep their chess partners. Building social skills when one is young is very important for future successes throughout one's life. Playing chess is also an excellent way to increase one's thinking abilities. Chess is a game of strategy. When playing chess, a child will build important skills such as pattern recognition, strategic thinking, and analytical thinking. All of these skills are very important, especially when going through school. Many subjects a person must take in school utilize all of these skills, and working on them early in life can be nothing but beneficial. Finally, chess is an excellent hobby for a young person. Playing chess or any other time-intensive game keeps children out of trouble. If they are spending their time working on building their chess strategies, they are not out on the streets causing trouble. Many children develop behavioral problems because of simple boredom. Chess is an excellent remedy for this, as it is fun to spend one's free time. Thus, I think chess is an excellent present to give to a young child. Chess encourages both personality and mental development, which are very important in a child's early years. While many gifts will encourage the maturity of one of these types of development, there are few gifts that foster the development of both.
Some people believe that students should be given one long vacation each year. Others believe that students should have several short vacations throughout the year. Which viewpoint do you agree with? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
143. Should students be given a long vacation or several short vacations? Vacation is a very important part of student life. I would agree that it is best for the students to have many short vacations. School can be a very tiring, tedious experience at times. If students get regular breaks in between intensive periods of studies, they will be more relaxed and ready to learn new material upon returning to school. In addition to this, a change in environment, even if only for a week, gives one the opportunity to relax while reflecting on one's studies. Many students find that even a short break allows them to refresh enough to continue with school. Having many breaks throughout the year is also good for one's social life. If people have the opportunity to catch up with friends and family on a regular basis throughout the year, they will never feel as though they were losing touch with loved ones. Socializing with friends and family is also an excellent way to relax. If students frequently have this kind of opportunity, they will be more at ease and ready for the next semester of school. Moreover, if the school year is broken down into many short semesters, the schools will be able to put a greater amount of focus into the curriculum of the courses. Many students find that by the end of a long semester, they have forgotten the information that they learned at the beginning of the term. By having short, intensive study sessions, students will quickly learn a small amount of information and thus be able to keep it locked in their minds for a long time to come. Consequently, I think that it is vastly preferable to have numerous short vacations throughout the year. Students will find that they are more relaxed and can better focus on their studies all year round.
Would you prefer to live in a traditional house or in a modern apartment building? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
144. Live in a traditional house or in a modern apartment building? Choosing a home is a very personal decision to make. Some people prefer to live in traditional houses, while others would rather live in modern apartment buildings. Personally, I would prefer to live in a modern building over a traditional house. Modern buildings provide better services, they are stronger and safer, and they are more conveniently located. When people move into a modern apartment building, they are immediately surrounded by all of the comforts they could possibly want. Modern buildings typically have new plumbing and hardware. Because of this, there are usually very few problems with new apartment buildings. In addition to this, they also come supplied with refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioning, and the internet. Many new buildings have the added bonus of having a workout facility or a swimming pool. All of these advantages make an apartment a much more attractive option than a traditional house. Modern buildings are also stronger and safer than traditional houses. They are made completely of concrete, which is a very durable material. These buildings are always designed by important architects who have a detailed knowledge of building materials and methods that ensure that natural disasters will not affect the stability of the complex. In addition to this, all modern buildings have to be inspected by engineers who carefully evaluate the structure to ensure that it is sound and can withstand natural or unnatural disasters. Many older structures were built using the experience of the builder rather than any empirical understanding of building materials and the forces they can withstand. Traditional houses are also usually built in quiet areas outside the city. Most modern apartment buildings are constructed in the core of the city, offering the residents a wide range of services right outside their door. Detailed analysis are made by civic engineers and city planners to ensure that all necessary services are readily available. This includes transportation, shopping, employment, and recreational facilities. Living too far outside the city can be a hindrance to one's business and social life.
Some people say that advertising encourages us to buy things we really do not need. Others say that advertisement tells us about new products that may improve our lives. Which viewpoint do you agree with? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
145. Do advertisements promote things we do not need or products that may improve our lives? Over the last 20 years, the amount of advertising we are subjected to in our daily lives has increased dramatically. It has got to the point where one can hardly turn his or her head without seeing a wide array of media images. I tend to agree the fact that advertisements more often than not persuade us into buying things that we do not need. Often it is difficult to discern what a product is from an advertisement. Advertisers prey on our basal emotions. conjuring strong relationships between our primary drives and their product names or logos. A prime example of this is perfume ads. In many of these types of advertisements, there are women in compromising positions, but there is no mention of the actual product for sale. These ads draw us in and make us think that we can be better and more beautiful if we have the product. In addition to being manipulative, advertisements also fill our environments and our consciousness. There is no taboo venue for advertisements. They fill our televisions, radios, streets, and elevators. Some advertisers have even taken to placing images of their products in our urinals or on boxers' bodies. It is impossible to get away from them. To illustrate this point, all one has to do is to pick up a popular magazine. While flipping through the pages, one will most likely find that for every page of content, there are at least 2 pages of advertisements. It should also be noted that a significant portion of this so-called content is actually advertising in disguise. Finally, advertisements feed on our insecurities and often successfully convince us that we have no value to society without their products. Advertising was originally designed to showcase products and inform us as to how they can improve our lives. This harmless form has been replaced by a medium that viciously attacks our self-confidence and self-esteem. In conclusion, I posit that the main goal of advertisements is to convince us to buy things that we do not need. As globalization continues to shrink the world, advertising coerces all countries to become consumer nations.
Some people prefer to spend their free time outdoors. Others prefer to spend their leisure time indoors. Would you prefer to be outside or would you prefer to be inside for your leisure activities? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your choice.
146. Leisure activities, outdoors or indoors. When one lives in a seasonal environment, it is difficult to deny that both outdoor and indoor activities have their place. As the seasons change, so does one's mood. Certain activities become more or less appealing, depending on the weather and the length of the day. Spring is a time of the year when the world starts to awaken from its winter slumber. The trees and flowers bloom, birds return from their migrations, and there is a general sense of gaiety in the air. During this season, I enjoy going on long walks through the parks and watching the world come alive. Many consider summer to be the apex of the year. The city comes into full swing as the weather becomes warmer and warmer. During the summer, I prefer to spend the daytime anywhere that is air-conditioned. This can include the library, a shopping center, or a movie theater. I often enjoy spending the warm evenings sitting on the wide balcony of my house and having drinks with my friends. Fall, with the turning of the leaves and the intense heat of the summer dissipating, is another excellent time to go on long walks during the day. I love to be outside during fall and see the life of the city returning to its hibernation. Another reason to go outside during autumn is to savor the last days of warmth until the next year. Winter brings the shortening of days and cooler weather. Outdoor activities tend to become less attractive, and curling up on the couch with a good book becomes my favorite activity. It is not enjoyable to spend time outside if it is too cold. The only exception to this is the rare time I go skiing. So my decision to spend time indoors or outdoors is vastly dependent on the season. Different seasons call for different activities, and therefore it is impossible to choose whether I would spend all of my leisure time indoors or outdoors.
Your school has received a gift of money. What do you think is the best way for your school to spend this money? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
147. The best way the school spends a gift of money. It is a very fortunate occurrence when a school receives a sizable grant. School officials must make the difficult decision of where to allocate the funds, and I want to propose that spending the money on computers would be the most utilitarian decision. Computers are rapidly growing in popularity to such an extent that they affect all aspects of modern life. It is rare that one finds stimulating employment that does not require at least basic computer skills. If children are to become successful in today's society, they must have understanding in this field. As computers are the future, it is important for students to become adept users early in life. Not all children have equal opportunities to learn the important skills of using a computer. Many low-income families cannot afford to purchase such an expensive item, thus continuing a cycle of social immobility. Purchasing computers for public schools gives children from low-income families the opportunity to break out of this cycle. Finally, computers allow students to access a wealth of information that could not possibly be stored in a library or effectively be kept up to date. One of the most common activities on a computer is surfing the Internet. The Internet is updated by literally billions of people every day, and therefore offers up any information that one could dream of. The Internet is also an excellent source of inspiration, as so many people that update it have incredible ideas. In conclusion, I think that spending the grant money to buy new computers would be most beneficial for the entire school. With the addition of new computers, students will be able to get an edge on their peers at different schools and be ready for university and the workforce. This is especially true for low-income students. Computers allow students to expand their minds and think in a new, exciting way.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Playing games teaches us about life. Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
148. Does playing games teach us about life? Across the world, many cultures have their own favored games. While most of these cultures created the games themselves, many of these games have similar attributes. One reason for this is that people everywhere find games entertaining. More importantly, however, games teach us about life, socialization, and how to work as a team, and how to win and lose gracefully. One of the most important developments one can make in his personality is the ability to socialize well with others. Having a charismatic personality will take a person far in any field. Almost all games have socialization aspect deeply ingrained in them. Football and basketball both encourage a person to treat others with respect. This is known as having good sportsmanship. Of course, respecting others is a social skill that we all must learn if we are to succeed in life. Many popular sports involve a group of people, ranging from 2 people to 20 people working together as a team. In these situations, it is always of utmost importance to be a team player. Of course, in the business world, being a team player has become a buzzword in most offices. Being a team player means that one should work well with others in the face of adversity. Team sports are full of challenges and obstacles that a team must overcome together. Finally, most sports teach a person the value of winning and losing gracefully. In sports etiquette, it would be extremely uncouth to start crying or throw a tantrum if one were to lose a game. Likewise, if one wins a game and gloats excessively in the face of their adversary, it is equally looked down upon. The same goes in real life. One must learn the subtleties of defeat and victory and learn to minimize their outward emotions. In conclusion, I posit that games have much to teach us about life. To sum up, they teach us how to work well with others. On a lighter note, they also teach us how to have fun, which is an important life lesson in and of itself.
Imagine that you have received some land to use as you wish. How would you use this land? Use specific details to explain your answer.
149. How would you use some land given to you? Living in a bustling city is very convenient at times. However, there's usually one thing lacking from these urban landscapes: trees, flowers, and greenery in general. If I received a portion of land in the city, I would transform it into a park. There are many reasons for doing this, as detailed below. Firstly, a park would offer a much-needed relaxing place, which is usually few and far between in cities. Many people commute to the city for work and find that the stress of their jobs, combined with the intensity of urban life, is very tiring. If one could walk through a park on one's lunch break, he or she would go back to work feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. A park can also contain many plant species that are not prevalent in the surrounding environment. The calm, unpolluted atmosphere of a park is an excellent place to grow such flora. The second reason why I would build a park is for environmental reasons. Trees' main function in the ecological cycle is to convert carbon dioxide into oxygen during a process known as photosynthesis. Among all major cities have a problem with pollution, and every tree helps. In addition to cleaning the air, parks offer a habitat for many species of animals that would regularly not survive in an urban environment. Offering animals a place to live is a very noble thing to do. Lastly, I believe that building a park would be making the best use of my property because it would create a community focal point. People from all over my neighborhood could wander through the beautiful landscape, conversing with each other and getting to know one another better. In my park, I would also include benches and tables where people could have barbecues and picnics, or play social games, such as chess or mahjong. I would also be inclined to include badminton nets, table tennis facilities, and a football field for the more athletically inclined. Thus, I believe that the most appropriate use of a piece of land in an urban environment would be to develop it into a green space. By doing this, one creates a location where community, serenity, and the interests of the environment are all taken care of.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? Watching television is bad for children. Use specific details and examples to support your answer.
150. Is watching television bad for children? There is much conjecture over whether television is a positive or negative influence on a young child's development. There is a good case to be made for either of these opinions. I believe that both could be true depending on the programming the children are absorbing. Nature programs, documentaries, and educational programming can expose children to a wide variety of useful information. When children watch these types of programs, they are more likely to become concerned about the world around them, whether in terms of environmental issues, political issues, or cultural issues. Watching educational television is an excellent method of helping young people discover where their interests lie. For example, if a child sees a documentary on space exploration, they might develop a passion for it and continue studying it later in life. A show that a person watched when they were a child could possibly have been a catalyst for choosing a career. On the other hand, most cartoons, soap operas, or violent crime television shows are detrimental to a child's development. Cartoons offer no useful information to a young person, and usually do not succeed in getting the child interested in anything except fantasy. Adult television, such as soap operas, can introduce children to subject matter that is not appropriate for their innocent minds, and can often cause children to grow up too fast. Violent television is perhaps most damaging for a young child to watch. It has been proven that if children watch violence on television when they are young, they become desensitized to it and sometimes end up becoming violent adults. In conclusion, I believe that the argument over whether watching TV is bad for children should definitely be swayed by what the children are viewing. Educational television can be very beneficial to young people. When this medium is used in such a way, new thoughts and ideas can be opened up to the young person. However, watching the wrong television shows can be very dangerous. Children can desensitize themselves to the world around them and become antisocial, violent adults. I think the best situation is to ensure that parents monitor their children's television shows very carefully. By using this method, children will receive all of the benefits of good television while avoiding all of its negative aspects.
What is the most important animal in your country? Why is this animal important? Use reasons and specific details to explain your answer.
151. What is the most important animal in your country? Animals have the power to become iconic symbols for a country. Every country has its own symbolic animal, which is supposed to represent the values and ethics of that country. For example, Americans have enlisted the eagle as their national animal. The Germans represented themselves with the black bear. In China, however, our national animal is the panda. The panda is a great source of pride in China. It is an animal that is on the verge of extinction. However, it has had a long and great history. Scientists have traced this curious creature's roots back to the time of the dinosaurs, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Because of this long history, the panda has lovingly been termed the living fossil. Today, scientists can study the panda and discover many interesting facts about the history of our planet and its habitats. Another reason why the panda is the animal ambassador for China is that it represents peace and friendship. In ancient times, a flag with a panda on it would be raised at the border between two countries to represent peace, love, unity, and respect between the two neighbors. In modern society, China often offers a panda to a friendly country as a sign of kinship. For example, China has presented both the United States and Japan with pandas. Finally, the history of pandas is profoundly intertwined with the history of China. In ancient times, emperors used to keep pandas as pets. These animals were seen as magical and mystical by all who knew them. Some emperors kept pandas to ward off evil spirits, and also believed that they prevented natural disasters. Thus, the giant black and white panda is the national symbol of China. These graceful animals are a joy to all who see them, and are a source of pride for the Chinese. The government is so concerned about keeping these animals in existence that it is spending millions of dollars trying to determine how to artificially inseminate the giant panda. Hopefully, they will succeed, and this animal will be on Earth for another 1,000,000 years.
Many parts of the world are losing important natural resources, such as forests, animals, or clean water. Choose one resource that is disappearing and explain why it needs to be saved. Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
152. What natural resource that is disappearing needs to be saved? The world's resources are incredibly important, and as the world's population grows higher and faster, it is difficult to hold on to these precious assets. While all resources have their own important uses, I believe that forests are the resource that we should be most concerned about preserving. Trees provide 3 important functions in the ecosystem. First, they transpire water into the air, creating clouds and therefore rain. Without trees, this cycle is interrupted and rainfall is drastically reduced to minimal levels. Second, Trees hold topsoil in place and soften the impact of water on the ground. This is of utmost importance in rainforests where decomposition is rapid, and because of this, the layer of topsoil might only be 5 to 10 centimeters deep. Finally, trees are important to the ecosystem because they protect streams from debris and silt. If the trees were all removed, there would be nothing holding back this dirt from our rivers, destroying the aquatic environment. Trees also, of course, provide natural beauty to a country. This is very important for tourism, as many visitors enjoy going on long hikes through wooded areas and taking in the beautiful scenery. If a country has no natural beauty, there will be little draw for tourists to come and visit. While cities can be exciting, most people are drawn to these natural jewels. Forested area is also the main habitat for a plethora of animal species. In fact, most of the extinction and endangerment of animals today can be attributed to habitat destruction. If we continue our trend in deforesting the world, we will soon find ourselves living in a barren wasteland, with no wildlife to keep us company. The effects of the extinction of even one species of animal is yet unknown. Breaking the food chain on even one level might have profound ripples through all life on Earth.
Do you agree or disagree with the following statement? A zoo has no useful purpose. Use specific reasons and examples to explain your answer.
153. Does a zoo have no useful purpose? Perhaps one of the most blameworthy factors that make some people raise the eyebrow at zoos and criticize that a zoo has no useful purpose is its exorbitant price to maintain. However, it is too hasty to say so, since most zoos have their significance, both educational and scientific. Modern zoos act as centers of education and are designed to make learning about animals an interesting and enjoyable experience. They provide visitors with the chance to see rare creatures, such as tigers, zebras, penguins, and giant pandas, which come from many different parts of the globe. Zoos also introduce people to their own local wildlife, offering a valuable learning experience in an increasingly urban world. At the same time, most zoos provide educational programs aimed at a wide range of ages. A visit to a zoo provides children an opportunity to see and touch animals other than household pets. For older school children, many zoos conduct classes or day trips that focus on different aspects of animal biology and the impact of humans on animal life. Modern zoos also have their scientific imports and can function as a sanctuary for endangered animals, and therefore help maintaining ecosystems. In zoos, scientists can create an animal population that can become self-sustaining in the wild. An example of a successful reintroduction to the wild is the Pear David's deer. This Asian deer was native to marshlands in northeast China before its habitat was destroyed more than 800 years ago, and it became extinct in the wild. Since that time, the species has been bred in zoos in China and later in Europe. In 1985, 4 Pear David's deer were released into the wild in a protected animal reserve in China, where they are now breeding successfully. On the other hand, some experts warn against placing too much reliance on zoos as biological arks, where species can be protected regardless of environmental changes outside. Critics warn that zoos, like all human institutions, are vulnerable to unforeseen events, such as disease, fires, and financial or social upheaval. More significantly, the number of species that zoos can protect is strictly limited. Today's zoos are home to no more than a few thousand species, only a fraction of the world's animal life. Zoos already have to perform a delicate balancing act between large crowd-attracting animals and threatened animals that have less visitor appeal. During the 21st century, zoo experts will face even harder decisions about which species they can afford to save.
In some countries, people are no longer allowed to smoke in many public places and office buildings. Do you think this is a good rule or a bad rule? Use specific reasons and details to support your position.
154. Is banning smoking in public places a good rule or a bad rule? In spite of all the known dangers of smoking, people all over the world continue to indulge in this terrible habit. By allowing people to partake in a cigarette whenever they please, the government is encouraging the smoker's early death. Smoking should be made illegal in all public places as it is very dangerous to one's health. It endangers the life of people who must work in smoky environments, and it makes it difficult for smokers to cut down on their nicotine intake, as they can smoke everywhere. As mentioned above, there are a vast number of illnesses caused by cigarette smoke. The major disease caused by smoking is lung cancer. This particular type of cancer alone kills more people each year than any other illness. Not only is it associated with lung cancer, it is also associated with heart disease, birth defects, and a host of other disorders. On a more aesthetic level, smoking yellows one's teeth and hands, which makes him unattractive. Most people also find the smell of a smoker to be undesirable. It is not only the smoker himself who is injured by his habit. People who must work in smoky environments, such as barmaids and waiters, are susceptible to all of the above-mentioned ailments. Also, the children and spouse of a smoker will be affected by the constant smoke in their environment, and will also be adversely affected. It is unfair for people to suffer for others' bad habits. If one could only smoke in the privacy of one's home, many lives would be saved. Finally, it is important to disallow smokers to smoke in public, because doing so increases their likelihood of smoking often. If a person must go into a private area to smoke, they would be less likely to do so. It is an inconvenience, and the smoker would therefore partake in a cigarette less often. In many places in the world, it is very cold in the winter. If a person had to smoke outside in these conditions, they would be far less likely to do so. This would eventually make it easier for the smoker to quit the habit. Therefore, I believe that it would be beneficial for everyone if smokers were only allowed to have a cigarette while in private smoking areas. Enforcing this rule would save thousands of lives, and would also decrease the amount spent on health care dramatically.
Plants can provide food, shelter, clothing, or medicine. What is one kind of plant that is important to you or the people in your country? Use specific reasons and details to explain your choice.
155. A plant that is important in your country. China's culture has always had an intimate relationship with nature. This can be seen in many aspects of Chinese culture, from herbal medicines to intricate Chinese gardens. I believe that the most important plant in my culture is bamboo. Bamboo can be a source of nutrition, it can be used to build many things, from baskets to houses, and it has a large influence on history and arts in China. First and foremost, bamboo is a popular food in our country. Many people will add bamboo to their meals for its delicious flavor and nutritional value. Many animals also enjoy bamboo, the most famous being the giant panda. This bear is nearing extinction, and if the natural sources of bamboo were to disappear, the panda would surely disappear from the world. In addition to being a source of food, bamboo has healing qualities as well. It has been used in traditional Chinese medicine to relieve asthma, coughs, and gallbladder disorders. Bamboo is a very versatile material that can be used to make numerous different items. It has been used in China for thousands of years to make baskets for carrying items and for constructing buildings. Bamboo grows very, very quickly, and therefore there is always a steady supply available for our consumption. It has also been used to make fans, furniture, and clothing. Finally, bamboo is very important in the literary and artistic arenas in China, and has been since the first writings were recorded. Bamboo has been used in many Chinese arts. It has been used as a metaphor in literature. It has been used in the making of instruments and artistic implements, such as the bamboo flute or Chinese brushes. It is a prevalent theme in both visual and literary arts. In conclusion, I posit that bamboo plays a significant role in the life and culture of Chinese people. It provides food and shelter, and is also a prominent symbol in the artistic world. The Chinese believe that bamboo brings good luck, which proves their admiration and fondness of this particular plant.
You have the opportunity to visit a foreign country for 2 weeks. Which country would you like to visit? Use specific reasons and details to explain your choice.
156. A foreign country you would like to visit. The world is a vast and varied place. One could travel for a decade without seeing all of the sights the world has to offer. However, if I could travel anywhere in the world for 2 weeks, it would be Canada. Canada is a very beautiful country, and it has a varied culture. Also, I am considering going to university in Canada, so it would be good for me to see what it is like before application. Canada boasts that it is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. In particular, Vancouver is very beautiful. The city is located right on the ocean, and there are enormous snow-tipped mountains surrounding the entire city. There are a multitude of beautiful parks to walk through and very nice beaches. Vancouver, however, is not the only beautiful city in Canada. All across the country there are small, picturesque towns located on mountains and valleys. In general, Canada is an extremely clean country, which also helps its beauty. Canada also has a widely varied culture. Most people say the cultural apex of the country is in Montreal. This is one of the oldest cities in Canada, first colonized by the French. As such, the French influence is still quite prevalent in the city, and over half of the people living there speak both English and French. The architecture in Montreal is also quite beautiful. The final reason why I would love to spend a 2-week vacation in Canada is because I am considering attending one of the universities there for my bachelor's degree. I think that it would be an excellent idea to go see the school and perhaps even meet some of the professors that teach the courses I am interested in. It would also be beneficial for me to meet other students. By doing this, I could find out how good the programs at the school are and if it is worthwhile to move across the world for.
In the future, students may have the choice of studying at home by using technology such as computers or television, or of studying at traditional schools. Which would you prefer? Use reasons and specific details to explain your choice.
157. Studying at home by using technology or at traditional schools. The technology industry is growing at a faster rate as each year passes by. With a relatively inexpensive computer and a web camera, it is now possible for one to have a video conference with one's friends and colleagues. Students will soon be presented with the opportunity to study from home. However, I believe that attending a traditional school is greatly preferable to learning in a virtual classroom. Traditional schools allow the student to socialize. They give the student direct access to the teacher, and they prepare the student for the environment of the working world. Many people say that they met their best friends while attending high school. These friendships were solidified over spending hours and hours in the same classrooms together and working together on group projects. While it is conceivable that students studying from home would meet each other over the internet, the bonds that are formed in classrooms cannot be replaced. Forming personal relationships with one's teachers is also an excellent idea that would be difficult to realize if one did not attend class. Most of our relationships with our teachers are formed by interaction both in the classroom and outside it. For example, if a student was constantly at school, either working in the library or perhaps eating in the cafeteria, it is more than possible that he or she would converse with his or her teachers on many occasions. Developing a relationship with one's teacher is important as it helps one to build his or her business network. Traditional schools also have the advantage of training students for the real world. If a student never has to work with others on a project or report to his or her teachers, he will not have a very good grasp as to what it means to work in a team environment or respect authority. The way that school operates forces students to develop these important skills. In conclusion, I think it would be much more beneficial for all students to attend traditional schools rather than study at home. Attending a school helps students to develop the necessary social skills needed to survive in today's fast-paced world.
When famous people such as actors, athletes, and rock stars give their opinions, many people listen. Do you think we should pay attention to these opinions? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
158. Should we pay attention to the opinions of famous people? It is only in the last 100 years that the star phenomenon was born. Prior to 1900, there were no famous entertainers in today's sense. Fame was held for political officers. However, today, the people who appear before us either on a court, a stage, a field, or a screen are in fact more famous than many political officers. Many people listen to these famous people and act as if their word was gospel. However, I do not think this is correct behavior. Stars should be treated with respect, but their opinions should not count for any more than a regular person's opinion. Becoming a star does not automatically endow a person with limitless knowledge. Stars must do research to form their opinions, just like the rest of us. It is no more or less likely that a star will have a valid opinion on a subject than a friend from school. In many cases, when stars state their opinions, they are not telling the world how they truly feel. Many famous people will only make announcements that their publicists have approved. Therefore, in many cases, it is not the star's opinions that we are hearing at all, but in fact, that of the corporations that they work for. I believe that the only time that we should really value the opinion of what a star has to say more than we value others' opinions is when the star is talking about a subject that he or she specializes in. For example, if a basketball player is giving his or her opinion on how his or her team will do in the playoffs, then one should probably take the opinion to heart. Everyone has his or her own field of expertise. If stars, or regular persons for that matter, are talking about their professions, they are bound to have extensive knowledge on the subject. In conclusion, I do not think that we should listen to the opinions of stars unless they are speaking on a matter that they specialize in. Regular people have just as well thought out knowledgeable opinions as the stars, sometimes even more so. Unfortunately, many young adults idolize these stars and believe everything they say. Because of this, it is important for stars to be careful about passing on inaccurate information.
The 20th century saw great change. In your opinion, what is one change that should be remembered about the 20th century? Use specific reasons and details to explain your choice.
159. What is the change that should be remembered about the 20th century? In the last century, the speed at which technology is developing has increased at a phenomenal rate. If someone living 100 years ago could see the world today, they would think they were peering onto the set of a science fiction movie. Of all the inventions created in this time period, I believe that the computer and the internet should be remembered above all others. The first reason why I believe that the computer and the internet are so important to history is because they allow for the first time ever all of the people in the world to share their information. If I can speak Italian, I can access all of the websites from Italy. If I have a working knowledge of Japanese, the wealth of Japan's information is at my fingertips. The internet connects people and ideas, therefore allowing everyone to increase his or her knowledge. The computer also allows us to make complex calculations with the greatest of ease. A century ago, it would have taken experts 10 months to work out some of the more intricate problems that math and science provide us with. However, with computers, these problems are solved within seconds. Computers also speed up other aspects of our lives. Most young people living in developed nations can type faster than they can handwrite. This, of course, speeds up the education process as well as the business world. Finally, the computer and the internet are very important to the 20th century because of its effect on the entertainment industry. Computers have allowed for complex video games to be created, which are the current craze in most cultures. Teenagers everywhere spend countless hours playing these games and gain great enjoyment from them. For those not interested in video games, the computer has also allowed for great advances in the movie industry. Special effects are now commonplace in every modern movie we watch. They make movies more realistic and exciting. In brief, I believe that when future generations look back on the 20th century's inventions, they will be most impressed with the computer and the internet, as it has changed the way we view the world and interact with each other.
When people need to complain about a product or service, some prefer to complain in writing and others prefer to complain in person. Which way do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
160. Complain in writing or in person. When we finally find out a service or a product that failed to satisfy us, we have to complain. Occasionally, we can choose whether to make an argument face-to-face or in writing, but usually we have no choice. We have to make our case in person if we need a personal touch or have no time to write. We have to write if we can't meet the right person to complain. Writing has its advantages. When we write, we can better control the flow of our ideas, explain complex issues patiently, and convey our feelings of troubles that the poor products have brought explicitly and accurately. On the other hand, writing also has disadvantages. We may lack of a sense of what the readers are like, amiable or prickly, generous or difficult, and we can't respond immediately to their doubts, questions, or misunderstandings. When we write, we also lose one way to get the reader to take our argument seriously. Face-to-face, we can draw others into it with our body language, the passion in our voice, even the look in our eyes. If, for example, I ran into a dean after a bad experience at the student health service, I could visibly communicate my frustration right there, and the dean would probably respond more intently than if he or she were in his or her office reading an angry letter. For common trivial problems, I'd prefer to complain in person, which is more direct than in writing. To a large extent, to complain in a right way is a pure skill. If properly handled, problems can be solved without any quarrel, because appropriate courtesy is always appreciated. On the contrary, if the problem or issue is fairly critical, I'd prefer to write a specific piece to complain, for complex issues often deserve careful thinking.
People remember special gifts or presents that they have received. Why? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
161. Why people remember special gifts they have received. One custom that is prevalent in all societies around the globe is that of gift-giving. This is a time-honored tradition in all countries and evokes different feelings or emotions in all of us. Gift-giving has many different functions in Chinese culture. One can receive a gift as a token of affection, or one can receive or give a gift to stimulate business opportunities. In both of these cases, the gifts are always well received and serve the function of a memento. Perhaps the most common situation in which a gift is given is on a special day, for example, one's birthday or an anniversary. These gifts come to a person from loved ones and usually symbolize affection or admiration. These gifts can be large or small. For example, my father bought me a digital camera for my last birthday. This was a great present and was quite expensive. I did not appreciate the gift because of its monetary value, however. I valued it because it was a very thoughtful gift, as my father knew I was interested in photography. Other gifts have less monetary value, but are still just as meaningful. An example of this is when a boyfriend buys flowers for his girlfriend. The flowers do not cost a lot of money, but they evoke feelings of happiness and love. Gifts can also be given to stimulate business. For example, many businessmen in China will not take their most important clients on a special vacation to see the sights of another city. This trip does not relate directly to business, as in many cases, the business at hand is not discussed. Instead, the businessmen will offer such a trip as a token of trust and respect. The client appreciates this gesture, and it shows him or her that the businessman is serious about work and values him or her as a customer. In both of these cases, the gifts signify to the receiver that he or she is cared about and is important. It is always a treat to receive a gift, and most people view this as a sign of friendship. Gifts serve as mementos of the people who give them, which is why we hold them in special places in our hearts.
Some famous athletes and entertainers earn millions of dollars every year. Do you think these people deserve such high salaries? Use specific reasons and examples to support your opinion.
162. Do famous athletes and entertainers deserve high salaries? There are many famous entertainers and athletes who gross millions of dollars every year. I tend to believe that they, in a sense, do deserve such high-paying salaries. Being a famous entertainer or athlete requires copious amounts of hard work. This job also forces one to give up all of their privacy. Moreover, working in these fields means that one must be the very best. To become famous, whether in the sports industry or the movie industry, takes a lot of hard work. One must train for years and years to make it to the level of a professional. Not only is this tiring, it also costs a lot of money. If one hopes to reach the level of a superstar, he or she must spend money on training and bettering himself or herself. This is not an easy lifestyle and requires dedication, which many people do not have. Second, these stars deserve to make a lot of money because they must give up their privacy to serve the public. As soon as stars leave their homes, they are subjected to constantly being pestered by people who want their autograph or want to take pictures of them. Famous people must undergo the intense scrutiny of the media. Television and newspaper reporters take note of every action these people do and publicize it. Again, this is a difficult lifestyle to lead, as one must constantly be careful of what one says in public. Finally, working in these industries means that one was born with natural talent. They have harnessed a skill that very few others can call upon. If there were no people in society who could play such a role, the entertainment industry would quickly fall into oblivion. We need these people's skills to entertain us. In conclusion, I think that famous athletes and movie stars deserve their pay. While it seems like too much money when we first hear how much they make, after careful consideration, we realize that they must put a lot of work into their careers, much more than ordinary people do in many cases.
Is the ability to read and write more important today than in the past? Why or why not? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
163. Is literacy more important today than in the past? As the world becomes smaller and smaller due to the process of globalization, it becomes more and more important that everyone learns how to read and write. If one is to keep up with the fast pace of the world, literacy skills are of utmost importance. Technology is expanding at an ever-increasing rate. Computers and the Internet have become common terms in almost all nations in the world. If one wants to be able to communicate with others using this efficient method, one must learn the basics of reading and writing. The objects we have in our home are also becoming increasingly more complicated. For example, if one wants to use a DVD player with their television, one must be able to read the manual to learn how to work it. Even the most basic technologies come with an instruction guide. If one is unable to read, they will constantly be struggling to figure out how to work these technologies. As mentioned above, the world is becoming much smaller. More people are finding it necessary to leave their homes in small towns and villages, moving to the big cities where there is more opportunity. Some of these people find it quite difficult to navigate around the city, as one must know how to read in order to understand the street signs. If one cannot find the place where one has to report for work, it would be very difficult to make a living. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, being able to read and write gives us the opportunity to think for ourselves. Wherever we are, people in authority positions tell us what we should believe. However, in many cases, it is not in our best interest to follow the leader's ideas. People must learn to read and then examine the information for themselves. This is the only way that culture can evolve. Therefore, I think the skills of reading and writing are of vast importance, no matter where one lives in the world. The world population will continue to grow, and the only way to keep ahead is to learn to read and write.
People do many different things to stay healthy. What do you do for good health? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
164. What do you do for good health? Scientists have discovered that one of the main methods of prolonging a person's life is to keep healthy. There are many different methods to keep in good shape, and one must choose those that are most appropriate for their own lifestyle. Personally, in order to keep healthy, I eat well, exercise, and get lots of rest. Eating well is an excellent way to keep healthy. If one is constantly drinking pop or eating fried foods, they will not be able to keep a healthy weight. One must eat lots of vegetables and fruit, and stay away from all foods that are high in cholesterol. In order to maintain a low level of cholesterol in my diet, I tend to eat more fish rather than heavier meats. Fish is much healthier than red meat, and I find it much tastier as well. Exercising is also very important to leading a healthy lifestyle. One should exercise for at least half an hour, 3 to 4 times a week. Exercise can include anything from going to the gym to work out to going on a long walk around the city. If I am particularly busy, I will walk up the stairs to my apartment rather than taking the elevator. This provides me with the minimum amount of exercise necessary to stay fit. The third thing I do to keep healthy is sleep well and often. I typically sleep for approximately 8.5 hours every night. Sleep is very important, as your body uses this rest time to heal itself. If one tries to live for long periods of time without sleep, they will quickly become haggard and disheveled. Sleep is absolutely necessary for a healthy life. In conclusion, I find that eating well, exercising, and sleeping often is the best way for me to keep healthy. If a person can change their lifestyle and incorporate these 3 ideas, they will be much better off for it. A person who leads a healthy lifestyle will be less likely to get sick, and they will live longer.
You have decided to give several hours of your time each month to improve the community where you live. What is the one thing you will do to improve your community? Why? Use specific reasons and details to explain your choice.
165. What is one thing you will do to improve your community? Fostering a sense of community in one's neighborhood is an excellent idea. When one knows one's neighbors, one can easily ask for favors or opinions on community issues. I think that if I were to spend a number of hours each week helping out my community, I would offer free computer lessons. If one hopes to succeed in business, it is of utmost importance that they learn how to use a computer. Most decent jobs require at least a basic amount of computer skills. By helping members of my community to get well-paying jobs, I would be helping out the community at large. If my neighbors have more disposable income, it is likely that they will give some money back to the community to improve all of our living situations. Second, offering free computer lessons to my neighbors would increase friendly dispositions between all members in the community. If neighbors meet each other during lesson times, it is more than possible that they will become friends. Many people meet their best friends during the educational process. This socialization could continue during my computer course, thus increasing the friendly atmosphere of the community. Finally, helping members of the community learn to use a computer would allow them to have more fun. There are many entertaining activities one can occupy one's time with on the computer. The computer also offers the user the opportunity to surf the internet, which can be a great way to spend one's time. For example, a person can download movies from the internet, which can be watched on lazy summer evenings or cold winter nights. Thus, I think that offering computer lessons to those in my community would be an excellent way to volunteer my time. Computers improve people's living situations in so many ways, and I would love to be a part of this process.
People recognize a difference between children and adults. What events make a person an adult? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your answer.
166. What events make a person an adult? People have many different ways of expressing, celebrating, and legislating our passage from childhood to adulthood. I believe that there is no single moment that defines when a child becomes an adult. Becoming an adult is based on a variety of events, namely when one's body changes, when one's mind expands, and when one accumulates experiences. Small children are usually referred to as cherub-like. They are all beautiful with rosy cheeks, bright eyes, and tender skin. As a child grows into an adolescent, they grow taller, but their frames remain quite small. Once a youth grows from an adolescent to an adult, frames develop substantially, their shoulders broaden, and they are able to form defined muscles. This physical change is the most obvious sign of a child becoming an adult. The second modification that occurs is the expansion of one's mind. When one is an adult, they are able to comprehend much more advanced thought processes. They start to be able to think for themselves and make decisions that are best for them. Children are not capable of making complex decisions regarding their lives or their future. They do not have a mind capable of carefully weighing all of the options and deducing the right choice. This expansion of the mind is a result of the numerous experience a person has on his or her way to becoming an adult. As one moves through the world, they gather important information about how the world works. This information becomes one's personal database of knowledge. Such a database is absolutely necessary if one is to grow past childhood. The experiences of which I speak are the happenings in our day-to-day lives. We are constantly placed in situations where we must choose one path or another. Of course, one will make mistakes along the way. These mistakes are an important learning tool which help us become wise adults. In conclusion, children become adults when they have sufficiently matured. Their bodies, their minds, and the number of experiences they have had must grow. Once this process is complete, they can rightfully claim to be adults.
Your school has enough money to purchase either computers for students or books for the library. Which should your school choose to buy, computers or books? Use specific reasons and examples to support your recommendation.
167. Should school buy computers or books? There are many different decisions that school supervisors must make in order to ensure the success of their students. One of these decisions is how to spend money when it is available. Quite often, extra funds are spent on either computers or books. Given the choice, I believe that money is best spent on computers. New technology is being created faster and faster. Each year, IBM develops a new supercomputer that is hundreds of times faster than the previous model. With this constantly changing technology, it is easy for schools to be left behind because they cannot afford new gear. Students deserve to learn on the best technology available, so schools should always upgrade their computers whenever possible. Computers also offer students a wealth of information, perhaps more than books can provide. It is now possible to buy e-books, dictionaries, and encyclopedias for a computer. These computer versions of popular research tools are much better than their hardcover predecessors. For example, a computer encyclopedia takes up no space in the library. It allows students to access the information instantly, and it is much more cost-effective than buying the entire series on paper. Also, the Internet allows students to find information on anything their hearts desire. Finally, spending school funds on computers is more beneficial than spending money on books because computers prepare the students for the working world. In today's society, to attain a high-paying position in a company, it is necessary to have basic computer skills. If students do not have the ability to learn such skills, they will be left behind while others succeed in their place. Accordingly, I feel it is better for schools to spend money on computers rather than books. In addition to the reasons listed above, it is important to note that most major cities have extensive libraries that a local school would be hard-pressed to match. However, libraries frequently do not house computers, and if they do, they are constantly in use by other patrons. In many cases, the only chance a young person has to use a computer is at his or her school.
Many students choose to attend schools or university outside their home countries. Why do some students study abroad? Use specific reasons and details to explain your answer.
160. Why do some students study abroad? Choosing which university to attend is a big decision for a young person to make. Some students prefer to stay nearby their homes and live with their parents while at school. Others choose to move far away to a different country for their education. I believe that latter students choose to move away to experience a new culture, to learn a new language, or to go to a specific university that specializes in their field of study. Moving to a new country is an eye-opening experience. The way society works in other cultures is very different from one's own. For example, I had a friend who went to school in Canada. She constantly told me stories about the differences in the food, the architecture, and the way people treat each other. One cannot fully understand his or her own culture until he or she has compared it with another that is vastly different. For this reason, moving to a new country to go to school can be of great importance for students who wish to study international relations. When one moves to a new country, it is much easier to learn the language of that country. For example, my friend who moved to Canada studied English for years before her departure. While she could express herself, she never fully mastered the language. However, upon her return, I was shocked and amazed at her new level of English. She was completely fluent and thus gained a great new skill because she studied abroad. The last reason why students choose to study abroad is because in some cases doing so is the only way to enter the program one is interested in. For example, if one wants to study marine biology, it would be best if he or she went to a university that was located near the ocean. Also, some schools are known to be the best in a particular field. For instance, in America, Harvard is known to be the best school for law. So, I believe that students study away because they are interested in learning about new cultures, learning new languages, or studying specific programs. While there are many excellent reasons to study in one's home country, studying abroad can offer many new and exciting experiences.
People listen to music for different reasons and at different times. Why is music important to many people? Use specific reasons and examples to support your choice.
169. Why is music important to many people? Music exists all around the world in thousands of forms and manifestations. It spans time and geography as an ever-present theme in the lives of all people. There is no culture without some form of music, from primitive man to the modern urban inhabitants, and from Tibet to New York City. Musicians come from all walks of life and express their emotions and their experiences, so that they may be shared with their community or even the world. Different emotions call for different music. This idea is well illustrated by theatrical scoring and movie soundtracks. There is music that we listen to when we are sad, when we are happy, when we are angry, etc. Music works with our emotions and helps us to deal with the highs and lows of life. I believe that if there was no music, that man would live a much more stressful, embittered existence. At different ages, we develop tastes for different types of music. Some people feel that as one matures, they appreciate more complicated themes, styles, and emotions in their music. For example, many young people today enjoy pop music, while their parents prefer to listen to classical music. Perhaps this is because young people are full of energy and therefore enjoy faster music. Their parents, on the other hand, have enough excitement during the day and would therefore prefer to listen to music that is more soothing. As our world changes, different styles of music become more appropriate and more relevant. For example, As we become more and more technologically inclined, the music we listen to has followed the same trend. Young people today are currently experimenting with electronic music because of this. Musical instruments also advance technologically as time passes. In the last few decades, man has invented both the electric guitar and the synthesizer, which has revolutionized music around the world. A person's choice in music is highly individualistic. Even family members can sometimes not agree on what the best type of music is. Through thousands of years of evolution, music has become one of man's greatest companions. It can help people to celebrate their joy, and it consoles people when they are depressed.
Groups or organizations are an important part of some people's lives. Why are groups or organizations important to people?
170. Why are groups or organizations important to people? It was said that human beings are social animals. Some might argue human beings should not be called animals. But it's true that human beings are social. Therefore, it's of no surprise that groups or organizations are almost an indispensable part of most people's lives. Most people are afraid of being alone, and for them, being with others is one of the most natural needs. Being a member of a group is comfortable. If an individual has gone so far as to being considered isolated, rumors arise. Others might ponder, what is the matter with that solitary individual? No one would like to be wondered about that way. Being a member of a group is also interesting. Everyone has his or her own special means to pursue happiness. For example, he or she might be keen on music concerts, or be fond of stamps collecting. By joining a special interest group on his or her pet topic, he or she can easily find many people whose interests are similar to his or hers, and can share his or her pleasure with those who can really appreciate it in a proper way. Many people find group or organizations are essential because they know a simple and never-changed fact that every single individual on this earth has only limited resources. Groups or organizations are always the best choice for an individual to emancipate himself or herself from limitation. By joining a group, an individual is able to share his or her limited resource with others, and share others' resources in turn, therefore is virtually able to reach a much larger amount of resources. The most popular resource-sharing activities exist in the Internet. There are numerous BBS on almost every particular topic on various websites, which always makes copious valuable materials readily reachable. No matter what a person is interested in, for example, music, movie, books, or whatever, he or she will find a right group to join on the Internet. In fact, any individual in a sense exists in a certain group. Either he or she is a member of some groups, or he or she is a leader of a group. Either way, the group is critical to him or her. People cannot achieve greatness solely by themselves. Regardless of their status in the group, they need others for help, for support, and many other things, since nobody is entirely independent and omnipotent.
Imagine that you are preparing for a trip. You plan to be away from your home for a year. In addition to clothing and personal care items, you can take one additional thing. What would you take and why? Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
171. What would you take when preparing for a one-year trip in addition to personal necessities? During the planning of an extended trip away from home, we have to decide what items to carry with us. While considering this problem, I pondered many possibilities, such as a family photo album, my journal, my music collection, and many others. Finally, I realized that the best thing for me to bring on an extended journey would be my laptop. A laptop computer can act as a journal. In fact, it can outperform a journal in its abilities to catalog experiences. With this added functionality, I could add pictures, captured with a webcam, and sounds, captured with the built-in microphone, to the text. As there is a diverse range of software available for computers, there is an added possibility of loading my experiences onto a web page and publishing them on the internet. While traveling or living abroad, it is often necessary to communicate with loved ones or business colleagues. In spite of the ever-decreasing cost of international calls, long-distance telephone bills can quickly add up. Once again, a laptop computer has the ability of solving this problem. With a relatively inexpensive internet connection, a person can harness one of the most powerful attributes of a computer: communication. This form of communication adds the extra abilities of being able to see the person you are contacting and allow people to share files, information, and even programs. A new city can be a lonely place, and it can take a significant amount of time to adjust to a new environment and make friends. During such a transitional period, it can be very helpful for one to have access to entertainment, reading a book as an e-book, playing a video game, or watching a DVD, all of which can be done on a laptop. Entertaining oneself can also be a marvelous way to pass the time on a long bus ride or a flight. Hence, I posit that a laptop is the ultimate travel companion, whether for a short journey or an extended voyage. Personal computer seems to solve many of the problems that arise from travel.
When students move to a new school, they sometimes face problems. How can schools help these students with their problems? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your answer.
172. How can schools help new students with their problems? Moving to a new school is often a traumatizing experience. The student must go through the sometimes arduous process of making new friends, while attempting to keep up with school and keep in touch with old friends. There are many ways in which the school could help ease this process. In order to make new students feel less anxious about their new surroundings, it would be beneficial for the school to start a welcoming committee. Such a committee would include students from all age levels, who are particularly friendly. The committee would organize small events during lunch hours and after school to help the new student feel at home. For example, the committee could organize a lunch followed by a tour of the playground. This would allow the new student to make new friends. Schools should also train teachers on how to properly deal with new students. The first thing the teachers should do is to attempt to seat the new student around others who will be a good influence on him or her. This is of utmost importance, as a young student must be encouraged to socialize with smart, friendly students who have a strong work ethic. Furthermore, a teacher must ensure that the student has a firm grasp of all the topics being taught. It is possible that the student's previous school taught different subject matter or worked at a slower pace. The student might need extra help to catch up with the rest of the students. Conversely, a new student might be more advanced than the other students at his or her new school. If this is the case, the teacher must organize activities for the student so he or she does not become disinterested in learning. In sum, schools can greatly facilitate a student's arrival to their premises. By enlisting the help of the students and properly instructing the teachers on how to deal with such situations, the student will feel welcome and at home in his new environment.
It is sometimes said that borrowing money from a friend can harm or damage the friendship. Do you agree? Why or why not? Use reasons and specific examples to explain your answer.
173. Can borrowing money from a friend harm the friendship? There is a popular saying that if you lend a book to a friend, you lose the book and the friend. Truer words have never been spoken. Borrowing anything, especially money, can put a high level of stress on one's friendship and is usually not worth the pain. The first reason why borrowing money from a friend is not a good idea is because if one forgets or does not pay back the friendship could be lost. Everyone has a busy life, and it is easy to forget details. If one borrows 100 yuan from a friend, he or she can easily forget about the situation, or perhaps even think that he or she has already paid back his or her friend when he or she didn't. This, of course, leads to trouble in the relationship. The friend does not know whether to ask for the money or not, as doing so could be conceived as rude. The lender can only wait so long before he or she believes that the borrower has forgotten about the debt. At this point, the lender will begin to ask the borrower for the money, which, as mentioned above, is an uncomfortable situation. The lender does not want to have to ask for the money back, and the borrower does not want to be reminded that he or she is indebted to someone. Finally, asking a friend for money is a bad idea because it is possible he or she will refuse your request. For example, if a poor person befriends a rich person, the poor man might ask his or her friend for money. If the rich person would rather not lend out his or her money, he or she is put in the awkward situation of having to refuse his or her friend, which could harm the friendship. Overall, I think it is a terrible idea to borrow money from friends or lend money if it is requested. While we would like to think that our friendships are strong and true, in many cases they are not. If you do lend money to a friend, perhaps it is best not to expect to be repaid. By treating the situation like this, one will not be upset if a friend does not return the money, and will have a pleasant surprise if the money is repaid.
Every generation of people is different in important ways. How is your generation different from your parents' generation? Use specific reasons and examples to explain your answer.
174. How is your generation different from your parents' generation? The world is changing and developing at a faster and faster rate all the time. Because of this, the difference between children and their parents is becoming more pronounced with each new generation. In today's society, there are many differences between the age groups. When our parents were growing up, the world was filled with turmoil. They were born into a time of war and generally lived through a very difficult era. Therefore, our parents are very careful to prevent accidents before they happen and never act spontaneously. Our parents are very careful with how they spend their money and do not spend much time relaxing. On the other hand, the current generation has grown up in a very safe, peaceful environment. We do not spend our time worrying about the future. Instead, our time is spent enjoying the present. Second, our methods of entertainment are very different from our parents. Television, computers, and the Internet are relatively new inventions. Our parents did not have such luxuries when they were growing up. Instead, they spent their free time outside, going on hikes around the city or on bike rides. Today, most young people spend their free time inside, either watching television or playing computer games. Outdoor activities are usually saved for special occasions, such as trips outside the city. The final way that today's generation is different from the previous one is seen in how we view change and progress. As mentioned above, our parents do not enjoy living spontaneously. They like to have a set schedule and follow it every day. Young people, however, like their lives to be full of adventure. They enjoy searching out the unknown. For example, many students spend copious amounts of time learning English so they can go abroad to a foreign university. Many of our parents will not even get on an airplane to travel across China. not to mention traveling to another continent. In conclusion, I believe that children are vastly different from their parents in today's society. Young people do not have to struggle to live. Everything comes easily to them. The older generation, however, had a much more difficult life. Such large differences in lifestyle have created a very wide generation gap.
Some students like classes where teachers lecture in the class. Other students prefer classes where the students do some of the talking. Which type of class do you prefer? Give specific reasons and details to support your choice.
175. Classes. Teachers lecture or students do some of the talking. There are basically two types of classes in university. Classes, i.e., where teachers lecture, and where the students do some of the talking. Both teaching and learning approaches are valuable and have their own relative merits. Classes that are dominated by teachers' lectures may benefit students in several ways. First of all, lectures can communicate the intrinsic interest of the subject matter. The speaker can convey personal enthusiasm in a way that no book or other media can. Enthusiasm stimulates interest, and it is an undeniable fact that interested, stimulated people tend to learn more. Moreover, lectures in university settings can provide students with role models of scholars in action. The professor's way of approaching knowledge can be demonstrated for students to emulate. Furthermore, lectures can organize material in a special way. They may provide a faster, simpler method of presenting information to an audience with its own special needs. Lectures are particularly useful for students who read poorly or who are unable to organize print material. On the other hand, lecture approaches also have some relevant weaknesses. For example, the lecture often puts students in a passive rather than an active role. As is often the case, passivity can hinder learning. At the same time, most lectures assume that all students are learning at the same pace and at the same level of understanding, which is hardly ever true. Especially, lectures place the burden of organizing and synthesizing content solely on the lecturer. They are not well suited to higher levels of learning such as application, analysis, and synthesis. Lectures require an effective speaker who can vary tone, pitch, and pace of delivery. Lecturers must be verbally fluent, a skill that is not stressed nor learned in many PhD programs, and is usually distributed unevenly among people. Lectures are therefore sometimes not well suited to complex, detailed, or abstract material. In summary, lecturing is probably the oldest teaching method and remains the most common form of instruction, despite the fact that some research has shown that lecturing is ineffective, especially if not combined with some alternative style of teaching. In fact, lecturing is very appropriate for some goals and very inappropriate for others, and at the same time, the counterpart, the approach that allows students to participate in discussions, is equally non-universal. Therefore, I can hardly simply say that I prefer either approach. I think the choice should depend on circumstances, including factors such as the subject that is to learn, the depth that needs to explore, the quality that the lecturer or the discussing group have.
Holidays honor people or events. If you could create a new holiday, what person or event would it honor, and how would you want people to celebrate it? Use specific reasons and details to support your answer.
176. If you could create a new holiday, what person or event would it honor, and how would you want people to celebrate it? Holidays are an excellent way to allow societies to honor people or events that have helped their country or the world. There are many things that deserve to be recognized in our culture. But there is one group of people that are underappreciated in society today: inventors. If I were to create a new holiday, it would be to pay respect to these important people and their creations. Inventors are members of the most unappreciated profession in society today. Without inventors, all civilizations would still be living in the Stone Age, with no running water, no electricity, and more generally, no comforts. Many inventors create simple objects that do not seem that amazing, but upon closer inspection, one realizes that all inventions contribute greatly to convenience. All societies should pay homage to these great people by honoring them with a holiday. The first way we could honor inventors is by opening exhibitions in galleries and museums dedicated to the inventions of current and past inventors. Many people have no idea where the greatest inventions came from. By displaying the life work of inventors, people will gain a new appreciation for them. This would also be a learning experience for the public, as they could see what current inventors are working on, and get excited about the upcoming progresses in society. We could also honor inventors by having a school day dedicated to inventions. It is important to encourage school-aged children to use their imagination to come up with inventions of their own. The school system is excellent in China, but it does not promote free thinking. Children need to be given the opportunity to discover new creations on their own. By having a day dedicated to this, young people would become more interested in the manufacturing of new products and ideas. So, I believe that inventors deserve their own holiday. They have provided society with so much comfort and convenience. By honoring inventors, we will show them how much we appreciate their efforts, as well as encourage our children to come up with new ideas of their own.
A friend of yours has received some money and plans to use all of it either to go on vacation or to buy a car. Your friend has asked you for advice. Compare your friend's two choices and explain which one you think your friend should choose. Use specific reasons and details to support your choice.
177. The advice you would give your friend on how to use his or her money. Receiving money is always an unexpected delight. Making the decision of how to spend this money is always a difficult choice. What it comes down to, however, is the individual's personal preferences, lifestyle, and priorities. If one of my friends has to choose between buying a car and going on vacation, I would carefully consider their lifestyle and advise them based on their wants and needs. Living in a city can be a very high-paced, stressful way to live. Having a car would bring many conveniences that would make the experience much more enjoyable. First and foremost, a car can get you around the city very quickly and directly. This would be an important factor if my friend goes to school or works far away from home. Second, a car offers privacy. If my friend does not enjoy public places, then a car would be an excellent option. Cars also have their disadvantages. A car has many additional costs beyond the initial expense of buying one. One must pay for insurance, gasoline, and any incidental fees such as repairs. If my friend does not have a lot of extra money besides his or her inheritance, a car may not be the best option. A vacation is also an excellent decision. If my friend works at a high-stress job, then a vacation is sometimes the only way to relax and forget about one's worries in the work world. Vacations to faraway lands can give a person more perspective on the world and can also provide excellent memories. However, vacations always have to end, and one must return to his or her everyday life. Therefore, I think that if my friend lives far away from his or her work or school and has a little bit of extra money, then a car would be the best option. However, if he or she lives near his or her work and holds a high-stress position, I would suggest that a vacation would be a better option. As mentioned above, how we spend our money is a very personal decision, based on one's own priorities. In the end, only my friend can decide what is best for him or her.
The 21st century has begun. What changes do you think this new century will bring? Use examples and details in your answer.
178. What changes the 21st century will bring? Technology is being developed at an unprecedented speed. The 21st century is bound to be very different from the previous one, as we can expect that the speed at which new technologies are invented and expanded upon will continue to increase. I believe that the major changes that we will see in this century will be found in environmental issues, health issues, and knowledge access. The situation of the environment in today's society is precarious at best. The world is continuing to build new and more wasteful production plants, filling the atmosphere with poisonous gases. There are many environmental scientists working to create new ways of cleaning our air. I believe that these technologies will apex in the 21st century, thus solving the world's pollution problem. In addition to this, I also believe that we will come up with new, less dangerous methods of producing the goods we have come to depend on. Many new diseases have been discovered in the last 50 years. AIDS and SARS are excellent examples of this terrible fact, and alone, these two viruses have killed a large number of people. Cancer and heart disease have also become much more widespread in the last 100 years, shortening the lifespan of millions of people. Doctors are working all over the world in hopes of eradicating these diseases. Every day, they come one step closer to finding cures to all of the above-mentioned ailments, and many others. Moreover, our ability to access knowledge will become much more advanced in this century. More and more countries are getting plugged into the Internet, and are adding their information to the vast collection of knowledge already found on this medium. The sharing of knowledge will also help to increase literacy around the world. People will be more interested in having this skill if it means they can have better, more efficient means of communicating. In conclusion, I am very optimistic about the changes that will come during this century. Environmental issues will cease to be a problem. People will be able to live longer, richer lives with the eradication of diseases, and more people will be able to share knowledge due to the advancement of the Internet. Everyone has good reason to be excited in this fast-paced, evolving time.
What are some of the qualities of a good parent? Use specific details and examples to explain your answer.
179. What makes a good parent? Being a parent is the oldest job in existence. Even in the time of the cavemen, it was important to be a good parent. What it means to be a good parent has evolved greatly over the years. In today's society, however, I believe that there are three important characteristics that indicate whether a person is a good parent or not. The first of these traits is the capacity for love. Children must feel loved by their parents if they are going to grow into well-developed, stable adults. Children who grow up in a house filled with love are relaxed and peaceful and do not cause trouble. These children demonstrate good social skills and are usually well liked by others. In contrast, it has been shown that children who grow up in unloving families are anxious and mean-spirited. Trust is also very important for a child's development. If a parent is always prying into a child's privacy, the child will think he or she is doing something wrong to deserve such mistrust. This leads to the child hiding things from the parent, which therefore leads to dishonesty. Also, trust leads to independence. When children are trusted, they feel more pressure to keep that trust, and therefore act honestly. They will make wise decisions, which allow them to grow into independent adults. It is also of utmost importance for a parent to have a well-developed sense of responsibility. A parent must be able to be present for the child 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The parent must organize everything for a child, especially one under the age of 10. This requires careful planning and multitasking. If a person is ready to become a parent, they must be ready for all of these added responsibilities. In conclusion, a good parent has a large capacity for love, is trusting, and must be very responsible. Without these key attributes, the child will suffer and grow into a dysfunctional adult. One must take the job of parenting very seriously to ensure the child's healthy development. By harnessing the above-mentioned qualities, parents will ensure that their child will be the best they can be.
Movies are popular all over the world. Explain why movies are so popular. Use reasons and specific examples to support your answer.
180. Why movies are so popular all over the world. One of the most popular pastimes today is movie-going, with what started as moving picture shows has dramatically developed into an industry that spends millions upon millions of dollars while still turning a gigantic profit. Movies are so popular because they are the most fascinating and easiest escape means from increasing pressure which comes from family, school, working place, society, and so many other directions. Combined with acoustic and visual effect, movies are definitely more appealing for audiences who have exhausted themselves in the real world than are those printed novels. It must have been much easier to see a movie than to read a novel, since all the audience should do is simply to sit there in a soft chair in the dark about 150 minutes. Captured, involved, the audience in a movie theater will forget everything but the story in action on the screen. Movies have magic power to let people immerse themselves in fiction. The point is that almost everyone longs for the power of snapping his or her fingers and seeing his or her wishes and dreams instantly granted. Everyone longs for eternity of love. Many idealize about it, but now, in the theater, it's time to feel it. Every move the character makes, every breath the character takes, all seem to happen around and clearly sensible. On the screen, no entire life needed, movies illustrate all aspects of love we can imagine, all aspects of love, from the mushy, warm, and fuzzy feelings we feel with our children and companion animals, to platonic love we have with friends and acquaintances, to the romantic soulmate kind of love, to the agape kind of unconditional love. It's the full gamut. Dramas are created in order for us to play out different sides of ourselves. In short, movies are so popular because many can escape into the world of fantasy and live vicariously through the characters, and in doing so, work out different feelings and emotions that they may not have the opportunity to do in their normal lives.
In your country, is there more need for land to be left in its natural condition, or is there more need for land to be developed for housing and industry?
181. Land in your country needs to be left in its natural condition or needs to be developed. With a population accounting nearly for 1/4 of the world population, my country, China, has been suffering from serious loss of arable land, which now hardly accounts for 7% of overall arable land of the world. Yet some people simply do not realize that land loss is so crucial that we one day might incapable of averting that catastrophe if we now close our eyes to it. Industrial development without careful consideration regarding land preservation has caused problems more serious than people can ever imagine. Take the Great Three Gorges Dam, for example, which will be put into operation next year. While the country benefits from gargantuan potential of electricity generation, we have to face up to various environmental conservation issues concerning geological and ecological environment along both riversides and whole upper reaches. The professional designers of the Great Dam now have to work out a practical way to prevent and remedy pollution effectively, which has already been the focus of world attention. After the entrance of the WTO, industry development is more and more important for our country. Yet we should be careful about the pollution which is inevitably caused by industry. Recent surveys have shown that refuse treatment engineering is not well financed in China, while attentions are drawn to those much more obvious achievements. Industrial pollution accidents occur far more frequently in our still developing country than in other more advanced countries. Urban population also produce astoundingly large amount of pollution. Today, the alleged white pollution is creeping all over the country. People throw plastic bags, films everywhere, never feeling anything wrong. We no doubt need land, either for natural condition or for industry, and it seems we need more if possible. Nevertheless, we live in a world where everything has its cost, and someday in the future, I believe, we will inescapably pay for what we have ignored.
Many people have a close relationship with their pets. These people treat their birds, cats, or other animals as members of their family. In your opinion, are such relationships good? Why or why not? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
182. Should pets be treated as family members? Throughout history, animals have always been great companions to man. In today's society, we frequently treat our pets as members of family, nursing them when they are sick and playing with them when they are well. I believe that the relationships that people have with their pets are healthy for many reasons. First, animals provide companionship for people who are too old to maintain regular friendships. It is most common for one spouse to outlive the other. Frequently, the surviving spouse does not remarry, and eventually, all of his or her friends die. When one is elderly, it is difficult to make new friends. In this type of situation, having a pet as a companion is greatly preferable to spending all of one's time alone. While a pet cannot speak, it can understand its master's emotions, and usually responds accordingly. Secondly, animals have been proven to reduce their master's stress. This is probably because an animal is always happy to see its master and gives the master unconditional love. As long as the master is kind to his or her pet, the pet will be devoted and faithful. A pet also provides a friendly face after a stressful day. For example, I have a pet dog. After taking an exam, the only thing I want to do is go home and play with my dog. He always brings me much needed cheer and happiness. Lastly, having an animal can prepare a young couple for having children. A young animal is very difficult to take care of. Let us take the example of a puppy. One can never leave a puppy by itself. A puppy must be constantly taken care of. He must be toilet trained and disciplined. Raising an animal to be happy and sociable is very much like raising a child to possess the same attributes. While a puppy is obviously easier to take care of than a child, it can show the prospective parents where some of the difficulties will lie when raising a baby. In conclusion, I think having a very close relationship with a pet is healthy. Having a pet can reduce loneliness, stress, and prepare one for the huge experience of having a child. Pets are often referred to as man's best friend, and for good reason.
Films can tell us a lot about the country where they were made. What have you learned about a country from watching its movies? Use specific examples and details to support your response.
183. What have you learned about a country from watching its movies? One of the favorite pastimes of people today is watching movies. Movies can teach us a great amount about the world, especially if we watch movies from another culture. When watching a foreign movie, we can learn about the landscape and scenery of the country's ethics and customs, and its historical events. The world is a great and varied place, from the immense mountains of the Himalayas to the deserts of America. By watching movies, one can gain insight as to what these beautiful places are like. For example, I recently watched a number of movies filmed in America. I learned about the beautiful beaches of California, national parks such as Yellowstone and Niagara Falls, as well as man-made wonders such as the Statue of Liberty, Mount Rushmore, and the Golden Gate Bridge. Watching foreign movies is an excellent way to deduce where one wants to travel, if he or she has such an opportunity. Watching movies also teaches us about a country's ethics and customs. For example, while watching American movies, I learned that children do not show as much respect to their parents as we do here in China. In some cases, children were very disrespectful of their elders and ignored their wishes outright. I was shocked by this behavior. To give another example, I also learned about table manners in America, which are quite different from the rules we follow in China. Furthermore, one can learn about a country's history by watching films. For instance, there are many movies that have been made about the wars in America, such as Gone with the Wind. Movies such as this show foreign viewers why America is the free and independent society that it is today. Hence, watching foreign movies is an excellent way to learn about faraway lands. One can learn about the landscape of a place, about its culture, as well as its history. Perhaps schools should consider watching foreign movies in classes to provoke interest from the students about such lands.
Some students prefer to study alone. Others prefer to study with a group of students. Which do you prefer? Use specific reasons and examples to support your answer.
184. Study alone or with a group of students. Each and every student has his or her own preference for study. Some prefer to study alone, while others prefer to study with a group of students. Both methods have their own relative merits. While alone, the focus of study can be easily kept, with little distraction which always accompanies a group of students. And at the same time, while references are adequate, to study alone is not only possible, but it is also helpful to cultivate the ability to solve problems and furthermore enhance one's independence. Moreover, by keeping focus and developing independence, students become more and more competitive, which is often deemed as a necessary quality. When learning with a group, discussing and debating becomes possible, which usually develop a perfect environment to develop critical thinking skills, and where many problems can even be solved unconsciously. While references are not easily accessible, the student's knowledge varies from one to another. They can complement each other and therefore save much time and energy. Furthermore, learning with a group simultaneously cultivates students' good sense of cooperation, which is usually considered as an essential virtue. As of me, my preference depends on what subject I am learning or the phase in which I am. Different subjects may bring different choices. For example, if I am practicing piano, I'd better practice alone. If I was doing physical experiments, teamwork is always needed. Different phases also make choices different. Suppose I was learning a foreign language. If I was practicing my basic pronunciation, I'd better learn by myself. For an adult learner, a tape recorder is fairly adequate. But if I were to practice my spoken skills, to study alone would be a poor choice. I should look for or create an opportunity to learn with a group, therefore learn more effectively.
You have enough money to purchase either a house or a business. Which would you choose to buy? Give specific reasons to explain your choice.
185. Buy a house or a business. Choosing whether to buy a house or a business with saved money is a huge decision to make. There are many benefits to both of choices. However, I think that if I had enough money to buy one or the other, I would choose to buy a house. When one buys a business, he or she is required to spend long, hard hours to ensure that the business is a success. Starting a business is no easy task, and statistics state that half of new businesses fail within the first year. If one buys a house instead of a business, there is nothing that can fail. A house sometimes requires repairs, but usually such repairs can be done on one's own schedule. A house is also an excellent investment. With the world population rising as quickly as it is a very good idea to become a property owner. In the coming years, land will become more and more expensive, and therefore less attainable. Also, if one buys a house, it is likely that he or she will be able to sell it at a reasonable profit in the future. Providing for one's family is very important, and a house is a stable investment for a family. Finally, owning a house is a good idea because it saves you from giving someone else money every month for your rent. Usually when one buys a house, He or she has a mortgage that he or she must pay off in the coming years. In most cases, the mortgage costs approximately the same amount of money as renting an apartment. It makes much more sense to pay for your own home rather than adding to the wealth of someone else. In conclusion, I think it is a far better idea to buy a house rather than a business. A house requires less work, it is an excellent investment, and it allows you to keep your money by spending it on your own assets rather than someone else's. In addition to these reasons, you can also rent out your house to someone else, thus creating an extra source of income for yourself.